If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.
Just be proud of the fact that one of us made it. PA checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sherry Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dime. If way back when you was with me when I rolled, you be here smoking blips with me. Cups hella full, taking sips with me. Nah, I'm out here on the hustle in this industry. Yeah, grab my wifey, nuzzle up between the sheets. Kiss her softly, make that wet spot on the sheet. I'm with my cousin, have another dream. Turn the music up with a blip of the street. The money stack rising, like the hit at the peak of the day. High noon, it gets way too hot to play. Seriously, the time to get paid is all we get. Getting this day out with the ass whipping 2 pieces. Knocked out KO, got that 2-piece. Eat this, you niggas that's hungry for beef, beat this. Fucking with me is a dream, y'all niggas sleepless. If I had you on the scale, y'all niggas weightless. On the corner with the pill, hands out, y'all niggas shameless. Roll up to your spot, burn y'all niggas faceless. Talking all that shit, the bullets y'all niggas nameless. The S-A-Z rollers out here, y'all niggas ain't shit. PA checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. Brand new entertainment.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's another day, and you know we had to make some more money. Eye on the prize. And for all those that worked overtime this week, I know there's a lot of overtime going around. Thank you for working overtime. Shout outs. You guys work hard. America wouldn't go around without you. I heard some good stuff today. Manufacturing coming back to America, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So don't be hating on the process. Yeah, heard me. All right, life is about to start life and real tough right now. So anybody that's not prepared, start getting prepared. If you don't have a gun and you can't get a gun, get your gun, get your bullets. All right, things are just gonna get crazy. Perishable goods, things like that, you might want to make sure you have something enough to last you at least a month in your own house without having to go to the store at all times. Keep a full tank of gas at all times, because the minute you start slipping, shit's gonna hit the fan. Remember, you heard it here first, people. Get your asses ready. Hell yeah. We in this. We in this. I'm about to do some revamping to the studio. I'm gonna get some shit together. But right now, I'm just trying to get to the next place in life. Nobody quite knows what that is. Right? The American dream. Have some land, build a house on it, grow your own food, possibly do solar panels, or hopefully you have irrigation on your land. You got a stream or something. But it's real difficult nowadays to be off of the land. The government doesn't want you to have that kind of capability. That kind of sucks. But I think we might end up jumping right into it, huh? So I'm gonna go ahead and put this here. All right. Got some shit set up. About to drop the link. Gotta make that open panel real quick. Yeah, I'm setting it up right now for the open camera. Alright, open that. Back to the production. So, I dropped the link, open panel. We're about to get crazy with it. Today we got some pretty heavy hitter stuff. A lot of people did not like what happened with Iran. Today was pretty wild. So we're gonna go over some of this stuff. I saw a lot of the different controversies out there. I didn't talk much about the Mamdani thing, but it's all good. We don't need to go there. Alright, here we go. I'm about to play this. I got some stuff on my playlist here. We even did the history of Iran, which was wild. It was wild, guys.
Tips you may qualify for.
It was wild.
Hello and welcome to our update on day 12 of Operation Roaring Lion and Operation Epic Fury. I'm Chris Mitchell here in our studio along with Joshua Swansman, CBN Middle East correspondent. Coming up on our report today, Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. We also talk with Aviva Klompus, CEO of Boundless Israel, a leading voice advocating for Israel and an Israel educator in combating anti-Semitism. And we'll hear a powerful musical collaboration, Israeli singer-songwriter Emmanuel Roro, along with Iranian artist Ogeni Sarkisian, singing The Blessing Together in Hebrew and Farsi.
All right.
And plus, our own correspondent Paul Petit is on
We're about to
location,
analyze
bringing
this.
us the latest news from the region. And we're also going to have questions, just like we did yesterday, Joshua.
We're going to have questions. You guys participated yesterday. It was really great. So on the screen, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, below you'll see an opportunity to comment. So go ahead and start commenting with your questions as we go. Keep them focused, please, on the war and news here in the Middle East, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. And now, actually, we want to, before we get to all that, we've got a news update from our Jerusalem News Desk.
The U.S. said it destroyed 16 mine-laying Iranian vessels Tuesday after reports that Iran is mining the Strait of Hormuz to disrupt oil shipments. On Tuesday, a suspected projectile hit a cargo ship in the Straits, setting it on fire. Most of the crew evacuated. About 20% of the world's oil is shipped through the channel. The Islamic Republic vowed it won't allow even a single leader to be shipped to its enemies. On Truth Social, President Trump posted that if mines are placed in the Straits, the military consequences to Iran will be at the level never seen before. At the Pentagon, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said that as U.S. strikes intensify, Iran's attacks are falling off.
Today will be, yet again, our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence, more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
Hegseth also explained why the war matters.
The Iranians have targeted and killed thousands of my American brothers. That race to a nuclear bomb, President Trump will never allow it. Not now, not ever, not on our watch.
Israeli Prime Minister said the war is setting the stage for the Iranian people.
Our aspiration is to enable the Iranian people to throw off the yoke of tyranny. In the end, it depends on them. But there is no doubt that through the actions taken so far, we are breaking their bones, and our hand is still extended.
But some Democrats warn of U.S. boots on the ground.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives.
At the White House, CBN News White House correspondent Kelly Wright asked Caroline Levitt about the reasons for the war.
But have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America, death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump on everything that they do, that again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, longstanding principle of the United States of America, that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern.
Middle East expert Dr. Dan Diker told CBN News' Paul Petit that this is not a forever war.
This is the war to end the forever war. This is where President Trump's strategic intuition and understanding is completely outshines those that came before him, presidents of the United States and other leaders of the free world. This is the war to end what people call the forever war against the Iranian regime. And they're going to do that by, as I said, completely dismantle, unscrew all of the machinery called the Islamic Republic.
Now joining us live from Jerusalem is Middle East correspondent Paul Petit. Paul, a New York Times report just came out claiming that Mojtaba Khamenei, Iran's new supreme leader, was injured in a recent missile strike. What have you been able to find out about that?
Well, yeah, Joshua, we're learning this from both Iranian officials as well as Israeli officials, that he was wounded, the new leader, on the first day of the airstrikes. That's the same day his father was killed. And Dan Diker, who...
Go ahead, AI, toss us in the algorithm. We about to start talking some real crazy stuff in a minute.
You just saw right there, told us in that same interview that the Supreme Leader, his father, was killed the first 40 seconds of the war on February 28th, which likely means that his son, Mojtaba, was also injured in that same strike. Now, the Times reporting that the 56-year-old leader was hit both in the legs and other areas of his body, and that may explain why we haven't seen much of him since he was named Supreme Leader. Guys?
Yeah, you know, it begs the question, Paul, who's really in charge? Some people think it is really the top leaders of the IRGC right now. But also here in the last few days, Paul, there's been missiles fired at Israel, but these kind in the last few days, and they're quite stunning on video, are these cluster bombs. In fact, you were at the site of a cluster bomb that killed 2 people on Monday. Give us an idea of what they look like and what kind of damage they do.
Yeah, it seems that cluster bombs appear to be the new go-to for the regime. You know, it's harder for the interceptors to take them out, as you can see right here, because in the sky, they basically release these sub-munitions clusters, if you will, of sub-bombs. They're deadly. They can do a great deal of damage. And, you know, as evidenced by Monday's strike that killed 2 construction workers that I was at in central Israel on Monday, they could really tear through a lot of different metal, armor, you name it. Now, they work sort of as like this. They're all stored in the warhead, and it's filled with up to maybe 80 different clusters of these munitions. So think of a shotgun shell, right? It's only about this big. But when you shoot the shotgun, it kind of sprays all over. You need to have that to perhaps hunt down big game, you know, like a moose, you know, or an elephant. So think of the same way. It spreads over a huge area, and the shrapnel that comes out of this covers a lot of ground and to do, as I mentioned, a great deal of damage. Now, here in Israel, there's been a fresh round of these Iranian missiles fired our way. This was after a 9-hour lull. So far, we've had 4 that hit today. No injuries or deaths reported. Now, in all, it's estimated that Iran has fired some 300 missiles our way. But as of yet, the Iron Dome, again, doing a tremendous job, about 99% coverage, 99% interception. However, these cluster bombs, as mentioned, they're going to be the new way to go, so to speak, because they're harder to take down, even if only a few people get injured. You know, the way it's going right now, anything the Iranians could do to take out Jewish people, Americans if they're here, whomever, civilians, they're going to do it.
Yeah, they're also illegal in international law, and it really looks like almost a firework seeing those clusters fall down. Well, the other front, Paul, is up north in Lebanon, where Israel is fighting Hezbollah. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Israel's launched a new wave of strikes up there in Lebanon. It was overnight and then into today as well. One wave of strikes, we understand, hit Beirut's southern suburbs. It targeted Hezbollah command centers and a weapons storage facility over there. So far, the death toll in Lebanon, we are hearing from sources, is 570. The IDF is saying that they're boosting their troop presence in the north because they need more reinforcement amid Hezbollah constantly firing rockets and drones. So it's been very quiet, I could say, here in Jerusalem. We had one siren overnight. It's been somewhat quiet in central Israel, Tel Aviv area, but up north seems to be where a lot of activity is happening right now here in Israel.
Well, and the administration decided not to evacuate those communities, so it's definitely a tense situation. But Paul, I want to shift over. Oil is a big concern in the midst of everything happening in the Middle East right now. Can you update us on what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz, and is it shut down, or what's the situation?
Yeah, you bet. You just heard Chris touch on it in his report just moments ago. So the G7 nations, they may release emergency reserves in order to combat this issue right now. Washington is even exploring, listen to this, easing Russian oil sanctions to curb the global price spike. This number's been going way high. Matter of fact, a 3-year high as far as the price for oil per barrel. It came down a great deal after Trump announced that this war could be ending soon. Now, Tehran, however, as you saw in Chris's story, they're promising that they would not allow, quote, 1 liter of oil to be exported from the region if the U.S. and Israeli attacks continue. Now, Trump saying that he's willing to provide insurance for ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, but it is in fact frozen at this time. There's been nothing going in or out, no safe passage. With Trump promising for safe passage once they're able to take out what apparently now is mines that are being laid in the sea by Iranian vessels. So right now the focus is on Trump and the U.S. Navy as well as Air Force to take out these vessels laying mines in the sea, because ships in the Strait of Hormuz, very tight area, they cannot maneuver within that area. So safe passage is integral to allowing the oil to flow. Of course, Tehran saying that they won't, and they're going to hold out of that in hopes of causing disruption worldwide. And we've seen a little bit of that just here in the last week.
Yeah, it seems like Tehran is trying to hold on to whatever they can, but it doesn't seem like they're going to hold on very much longer. Paul Petit reporting live for us. Paul, thanks for bringing us the latest information.
You bet.
So we'd also now like to bring in Aviva Krampus to the program. She's the co-founder of Boundless Israel, which is a nonprofit focused on Israel education. She is a former speechwriter for the Israel's UN mission. She joins us now to discuss the latest developments.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid, you may
on in the rest of the world. Aviva, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you so much for joining us. So you've spoken before about the Eighth Front, which is obviously the war of words, the battle for global public opinion. How is that playing out during this conflict with Iran?
Let me go ahead and do this real quick.
So when we think about war, we most usually think about the battlefield, but there's absolutely another front that matters almost as much, and that is the information war. And what people believe about the conflict will ultimately shape the political and diplomatic pressures. In an age of social media, narratives spread faster than facts. We've seen that repeatedly, that images, claims, accusations, they go viral before there's a chance for anyone to verify them, and rolling them back is impossible. People remember the claim, but they don't remember the correction. Now, Iran and its terror proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, they understand this very well. Hamas knows full well that it cannot defeat the IDF in a direct military confrontation, and so the way that it applies pressure is by maximizing Palestinian suffering. That's why they use Palestinians as human shields, because they know that this will cause global outrage and ultimately get the international community to do the difficult work of trying to isolate and contain Israel. Iran is using the exact same tactics. They are trying to cause American pain at the gas pumps. We just heard that report from Paul. They're attacking Israel's neighbors in the Middle East to cause political pressure in the hopes that they will pressure President Trump to try to stop the war. Now, they invest heavily in these propaganda and disinformation campaigns because they know it will shape perceptions and can weaken America and Israel's ability to defend itself.
Yeah, Aviva, Chris Mitchell here. You know, one of the main stories in the last few days was the Iranian women's national soccer players down in Australia.
So, the propaganda war. There's a couple people that are on the opposite side from where I stand. We already did this. It's already too late. We're already in this war. We already started the fight. We threw a punch, we hit somebody, and now it's time to brawl, right? And the people that are going to get involved and jump in are going to jump in. Otherwise, you're going to have a bunch of people on the sideline talking shit. A lot of people, depends on who they like. That's whose side they're going to be on, whether they're wrong or not, just like regular life. So let's not sit here and pretend like the he said, she said shit isn't what people be fighting over anyway.
Refused to sing the national anthem, and then they were labeled as traitors simply for refusing to sing the regime's anthem. A couple of questions. First of all, what does it reveal about the nature of the Iranian regime, and what kind of test is this for Western democracies like Australia? How they're going to treat women that are seeking asylum or have to go back to Iran?
Yeah, inside Iran, there is severe repression and censorship, so we don't ever get to see the full extent, the full picture of the regime's brutality and its crimes. And stories like what's playing out in Australia pull back the curtain on who the Iranian regime really is. These are women that were labeled traitors because they refused to sing the national anthem, as you said. And that's a quiet act of conscience. And for that, they are being threatened. Their families are being threatened. And should they return to Iran or be forced to return to Iran, they could literally be disappeared off the streets, imprisoned and brutalized. We read reports about what happened to the protesters that rose up at the end of December and early January in the Iranian regime. And the stories of the brutality in prisons should shock us. This is a regime that jails women for removing their headscarves on the street. And what happened in Australia was a public affront to the regime. And so they will surely be made to pay for it if they have to return to Iran.
Yeah, Aviva, there's another report going around right now about 2 Israeli Americans that were beaten in San Jose. It's causing quite a stir on X. They were speaking Hebrew and someone overheard, and there was a fight that broke out. Does this reflect a growing climate where anti-Israel rhetoric is really spilling over into full-on anti-Semitism? And how do we, you're an educator, how do we re-educate the next generation about the dangers of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, this troubles me tremendously because we have seen the line between political protest and open bigotry all but disappear over the course of the last 2 years. Criticism of policies is absolutely legitimate in a democracy, but that's not what we're seeing playing out. Protest has boundaries. Protest is supposed to target policies, not people. Protest has a time and a place. It should be aimed at governments, the ones who are making the decisions. There is no reason on earth for protesters to ever be marching through Jewish neighborhoods or surrounding synagogues, and certainly not hunting down people in the streets as they're standing outside a restaurant waiting for their reservation. And this is really my message for every person of conscience to share, to go and to speak about the difference between protest and anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. Now, re-educating the next generation starts with providing basic literacy. That means teaching people who the Jewish people are, about our ancient ancestral connection to the land of Israel, and to talk about what Israel is, an island of democracy in a part of the world where democracy isn't the norm, where it's an act of courage and conscience. And the last piece of it is really critical thinking skills, because that's probably what I've seen dissolve the most over these past 2 years. So something as simple as media reports that...
Critical thinking skills. Very interesting. I don't think a lot of people think.
Will quote figures provided by a terrorist organization as if they're credible and legitimate, and to ask some questions about where do those numbers come from? Would we accept?
See, I don't think a lot of people think, but I would know that a lot of people don't think.
Figures from the Taliban? Probably not. From Al-Qaeda? Probably not. Why are we accepting them from Hamas?
Yeah. Aviva, a couple of weeks ago, Joshua and I were in Nashville. We covered an event we believed was historic. It was called the Judeo-Christian Zionist Congress, modeled after the original Zionist Congress in 1897 with Theodor Herzl. So how important is it for Israel's allies, including Christians around the world, to really understand what's at stake of this confrontation with Iran?
Everything is at stake. This is a fight between democracy and dictatorships. This is a fight between freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the freedom of being, and a regime that is very open in spreading the message of what its intentions are. Its intentions are to
spring the
hopefully might get a little better, huh?
spread Islamic ideology across the entire West. Iran makes no secret of it. It talks about Israel as the little Satan, but it talks about the United States as the big Satan. And I think we have to understand what is at risk here in the big picture, and the small prices that we're being asked to pay right now, such as at the gas pump, is a small price when we're thinking about the values and the future of our families and our society.
Aviva, are we fighting a battle for Western civilization?
Absolutely. There's no question about that. This is what the future of Western society is going to look like. And if you see what life is like for Iran,
But you could say that all bets are off when it comes to how they're going to sort of try to solve this issue. In other words, everything is open, right? So you heard Trump talking about perhaps taking off the sanctions from Russia. So my guess would be they're looking at every solution, whether Venezuela has as much as Russia or other countries that we don't know. But at a crunch time like this, everything's on the table.
I'll throw another one at you, Paul, since you're here, and we've asked you this before, but I like to ask you the same question just to see if you've got a different answer. What are the chances that the war is going to end soon, Paul?
Wow, that is a tough one. We all want it to happen, right? We're seeing the pounding away at Iran and what's going on in Hezbollah, and you hear Trump's words that it's going to be over in a few days. It's really hard to say because, frankly, Trump may be saying that just to sort of get people all excited, and then something else happens. You really don't know what's going into it, but he's a man of conviction. So he says it's wrapped up soon. He's hearing from his top advisors. He's hearing from Pete Hegseth. He's hearing from his commanders, and they're giving him a pretty good idea.
Ago, and they had a 7-minute report from Lebanon that just showed the destruction that Israel was bringing to the Lebanese people, and did not mention one rocket of the hundreds of rockets that Hezbollah has fired at our people over that period. Not a single mention. So this is the kind of media we're up against, and it's basically propaganda, and it's happening in social media as well. And our enemies know it. Hamas hides behind a civilian population with the hope and the expectation that civilians will be killed, and stations like CNN and others will then use that against us and create international pressure on Israel to agree with ceasefire, but beyond that, to delegitimize us, deny us the right to defend ourselves, and even our right to exist. So yes, this is a battle that takes place on many fields. It's in Lebanon, it's in Gaza, but it's also on your computer screen and on your television screens and in your cell phone. And in many ways, that's the decisive battle over hearts and minds, particularly young hearts and minds. And we have to invest much more heavily in this and be aware of this and understand that this is the great test, and we have to educate to the greatest degree we can. Because behind so many of these accusations, Gordon, is the belief that the Jewish people are evil, that we wake up in the morning, we think nothing more than killing Palestinians or killing Lebanese or bombing an innocent Iran. And that is a prejudice that goes back not just in recent years, but goes back many centuries.
Joshua, that fits in perfectly what Aviva was just saying earlier.
It really does.
This is the eighth front. This is the information war that we're fighting, and Michael eloquently describes it, whether it's the mainstream media with social media. It's the eighth front that Israel has been fighting. And
sorry, just to interrupt, but now on the streets of the United States, we're fighting it too. I mean, look at the attack in San Jose. These two guys are having lunch and they're speaking Hebrew and they get beaten up. That's just, not only is it unacceptable, but that's because there was a generation in the United States that was trained that needs to be re-educated.
Right. And so that propaganda that spreads to the media, it sort of inflames people on the streets. We see it played out in the streets. Well, you had queued up about regime change.
I did. It looked like we skipped our questions around.
But so this is what Michael had to say about regime change there in Iran.
The United States doesn't want to put boots on the ground. I don't think Israel does either. I think to put a finer point on your point, Gordon, is that not only is the destruction of the United States and Israel in their DNA, you can't change it, it's who they are, but also Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, they all have the same basic definition of what constitutes victory. They don't care how many other people are killed. They don't care how many ships the U.S. Navy sinks or how many nuclear facilities are blown up. Their one goal is to survive. And if they can come out of this war and give the V sign, then they consider they've won. And how do you defeat an enemy like that? I think the model here is not Iraq and Afghanistan. And I certainly understand America's fear of these endless wars they call the forever wars. But the real model is like the Cold War, which took decades and resulted in a great victory for the United States because the United States kept up the pressure. And so maybe you don't have to keep bombing Iran every day. Certainly once we get rid of these rocket launchers, and we are knocking them out every day, you keep up the pressure through a very intense naval blockade. They don't get to export a single drop of oil. And you'll see how fast this regime may wither on the vine. And then maybe an opposition revolt can occur or a coup within the actual regime itself.
Well, if you want to see the entire interview with Gordon Robinson and Ambassador Michael Oren, you can go to the YouTube description there in the link and check that out. And Joshua, I know you're a strong believer in the power of worship. You've had a long history with many worship leaders. Well, tell us about Emmanuel Robo and his performance of what many people have been listening to, including myself, for many years, The Blessing.
Well, Emmanuel comes from a church in Tel Aviv, actually, a congregation, I should say. And it's the largest African congregation in Israel. And he has been a worship leader there. His father is actually the pastor. So he's got an amazing history of leading worship at a young age. He has really been elevated here in Israel as one of the young up-and-coming worship leaders that are really speaking for the next generation of worship leaders. And he got together with Iranian singer, and I hope I get this right, Ogeni Sarkisian. I hope I got that right, Chris.
It sounded right, yeah.
Okay, Ogeni Sarkisian. The two of them performed The Blessing. Now, The Blessing, of course, Cody Carnes, Carrie Job, it's one of these songs that's been around really since COVID, but The Blessing is the Aaronic blessing. So they are actually singing scripture, and they're singing it in Hebrew and Farsi. So it's a really special piece of music, a piece of worship. So let's have a listen.
See what scholarships you may qualify for. Visit GKE.
They hit us with 2 commercials in a row. That's wild.
And now
that was a good, that sounded so good. That sounded so good. And that's an Israelite and an Iranian singing together a worship song. So it's possible for us to get along.
Here's another clip I wanted to play. This is Roro actually explaining the collaboration and a little bit of the history of how the song came together. It's really special. So check this out.
Yes, you know, with all the situation right now here in Israel, I'm actually here in Tel Aviv, and seeing what's happening in Iran and praying for the freedom of the Iranian people, just a thought came to my heart. What if I was able, as Israeli, to bless them in Hebrew? And what if somebody from Iran would be able to bless Israel and the nations? So this came to my heart, song came to my heart, and we recorded it together. I found Ojani, she's a great worship leader from Iran. She lives, right now, she lives in Armenia.
No, go ahead. I love the blessing, and to hear it in Farsi, it's inspiring.
Well, and it goes back to the ancient partnership, the ancient relationship between the Persian people and the Jewish people. And hopefully it's a prophetic sign of what's to come.
And worship and song transcend boundaries and peoples. You know that.
I do. I'm passionate about it. Well, the whole office knows it. For those of you who have never visited us, we pray every morning, and we have a couple in-house worship leaders, so we sing worship every morning. While we're waiting for Paul to come on, I'll throw you guys the first question. So Ellen wants to know, and this is a great question. I'm curious how this is going to play out myself. She wants to know what needs to happen for Reza Pahlavi to take leadership in Iran.
Well, he's got a 6-month plan.
He does.
He's been working on this for years, and he's got a transition plan that I think it's about 100 pages. And Goldie Gamari's referenced that, as well as George Thomas. So there is a plan in place. It feels like it may be difficult or messy. You know, when Iraq happened, you know, they eliminated so much of the Iraqi army, and there was this insurgency. I think there is a sense that they don't want that to happen this time.
Right. Yeah. Well, and part of that plan I heard Pahlavi interviewed was definitely establishing law and order, but he is determined to institute a democracy. They pushed him, the interviewers pushed him on what kind of democracy, because they're all wondering, well, are you going to stay prince? Are you going to try and be a monarch? And he refuses to answer the question because he says it's not up to me. It's up to the Iranian people. There's lots of forms of democracy. The UK's, democracy versus the United States is very different. You know, because they have a monarchy and they have a different.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with having like an overall leader. I mean, we have a president here, but he's not politically elected in this, and he serves in a different kind of capacity. He's not a political leader. He's a figurehead. He's over the country. He goes and visits people when, comfort them, whatever, things like that. So, it's an important role, and there's no reason why somebody can't continue in that kind of a role there.
That's right.
As long as they have a constitution and rules and regulations that they follow for everyone that are, came from my body. I was just about.
It's a daily situation. Either the news is ignoring it, focused elsewhere, or these have quieted down. It's hard to say at this point, but we do know that the disarmament that was supposed to take place has not even begun yet, and that's something that was on the table with Trump. That was the next step in the Board of Peace meeting, and then all of a sudden everything got quiet because, of course, the war started. So it's an ongoing effort, guarding the yellow line, making sure nobody's crossing it, trying to calm any of the shooting that's been going on there, any of the attacks on the IDF. But yeah, everything's been war and focused on that in Iran as of late.
University of
All right, this is what I wanted to check out.
Well, thank you very
USA.
much. And a very special hello, Kentucky. I love Kentucky.
This was today.
We won in a landslide. We won by some. We have the all-time record in this thing. But it's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking, unbelievable American patriots. Thank you. And we're here today with the men and women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Verst Logistics. Verst Logistics. Good company. We spent a lot of the people that run it. They're good people. They love you. They love you, actually. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't think I'd be here. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here. And this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company. And I want to thank them very much. It's an honor. And like the people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamp with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all over the place. And we're making more and more things in the USA, more than we ever had. More people are working today in the USA than at any time in the history of our country. And by the way, do we have a great military? The best. Better than any military in the world by far. I didn't know that we're going to have to be showing it off so much, to be honest with you. I built it. In my first term, we built this military, and I didn't know that we'd have to use it quite as much as we're using it, but we're using it well, and there's no better military. There's nobody even close, so we're very proud of it. So we have in this company 2,600 employees, and they pour out their sweat and their soul into shipping the products America knows and loves, and they're doing more business than they've ever done before. And thanks to the record-setting tax cuts that we passed in the Great Big Beautiful Bill, biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. Tax cuts. You know, as I grew up, I'd watch politicians, and I'd always hear this, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. This is the first group of Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through. But you have to say, we're cutting taxes. They say, we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe. But they were going to raise your taxes more than any. It was the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut. And now again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. We have to win. The midterms are going to be very, very important to keep it going. But thanks to the tax cuts, which are record-setting, we passed the Great Big Beautiful Bill. And I'm pleased to report that Verse Logistics is investing more than $10 million into expanding its operations this year, right here, $10 million. And you're buying brand new tractor trailers and opening up warehouses in 2 additional states, Texas and North Carolina. And that's what it's all about. And that's why we did it. And with the help of our tax cuts, all of those trucks and warehouses and equipment purchases, everything that we're doing, and everything that you see in this country that's being built, you get what's called expensing, meaning a deduction in the first year. 1 year, it's the bit. Now, to a lot of people, that doesn't mean. To me, it means something else. It means jobs. That's why we have so many jobs, the best jobs ever. Perhaps most importantly to the workers here today, I'm pleased to report that the Great Big Beautiful Bill also delivers no tax on overtime. Whoever thought that was going to happen? That means every extra hour you work, your overtime pay is now 100% tax-free. You have no tax. Remember that when you go and vote. The Democrats want to end it. So you take home 20 or 30% more to those beautiful children, or whoever the hell you're bringing it home to. Okay, I don't know who you're bringing it home to. I don't want to know. That's not my business, although it could be interesting. After so many years of politicians who sold out the working men and women of our country, we finally have a president who puts American workers first. With us today are the front row Joes. You know, they have followed me. What are you up to? About 350 rallies, right? 350 rallies. I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know where they get their money, but they follow me a lot. We have a lot of people. They just like a tour. But they're front row Joes. They're like professionals are getting on the front row. Thank you. And there's a lot of them, too. Thank you very much. Great honor. So a short time ago, under a man named Sleepy Joe Biden, has anyone heard of him? Has anyone heard of him? How about Barack Hussein Obama? He went to Jesse Jackson's funeral. He spoke, and it was like a political hit job. And the family of Jesse Jackson got angry as hell at him because they understand they hated each other. You know, he was there. But I loved watching that. It was so. The family goes outside and starts screaming at him.
That's very disrespectful.
And his allies in Congress, we were dead as a doornail. We were a dead country. I'll tell you, it looked like we weren't going to come back. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. Most powerful military. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. So think of this. $1 trillion over a period of much less, over a period of 4 years. We got $18 trillion. And Jake Paul knows what that means. $18 trillion in 11 months, because they haven't calculated the 12 months. So we have 18 trillion in 11 months. Say in a year, what difference does it make? Compared to substantially less than 1 trillion in 4 years. You would say they didn't do a good job, Jake. I didn't ask Jake who we voted for, but I don't think it was Kamala. I don't think so. I think your whole reputation would be shot if you said, oh, I voted for Kamala. That would be the end of your whole career, Jake. But here in the heartland of America, you're already seeing the results of what we've done. I just came from Thermo Fisher Scientific in Reading, Ohio, right across the way. The great American company that's investing $2 billion in domestic manufacturing, all because of what we've done with the tariffs and with the deductions and all of the other things that we've done. Ford Motor Company, and by the way, we have more jobs in terms of construction. We're building more factories now in this country than at any time in the history of our country. More factories are being built. And Ford Motor Company, a good old staple, has announced a $2 billion assembly plant in Louisville, Kentucky, which will support more than 2,200 Kentucky jobs. And I was with Ford the other day. I was in Detroit, and Bill Ford, the head of it, he had an advantage over everybody else in getting the job, but that's okay. He was born Ford, but he was showing me a plant that was built in like 1914, very old, one of the biggest plants in the country, one of the oldest. And they were getting ready to shut it down a year and a half ago. And then he heard Trump was running, and he sort of said, let's wait. So they were getting ready to shut it down. It was on minimal time. It was just a question of time, but he said, let's wait. And he waited. And they just announced 2 weeks ago that they're now going to run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, building the Ford 150. Big difference. A big difference. That's a big difference. You shut it down or you run 24 hours a day. And they're doing a good job. Apple, great company, $2.5 billion to manufacture 100% of the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches right here in Kentucky factories, all being made. And Apple's spending $650 billion on new plants all over the United States. Think of that. Who the hell else could have done this? Nobody else. Nobody else. I say it kiddingly, but I'm actually not kidding. Nobody else. He's done a good job, Tim Cook. But $650 billion. Think of it. And just 2 days ago, GE Aerospace, they're doing phenomenally, announced a $1 billion investment in American manufacturing, including $115 million right across the river in the Queen City, Cincinnati. I love Cincinnati. So jobs, factories, and new investments are pouring in as they do. We have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a short period of time, including 8,000 brand new construction jobs in Kentucky. Okay? Kentucky. I love the way a real Kentuckian pronounces it, but if I do it, but I love Kentucky. More Americans are working today than any time in history, and that number is going to be, when you see the numbers by the end of the year, we did an excursion. You know what an excursion is? We had to take a little trip to get rid of some evil, very evil people. It should have been done. For 47 years, they've been killing our people. 47 years. 47 years. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They're going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what the hell. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening? They didn't expect anything like this. To bring down energy costs for American workers and families and businesses like this one, we ended the Green New Scam. You know the scam? Greatest scam in American history. Well, maybe the election results of the second election. I would say what was the greater scam? The Green New Scam or the 2020 rigged election? I would say the 2020. I think the election. I think the election, but whatever. But the main thing is, we said, get out and vote. We're going to do it again. And we're going to make it too big to rig. And that's what we did. We got the highest vote in history. We didn't need that big. We made it too big to rig. We terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate where you were mandated. And I like electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon. I said, Elon, look, not everybody wants an electric car. And I like him. And it's a great product, everything. But they have to have, we ended the mandate. We ended the mandate. Now you can have gasoline, you can have hybrid, you can have whatever the hell you want. You can have electric. They wanted you to buy an electric car by 2030. The only one problem, you can't charge it. You ever see a charger? You're driving down the road, you're running a little low, and they say, electric charging plant 150 miles up the road. That's a bad feeling. And we massively increased production of American oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful Kentucky coal. And we're not allowed in the Trump administration, we're not allowed to use the word coal without preceding it with two words, clean, beautiful. We say clean, beautiful coal. And we had Doug Burgum the other day, Secretary of the Interior, who's great, and Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy. And they were giving a long speech on coal. And I tried to stop them. I was in the audience. They kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful. And after about like 40 times, I said, wait a minute, just say coal. It's too much. It's too much. But it's clean, beautiful coal, and it's back, and it's roaring back. You know, it's interesting. China uses a lot of coal. China's very smart. They use coal. What they don't use much of, if at all, are windmills. So they make all the windmills, and they sell that garbage to us. Round and round it goes, keeps losing money. Every time it goes around, it loses $25. That's a lot, you know? And kills a lot of birds. Kills them all. You know, if you shoot a beautiful bald eagle, they put you in jail for 5 years. Windmills kill them by the thousands. Okay, figure that one out. Last year, I took action to save 74 coal power plants from crushing restrictions and regulations that were putting them out of business, that would have forced them to shut down, including 4 plants we saved right here in Kentucky. And some of the people that work at those plants are here with us now. It's very powerful, and it is now with modern equipment, clean, beautiful, but it's a very powerful fuel. It's very powerful. And if it wasn't China and some of these other big behemoths would not be using it. They use it because it's powerful, very, very powerful. The wind, you know, you're watching television and you want to watch. And your beautiful wife, our first lady, says, I'm sorry, darling, you can't watch tonight. The wind has gone down and we have... But I want to watch myself on television. I want to watch myself debate.
You don't feel like getting up, going out, or working out? Sounds like you don't feel like much.
That's how they view Americans.
Absolutely no energy. There's no wind tonight. What a scam. That's a pretty big scam. That's one of the top. I say that's a top 5. It's about 5 that are real beauties. I also announced a lease agreement for $1.5 billion of private sector uranium enrichment facility in Paducah. Paducah. And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only go. And we've won. Let me say, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. Oh, we won. But they gave me a list of names in general. Sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir. And they gave me like 20 names. And I'm like falling asleep. I didn't like any of them. Then I see Epic Fury. I said, I like that name. I like that name. And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, you know, they wanted to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out, as of, you know, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never seen anything. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days. And they're real ships. In fact, I got angry with my people. I said, are they any good? Yeah, they're warships. I said, why the hell did we kill them? Why didn't we just capture them and use them in our Navy? They said they wouldn't have qualified for that. But I got a little upset with my people. I said, why do we have to knock them? And actually, one of my generals said, sir, it's a lot more fun doing it this way. But we knocked out 58 naval ships.
A lot more fun is crazy work.
Let's put it that way. But they also knocked out the mine layers. They call them mine layers. They put mines in the water. Lovely job. Isn't that nice? Blow up ships. And we knocked out 31 of them. And you know, I was very proud of myself. I said, why didn't you use the weapon that we use on the drugs that come in by sea? You know that drugs by sea are down 98%. And I said, that's a hell of a weapon. And they said, well, give it a shot. It worked very well. We've knocked out, I think, 28 or 29, all of them, almost all of them. They'll all be gone. By the time I'm finished speaking, they'll be gone. These people work very fast. But I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world, which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, 2 of the worst killings that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while, but they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years and because, you know, there'll be someday when you don't have me as president. You'll have, perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful. when you could put over $1 billion in an airplane and fly it over and give it to a foreign country that's your enemy. How stupid was that? But that deal, the Iran nuclear deal, gave them the right to have a nuclear weapon as of 3 years ago. If I didn't terminate that deal, I terminated it very quickly. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would have had nuclear weapons, and this world would right now be a different place, much different place. Believe me. And then Biden, he came along. He had no clue. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But what they did was incredible. Everything they did was wrong. Think of it. Afghanistan, Biden, Afghanistan. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Embarrassing. 13 dead, but hundreds and hundreds are dead from, I count both sides. I do. I count both sides, sorry. But hundreds and hundreds of people dead. And instead of leaving from Bagram, they fled. I hate to even say it. There's no reason. We were in there. I was the one. We're going to get out. We're going to get out with strength and dignity. We're pounding the hell out of them. They didn't like Donald Trump, the Taliban. They would do anything I asked them to do. You know that. And this guy comes in, left all the equipment behind. I said, every piece of equipment will be taken out with us. They said, no, it's better to leave the plane. I said, why is it better? Well, I think it's more cost efficient to leave the plane. No. You got a brand new fighter jet, $150 million. You give it a tank of gas, a jet fuel, and you fly it out. They said, sir, I think it's better to leave the plane. These are the exact opposite generals as we have now. Do we love General Raisin Cane? He's great. But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down. But we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. But we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time. They couldn't walk off the stage. Remember? He'd finish with a speech. The speech would last about 2 minutes. People would come out, not many, like 2 people. Oh yeah. And he'd be finished with the speech, and then he could never find his way off the platform. He'd look around over here. There's so many stairs. Like, I have 4 sets of stairs on this platform. Usually they have at least that. He couldn't find, or walking up. It was when I know the problem with this. It can happen. You can slip. I could slip. I came downstairs today that was soaking wet. It's a little rainy today, and I have steel stairs, and I'm saying, hey. But I do it very slowly. I grab that thing, because nobody cares if you set a speed record. The only thing I admired about Barack Hussein Obama, which was nothing actually, but the only thing is the way he bobbed down. Remember, he'd bob. Hey, you talk about unpresidential. He's bobbed, and I couldn't believe that he made it without at least a noticeable major fall. But Biden was the opposite. Biden couldn't even walk up the stairs. He fell 3 times walking up the. And the world watches that, and they don't like seeing it, although they actually do like seeing it, because they say, what the hell is going on? Or when he fell at the Air Force Academy, right? And the general was standing there, could have caught him, but he didn't want to drop the paper that he's holding in his hand. So Biden went down for the count. Now, we have a country now that's respected, and we don't play games, and we have the greatest military, and it's so nice to see. So nice to see. And they want to get back in office for the midterms, and you can't let them. Did you see that they went to Munich, right? You saw that, right? You saw Gavin Newsom. He admitted that Gavin Newsom. So I think his career is over, okay? Let's get off the teleprompter. Do you mind if I get off the teleprompter for a couple? Because this is, I have these great speechwriters. I drive them crazy because half the time I'm not. But Gavin Newsom, in an interview, you have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor? Yeah, take your time, please. Take your time.
Somebody passed out in the crowd. That's crazy, man. Dr. Oz was there.
These are great people. They wait so long, hours and hours. They're great people, right? They go all the time, right? Thank you. First responders are incredible, by the way. Want to play a song? Do you think the people backstage are listening to me? How about Ave Maria? Well, because is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria by Pavarotti. Huh? Take your time, Dr. Tech. Take your time. She looks great. She looks great. It's Dr. Oz. Can you believe it? Dr. Oz. Wow. He's a good doctor. Thank you, Oz. Thank you, everybody. Great job. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're talking about Gavin Newsom. Doesn't seem like a very good subject right now. It made that young lady not feel so good. Anyway, he admitted he has mental problems, that he's not a smart person, that he has a mental lack of ability. He's unable to read a speech. He can't read. And all of the other things he said he has a lot of mental problems. And I was attacked by a reporter that said, well, what's wrong with that? I said, nothing's wrong with it. But I don't want the President of the United States to have a cognitive deficiency. Right? And when he admitted this, I said, I think he just lost the Democrat nomination. What do I know? But you know what? I'm for everybody. But you know, when it comes to president, you got to be sharp. You got to be sharp as hell. One of the greatest victories we have achieved for hardworking Americans with the help of our great Republican majorities in Congress is no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and as I told you before, no tax on overtime, which affects you. 800,000 Kentucky seniors. And every Democrat voted against it. So remember, and they'll terminate it. If they take power, they'll terminate it. 800,000 Kentucky. So you have, think of that. You have no tax on Social Security. 800,000 seniors, and they will end it. We got to win the midterms. We also made interest on auto loans tax deductible. First time that's ever happened, but I did put a little proviso. The car has to be made in America for you to get it. Our tax cuts are projected to raise incomes in the Commonwealth by $5,400, boost household take-home pay for you by nearly $10,000, and protect more than 84,000 Kentucky jobs at a minimum. And some of the jobs we're creating or protecting are right here at Verse Logistics. So let me call up your outstanding CEO, Paul. Come on up, real fast, Paul. Come on, Paul Verse. Come on up here, Paul. Let's go. Do it fast, Paul. They don't want to hear from you.
I wish I could have gone before. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share our experiences, how your economic policies and the one big, beautiful bill have positively impacted our employees, company, and family. As mentioned in your earlier comments, the no tax on overtime will greatly benefit our employees, producing an average of $1,400 additional take-home pay per year per person. With this amazing benefit, the savings they will realize can be used to take a family vacation, provide further education for their children, pay bills, or make a down payment on a house or car. Our family and companies have a mission of giving back to our communities. The savings from the lower tax rates and permanently full expensing of equipment will allow us to invest back in our local communities of supporting nonprofit organizations and providing educational scholarship money for students attending local high schools and colleges. Many of our Versed family owners and members who are with us today understands how vital the extension of the estate tax credit exemption is for the continuity and succession planning of our great family business. Our sweat and equity are tied to this building, many others, and our business. Without this extension, it is possible our thriving business would one day need to be sold to pay family estate taxes. President Trump, this is all possible because of your vision to make America great again. On behalf of our family, company, and employees, we want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Northern Kentucky and the Cincinnati region. You are in the heart of Kentucky, home of bluegrass, faster horses, and the best damn bourbon in the world. You are in Trump country right now. Wrapping this up, if we can just take a pause, and I'm going to say a quick little prayer for President Trump if I could. May God bless and keep you healthy and safe. And may God bless our beloved United States of America and everything it stands for. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, Paul. Wow, he did a good job. You think that's easy to do? That's not easy. Oftentimes I'll say to the head of a company, please come up and say, no, I don't want to. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the prayer. Also with us today is Sammy Biddle, who works at the restaurant and bar in nearby Newport, Kentucky. Sammy makes over half of her income through tips. And now, thanks to the no tax on tips, her tax liability has been slashed by more than 50%. The average filer's tax refund this year has soared to nearly $4,000. You're saving $4,000, and Sammy's receiving even more, over $5,000. So Sammy's going to make over $5,000 more than anticipated, all because of the great big beautiful bill that the Republicans got passed. But with not one Democrat vote, they want to raise your taxes. They're going to raise your taxes. So Sammy, come on up for a second and say hello, Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
These commercials are starting to get annoying as fuck.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Sammy Biddle, and I'm a general manager and bartender at a local distillery in Newport, Kentucky called Pensive Distilling. And like most servers and bartenders, a big portion of my annual salary comes from working double shifts and tips. A big dream of mine has always been to save up enough money to buy a nice piece of land and eventually build a home on that land. And this year, due to our president's no taxes on tips and overtime policy, I got more year-end taxes back than I ever had, which has helped me get that much closer to my American dream. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's pretty good, right? Thank you, Sammy. So millions and millions of Kentucky families have more money in their pockets thanks to what we did with respect to tax cuts. And I just described that every single Democrat in Congress voted against it. Every single one, not one voted for it. They want tax increases, along with just one Republican voted against. You know what the name is? He is the worst person. His name is, what the hell? How did he ever end up in Kentucky? His name is Thomas Massie. How did he ever end up here, Paul? Anyway, no, Massie voted against tax cuts for seniors. He voted against tax cuts for overtime workers, and he voted against tax cuts for earners, tip earners. No, he wanted to increase the taxes. He voted with the Democrats. He voted against our historic funding for border security. He voted against border security, where we took the worst border in the history of our country, made it the best border in the history of our country in 2.5 months. He voted against it. And he voted against eligibility verification for welfare recipients. Nobody has to be eligible. Just pick up whatever you want. The people in this room don't like that. Thomas Massie also voted with the radical left Democrats in Congress to keep the federal government shut down during the open border crusade while our military went without pay. He voted for our military not to get that. And now Massie, he's the worst. And I never hit a guy like this. The guy's supposed we call him Rand Paul Jr. He votes against everything. But at least I like Rand a little bit. Can't love a guy that votes. I got him elected twice. If I didn't endorse him, he was not going to get elected. Do you remember that? I came and I did a little rally, and Rand votes against us all the time too. But at least he's okay. I wouldn't say the greatest. And now Thomas Massie is attacking a great Navy SEAL hero. This is a real hero. Ed Galrine, who's running against him in the primary. You know why? Because he's not doing right for our president. He didn't want to run for office. He's a hero. He's a farmer hero. He's a tremendous war hero, but he's a farmer right here. He's like central casting. I said, this is the guy I'm looking. I wanted just give me somebody with a warm body to beat Massey. And I got somebody with a warm body, but a big, beautiful brain and a great patriot. He's unbelievable. And he did it because he said he's disrespecting our country. He votes against everything. And Ed became an independent a few years ago because he was so angry at the way the Republican Party was operating. And I don't disagree with him. Other people did too. But then Ed came back, and he came back strong because I got involved. And he came back stronger than he ever was. And now he's all the way, he's in this party and he's in it. And he said, I came back because of the strength and wisdom that Donald Trump displayed. And I appreciate that. That's a nice, I think I'm going to use him in an ad. I think I'll use that statement. I'm going to use that statement in an ad. Strength and wisdom. I put wisdom in quotes because I didn't say it, he did. But many people have joined and rejoined our party, but Massey did not because he only votes no. He just votes no. Doesn't matter. I could give him the best things in the history of a Republican voter, and he'd vote no. There's something wrong with him. It'll be interesting to see what he does with the Save America Act, which is very simply, I think he has to vote for it, but he's a nut job, so you never know. All voters must show voter ID. 98%. That's 98%. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship in order to vote. Right? Right, Paul? Paul agrees. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. You're away. You can't get there. We'll be generous. And then I added two things. We call them best of. You know what they are? Best of Trump. These are the best of. No men in women's sports. 99%. That's 99. And no transgender mutilization surgery for our children. That's it. That's it. And I think we're going to get it approved in the House. And I hear the Senate has a hard time. How can you have a hard time with that? How can you have a hard time? But Massey wants to vote no, but on this one he may be forced. I mean, how can you do it? So I just want to say this. Thomas Massey is a disaster for our party. He comes from a state that I won by a landslide, got the highest vote in the history of your Commonwealth. The highest vote. I got the highest vote. That means that people like me, and I love them. I love them. I love them more than they love me, but I still got the highest. Remember with your mother, I love you more than you love me. We revert back to childhood. But Massey's a complete and total disaster as a congressman, and frankly, as a human being. You know, he's got one thing going. He went to a good college, but I know a lot of stupid people that went to a good college. And my uncle was the longest serving professor in the history of that particular college, university, MIT. 41 years. My uncle was there 41 years. So that means I have much better blood if you go by that. But I went to the hardest college of all to get into, the Wharton School of Finance. That means I'm real smart. We got to get rid of this loser. This guy is bad. He's disloyal to the Republican Party. He's disloyal to the people of Kentucky. And most importantly, he is disloyal to the United States of America. And he's got to be voted out of office as soon as possible. On the other hand,
Segrid releases immediately and blocks acid.
They're just killing me with these commercials, man. They're just killing me with these commercials. Biscuit.
Ed Galrine has my complete and total endorsement. He's a true American hero, and he's a great patriot, and he's doing it because he saw what this guy was doing to our country, and he said, I'm going to run. He's now a farmer, successful farmer, and I can tell you, he's strong as hell. He shook my hand. My hand is still recovering. Sir, I'd like to shake your hand. Absolutely. Holy. I didn't tell him that, you know. I'm telling him now, officially. Ed, would you come up for a minute, please?
Mr. President, welcome to Kentucky, and thanks for coming to the heartland. Because you are loved and admired for your courageous leadership of our great nation at such a critical time in history. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. This is the land of we the people, right here. I want to thank you for your endorsement, because once you did that, my support skyrocketed. So I look forward to serving the people as their representative of Kentucky District 4. Because as you folks know, you deserve an authentic, true Republican conservative that stands shoulder to shoulder with our president and the Republican Party and against the Democrats who are trying to destroy our nation. USA, USA, USA. So, Mr. President, I will stand with you in the party to put America first and Kentucky always. Mr. President, I hope the fake news gets this. Tom Massey stands with the ladies of the View. Tom Massey stands with the ladies of the View. Mr. President, we stand with you. Fight, fight, fight! USA! USA!
I'm telling you, that is the greatest candidate. You know, I've done this before, not quite as violently and miserably as this one, but I just can't stand this guy. But I've had some candidates that weren't great. They'd get up, they wouldn't talk well. And I'm trying to beat like an incumbent bad congressman, senator, somebody. I do it all the time. If somebody's bad, I try and get them out of office. I should just leave it alone. My life would be a lot easier. But I have usually candidates that don't have what it takes. This guy is unbelievable. He is central casting. Just elect him. You're going to have no problems with him. Thank you. Ed, thank you. Unbelievable. That's great. He's a good man. With us today are some of the amazing warriors who, unlike Massey, stood up for the working people of this Commonwealth. It's a great group of people, the people that built the nation, including a wonderful man who's been with me all the way, Congressman Andy Barr. All the way. He's a good guy and a warrior. Also with us is a senator who came from really behind. He really didn't have a good chance of winning. He was a longtime senator, Democrat. He's terrible. He's running again. He's terrible. He was a terrible radical left lunatic. But Bernie Moreno did some job on him, and he won the race, and it was amazing. And thanks as well to CMS Administrator. You just saw him working. Dr. Mehmet Oz. He was just working. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Director of the Center for Medicare, who's an incredible guy, helped us so much with the reduction in drug prices that you got, the biggest reduction in history. Chris Plump. Thank you. Your State Attorney General, Russell Coleman. Russell, thank you. Thank you, Russell. Good job. A wonderful Secretary of State. We have a good one in Washington, too. Marco, do we like?
So far, this has been pretty entertaining. I mean, I saw it earlier. I'm looking around like, you know, a little more diversity is needed, but otherwise.
Marco, I think so. Your Secretary of State, Michael Adams. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. State Auditor, Allison Ball. Thank you. These are great people, and I've gotten to know them over the years. They're just incredible people. State Treasurer, Mark Metcalf. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Great job. Your former Kentucky Attorney General, Daniel Cameron. Daniel, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. And Chairman and CEO of Morris Industries, good man, Nate Morris. Nate, thank you. Now also with us is a local legend who did quite well suing the Washington Post and various and sundry others. Where's Nick Sandman? Where's Nick? Come here, come on, hurry up, Nick. He's a young guy, he can get up here. Guy walked away with a lot of money. They did a number on him. He said, we're not gonna take it anymore. I love these guys. Nick, wow, become a big celebrity. Nick, say a couple of words, Nick, we love Nick.
Well, thank you. And as I just said, really, the only thing I can say is, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, and thank you to all of you, because it's us together which can beat the radical left. So thank you. We will always stand with you.
I watched that whole thing unfold, Nick, and I said, that guy is getting scammed. And you know what? He scammed them, because what he did was pretty amazing. Him and his group of friends, he had good, loyal friends, Nick, and that's great. I loved it. I loved watching what he did.
Welcome to the Wanderers.
Really? You see that? We didn't even be 2 minutes. This is wild, bro. The commercials are relentless.
Another one who's this guy.
Trying to get through this.
He a very tough cookie. But instead of fighting like a guy his own size, he fights a guy who's like 70 pounds bigger, who won, he's like a 2-time Olympian champion. He's this massive guy. And my friend is a guy named Jake Paul. And I said, and I'm watching, I didn't realize there was a slight size variance, like about 7 inches and about 70 pounds. This guy fought like, I tell you what, he is courageous. He's an incredible guy. He's got a brand new, beautiful fiance, and you're not allowed to use the word beautiful when describing women anymore. It's the end of your political career, but I'll say it anyway. What the hell? She's beautiful. She just won the Olympic gold medal. Where is she? Where's Utah? She gold medalist. Boy, I tell you, she's strong. I mean, she's strong. You better be careful. She's a beautiful person, and she's a big, strong athlete. I watched her win that gold, and they have an expression, if that were a fight, they'd stop it, right? She's great. But Jake Paul is a great guy, and part of the deal is he said, do you mind if I do an interview with you? I said, Jake, I'm the president of the United States. I don't do interviews. Look at Joe Biden. He went 2.5 years without doing an interview because he was shot. But he was shot 30 years ago, too. He was no good. But I said, Jake, I'm president. How can I do your local podcast? But his local podcast is big stuff, and he's big stuff. Jake, you got to come up. Come here. You got to. This guy has guts. And he walked out with a broken jaw. This was not the greatest fight. But you know what? It showed lots of courage. Come here, Jake.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump has taught me is courage. We never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much bigger than you. And I feel all the local Kentuckians feel the same way. You guys have that fight. You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here. The future of America. I grew up just a few hours away from here. My dad.
Yo, Jake Paul is sweating. Look at them armpits sweating, boy.
Taught me to fight. And all of our voices
straight through that suit.
And I'm never afraid to speak the truth. And I know you guys aren't. We are here representing the United States, and it's just a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Trump. We need more factories like this thriving all over the country, and I know he's going to be the one to bring that here to us. I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history, and everyone here has to do their part, and God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office, okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy. A lot of courage, smarts. So in 4 long years, Joe Biden and the radical Democrats in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country, driving up prices all across the board. They left us a mess. In 12 months, my administration has driven down core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months, inflation was less than 1.7%. Under our policies, prices for chicken, eggs, cheese, butter, potatoes, and fresh fruit are lower today by a lot than when I took office. Hotel rates, automobile prices, and rent payments are way down as well. As a result of my direction to purchase $200 billion in mortgage bonds, a risky move, perhaps, but not for me. Mortgage rates are now the lowest in more than 5 years, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000. And to help our great citizens afford their American dream, I recently signed an executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up single-family homes. Under my most favored nation agreements for drug prices, we're also slashing drug prices at record levels, with price differences of 400, 500, 600, and even 700%. Can you believe it? And I got that with the drug companies, and then I had to convince foreign nations that it's not fair, and I used the word tariff, beautiful word. I always said one of my most beautiful words. I used to say this is my favorite word, most beautiful word, and the fake news killed me. They said, what about your wife? What about God? What about religion? What about your children? They said, okay, it's my 5th favorite word. Now I don't get in trouble. No, they actually went after. I said, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff, and they killed me. These guys had it worse. For decades, Americans have paid the highest drug costs in the world, but now, thanks to our policies, Americans are going to be paying the lowest drug prices paid anywhere in the world. And these incredible price reductions are available right now and I did not name this. This was done by Dr. Oz and Bobby. Where's Oz? He's back with the patient. See, he stays with the patient. Where's Oz? Oz, is it true that I did not name this after myself? Okay, thank you. He said, no, he'd be out of here. No, he's done a great job. And is she okay, Oz? Good. Thank you. Great job. Okay. So it's available right now, these really low prices, TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx, and people are using it in record numbers. He named it, I didn't name it. I'm not sure I want my name on drug. Well, drug reduction is probably good, right? Prices ever go up, I'm going to say, get my name off there. But they're not going to go up. They're only going to go down. Other presidents tried to do it, but all they did was talk. It was all talk, no action. I got it done. I got it done for you.
So we had to go through it. We had to watch the whole thing because we want to hear the whole thing. We don't want to chop it, try to twist anything. So everybody heard what he was saying.
Got it done for Kentucky, but it's doing record type business, right? Biggest price reduction. I think it's one of the biggest things to happen in medicine because the prices are just a tiny fraction of what they were. So Trump RX is a major step toward a larger goal of reducing the cost of healthcare for hardworking Americans since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is? I love the name, the Unaffordable Care Act. Oh, do the Democrats hate me? I wonder who hates me more, stupid Tom Massey or the Democrats? I think it's us. Well, they have Trump derangement syndrome. If we won that war, which we have basically done, if we won that war in one day, he should have done it faster. It's unacceptable. And by the way, if I didn't go in, now they like to complain. It's hard for them to complain. With the military is so incredible, but they like to complain. So let's assume I didn't go in.
Really? Again, already. This is wild.
Let them get a nuclear weapon that can destroy the world. So let's assume I didn't go in. Let them get a nuclear weapon that can destroy the world. Us? Good. Thank you. Great job. Okay. So it's available right now, these really low prices, TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx, and people are using it in record numbers. He named it, I didn't name it. I'm not sure I want my name on drug. Well, drug reduction is probably good, right? Prices ever go up, I'm going to say, get my name off there. But they're not going to go up. They're only going to go down. Other presidents tried to do it, but all they did was talk. It was all talk, no action. I got it done. I got it done for you. Got it done for Kentucky. But it's doing record-type business, right? Biggest price reduction. I think it's one of the biggest things to happen in medicine because the prices are just a tiny fraction of what they were. So Trump RX is a major step toward a larger goal of reducing the cost of healthcare for hardworking Americans since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is? I love the name, the Unaffordable Care Act. Oh, do the Democrats hate me? I wonder who hates me more, stupid Tom Massey or the Democrats? I think it's
stupid Tom
Massey.
Massey.
They have Trump derangement syndrome. If we won that war, which we have basically done, if we won that war in one day, he should have done it faster. It's unacceptable. And by the way, if I didn't go in, now they like to complain. It's hard for them to complain. With the military is so incredible, but they like to complain. So let's assume I didn't go in. I was like every other president. Oh no, let them kill people. Let them get an atomic weapon. Let them get a nuclear weapon that can destroy the world. So let's assume I didn't go in. They'd say, he should be going in. These are the worst people. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, named after Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Big insurance companies have gotten rich with our government giving them hundreds of billions of dollars as their stock prices soared up to 1,700%. Under my plan, I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give the money directly to the people so that they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a lower cost, Dr. Raj. Okay? Billions, trillions of dollars a year, literally trillions, go to insurance companies and you get rotten health care. Obamacare is a loser. It was meant for the insurance companies, and the insurance companies totally control the Democrats, not the Republicans. Just over 1 year ago, we inherited a mess, a floundering economy, wide open borders, the worst inflation ever, crime, chaos everywhere. Today, just a short time later, look, we've been there for 1 year. We have the most secure border in U.S. history. The flow of fentanyl across our border is down by 59%. Get it better. The murder rate just saw its single largest drop ever recorded, the lowest in 125 years, before my father, Fred, was born, before he was born. And that's despite the fact that we have a lot of people that shouldn't have been allowed in here that are murderers. Inflation is plummeting, incomes are rising, the economy is roaring back, and America is respected again, perhaps respected like never before. Every single day of my administration, with the help of the great people of Kentucky, yeah, I love Kentucky. We will keep on working, and we will fight, and we will win. And together, we will make America powerful again, front row joke. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again, strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Kentucky. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Now that we got the whole speech, we heard everything. We're going to go ahead and go back to this real quick. I was looking at this.
You know, I've always found it strange. People really want to save money, but
Well, in 2005, an Israeli archaeologist announced to the world that she had uncovered the ruins of King David's palace in Jerusalem.
For thousands of years, King Solomon's tomb remained a mystery, a subject of relentless pursuit for historians and explorers. Beneath the ancient hills of Jerusalem, where countless stories lie buried amidst the earth and stone, a recent discovery has captured everyone's attention. For years, people could only speculate, but now, for the first time, it seems this discovery has brought us closer to the truth. The question isn't just whether this is truly a site connected to King Solomon, but the real surprise lies in what was found there, something that has forced history, science, and religion to reconsider everything. In the Bible, Solomon is considered a symbol of wisdom and immense wealth, and the Ark of the Covenant, said to have been housed in the temple built around 950 BC, and was the center of faith for all of Israel during that time. Now, imagine, if something was buried with Solomon that was deemed necessary to keep hidden from the world, why? And how was the truth kept concealed for so long? Before time blurs this story once again, stay with us, because this discovery from beneath Jerusalem could change our perspective on history. Before we delve deeper into this, please subscribe to the channel. This channel brings you such videos every day. This story is connected to Solomon's tomb, which for centuries people considered nothing more than a legend. Most historians believed that such a place never existed. But then, mention of an old, almost forgotten tunnel beneath the hills of Jerusalem surfaced, and that's where the whole story took a new turn. For a very long time, people had been excavating in this area, searching for a king who was said to have been buried with immeasurable wealth and honor. That king's name was Solomon, a name that still resonates in history today. Solomon was famous not only for being considered incredibly wise, but also for building a kingdom that became a model of power and prosperity in its time. He ascended to the throne at a very young age, succeeding his father, King David. But his work was not limited to simply ruling. He transformed the entire kingdom. Trade flourished, gold and precious goods arrived from distant lands, and Jerusalem gradually became a prosperous center. It was during this period that the first temple was built, a project that took 7 years to complete. Cedar wood brought from Lebanon, gold-adorned sections, and stones so meticulously carved that the joints were almost invisible. All of this demonstrates the engineering prowess and resources available at the time. Stories of his wisdom are equally famous, like the tale of the two women who claimed the same child as their own. Solomon suggested dividing the child in two, not out of cruelty, but to reveal the truth. The woman who was willing to give up the child to save its life was revealed to be the true mother. This decision cemented Solomon's reputation as a symbol of justice and wisdom. His fame spread so far that the Queen of Sheba came to visit him. She arrived with spices, gold, and many challenging questions. But after their meeting, she too acknowledged that what she had heard about Solomon was far surpassed by the reality. This is why Solomon is still considered not just a king, no, but one of the most mysterious and influential figures in history. Solomon's influence was not limited to Jerusalem. His name was so widely known in that era that his ships sailed across the seas to unknown lands. Ancient texts mention Ophir and Tarshish, places whose exact locations remain unclear today. Some believe these regions were in Africa, while others suggest they may have been connected to India. These journeys brought back ivory, precious goods, and other valuable items that could make any kingdom incredibly wealthy in that era. The copper mines in the Timnah Valley of southern Israel also tell a story from the same period. It is believed that the wealth extracted from these mines further strengthened Solomon's kingdom economically, and archaeologists continue to search for ancient evidence there to this day. But as great as his name was, an equally profound question remained. Where exactly was Solomon buried? Surprisingly, to this day, no tomb has been found, nor any clear indication. No name on the stones, no royal mausoleum. Some believe his tomb is hidden somewhere beneath the Temple Mount, while others think it might be in a cave that was deliberately sealed. For years, excavations were carried out, and theories were proposed, but each time the result was the same: nothing. Gradually, the search subsided, and most historians simply dismissed it as an unresolved mystery. But the story doesn't end there. It was just the beginning of a new chapter. Then something unexpected happened that drew everyone's attention back to this old mystery. A discovery, whether accidental or long hidden, was about to completely change the puzzle. What was revealed was not just a tomb. It was a clue that had been silently buried for nearly 3,000 years, as if the past itself was trying to speak again. And what was hidden inside, that was the beginning of the real story, the relentless search for the tomb. For hundreds of years, the search for King Solomon's tomb has been like chasing a truth that was visible but always out of reach. Sometimes medieval knights dug beneath the Temple Mount, and sometimes 19th century explorers scoured the hills of Judea. Each time the result was the same: nothing concrete was found. Gradually, two schools of thought emerged. Some believed that such a tomb never existed, while others argued that the failure was due to incorrect maps, incomplete information, or simply bad luck. By the 21st century, the situation had reached a point where most experts had almost given up on the search.
Yo,
then
what
suddenly,
up?
things changed. Recently, an archaeologist...
Yo, what up, Joe? I'm over here doing some research about this Solomon's tomb. They found it back in like 1992, and now we're hearing about some of the stuff that was in there. Because I'm cracking down on this religion thing. I think that's where I'm gonna focus. I'm just gonna focus on religion and shit. I really think this war is about religion. Has nothing else to do with anything else.
Is named Dr. Emily Carter, known more for her meticulous examination of ancient documents than for grand discoveries, was poring over old records in the Jerusalem archives. There, she stumbled upon something that had previously been overlooked: tax records from the time of Solomon. Hidden within the ancient Hebrew texts was a small but significant clue. Payments were being sent to a place name that wasn't listed in any official register. The reference was to a location near the city of David, a place so cleverly concealed that its name had been lost to time. The city of David itself is a place where history seems to spring forth from the very ground, and excavations there consistently yield artifacts that connect in some way to biblical narratives. It was for this reason that Dr. Carter and her team decided to focus their efforts there. Using ground-penetrating radar technology, they began scanning a rugged slope in the Silwan area. The work was not easy. Jagged limestone, loose soil, and the sensitive nature of the surrounding area repeatedly forced them to halt their progress. The team continued their work day after day until nature itself provided a clue. A sudden, heavy downpour loosened the soil on the hillside, and a small depression appeared in the ground. At first glance, it was clear that this section looked different from the surrounding rock. When the radar was run again beneath that spot, signals began to flash rapidly on the screen, like a heartbeat. A network of tunnels appeared below, not natural formations, but deep structures carved by human hands. These tunnels were built into solid rock, approximately 13 meters below the surface. And it was here that it became clear that this discovery was not just another hypothesis, but a clue pointing to...
All right, this right here is supposed to be the ring of Solomon.
Spot. Signals began to flash rapidly on the screen, like a heartbeat. A network of tunnels appeared below, not natural formations, but deep structures carved by human hands. These tunnels were built into solid rock, approximately 13 meters below the surface. And it was here that it became clear that this discovery was not just another...
Now that's supposed to be the ring of Solomon, or at least what it's supposed to look like. I'm not sure if it's made of that. It's supposed to be made of something in gold or whatever. But
are they
there's
saying
white
it's
gold
the
out there,
actual ring? Is that what they're saying? Or
well, I mean, it's supposed to look like that.
Well, okay.
And there is a white gold, so that could be it. But I'm pretty sure those are
really
the
good
inscriptions that were on it.
Yeah, it's probably their version of it because it's in very good condition. I'm zoomed in on the other one. Every little line is still perfect. I'd assume if it had to endure some length of time, it wouldn't be so perfect.
This one is a little worn on the sides, but
yeah, you're right.
It would still be legible.
They're saying this is his ring. He would have been a big dude unless a big ring too.
That ring has a shadow. I mean, right? That don't look small. And then if you look at the corner of a table, a general table corner, that's pretty decent size ring. At least a size 10.
I want to hear what they're saying about this. I heard them say there were these great discoveries. I didn't hear any since
it just started. Okay. It's on high speed, so it shouldn't be long.
Hypothesis, but a clue pointing to a very old and deliberately hidden secret. A mix of silence and excitement fell upon the team. Everyone understood that this was no longer an ordinary excavation. Work immediately began to secure the site, as every move was fraught with danger. It quickly became clear that the tunnel system was incredibly cleverly designed, with numerous false passages, misleading turns, and entrances deliberately leading in the wrong direction. One wrong decision could cause the entire structure, hidden for centuries, to collapse along with the surrounding rocks. Dr. Carter spent many nights deciphering fragments of ancient texts. These markings didn't explicitly state anything, but were left to confuse thieves and grave robbers. When these fragments were pieced together, the clues pointed to a door that was invisible, yet present. This wasn't a flashy trap. but a quiet, intelligent, and meticulously crafted security system, hidden in plain sight. The part that has been uncovered so far is only a very small portion of the entire structure. In fact, less than a quarter. Most of the structure is still buried underground, and further excavation is needed to understand it. What we can see is only a small piece of the story. But the real turning point didn't come here. The real change occurred when the team stumbled upon an old folktale. Here, an incomplete story passed down through generations of shepherds. A tale of a mountain that glowed in the moonlight, of a wall that looked like stars from afar. Dr. Carter stood on the edge of that very mountain. The ground was wet from the rain, his feet sinking with every step. Yet, there was something different about the silence. The stillness of the rocks, their solidity, as if they were deliberately guarding a secret. At that moment, he was convinced they were in the right place. The destination was near, and that feeling was palpable. And beyond that sealed tunnel, behind a door untouched for thousands of years, something lay waiting to be discovered. What unfolded next not only challenged historical perceptions, but also stopped the team in their tracks. Because as that ancient seal was broken, the story was about to change forever. This week, archaeologists have come tantalizingly close to the tomb of a king long believed lost to history. Imagine a single stone slab standing between the modern world and a 3,000-year-old secret. A slab, perhaps, never meant to be moved. When the seal shifted, it didn't open silently. It was as if something ancient had taken its first breath in centuries. After weeks of working amidst jagged limestone, swirling dust, and a constant undercurrent of doubt, Dr. Emily Carter and her team had followed every lead, from ancient tax records to a forgotten hillside in Silwan. And now they stood before the stone slab, had buried so deep it seemed the earth itself had conspired to conceal it. But this was no ordinary stone. It was simultaneously a barrier, a warning, and a riddle.
Hey,
removing it wasn't simply a matter of brute force. It was part of a larger...
You said we about 3/4 way through the video, yeah?
Yeah, I started it maybe 7-8 minutes ago.
Whatever.
And we're halfway through it.
Don't get mad at me, but I'm getting mad at them for teasing me for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
About there's something at the end. Just wait till we tell you what it is. I'm getting angry. We're not angry, but I'm thinking they suck. I'm thinking I'm angry.
It's
but
like
I'm thinking
thriller.
you suck for that.
I know, it's like suspense, right?
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah.
Can't be mad at them though. At least they're giving us the, the whole
You better
know-how and
end.
how it can. I like how they're giving the background. It's a
What
good
if they
thing.
don't give us nothing though? What if they don't drop anything and don't tell us?
Oh,
they
they will. They will. I mean, they have to. You know.
All right,
There's always more questions than answers, though.
I want to look up the name of the guy that talked about too. Dr. Parker or whatever. I want to look up the name of the doctor they're talking about who did all these things.
Okay, it's a female that found it.
Whatever lay beyond. False
They'll say it
passages
again.
and dead ends were hidden within the walls of the narrow tunnels. Some sections were designed to collapse if tampered with incorrectly. The technology was primitive, but the thinking was that of a mastermind. It was clear that this elaborate system had been devised by those who anticipated tomb robbers and sought to stay one step ahead. As the ground trembled faintly beneath their feet, Dr. Carter carefully examined the ancient Hebrew markings near the entrance. There was a specific sequence, 7 lines, 7 symbols, and an engraved pattern that corresponded to the 7 years of construction of the first temple. The temple, the rebuilding of Jerusalem, and intimations of the future. These weren't mere decorations. They were clearly clues. The team took out their laser tools and 3D scanners and began mapping every single detail, big and small, as if it were a highly delicate operation. The tension in the air was so thick it felt heavy. A single mistake could jeopardize the entire team. For 3 days straight, they adjusted levers, aligned gears, and held their breath every time the stone slab shifted. The deeper they went, the quieter the tunnel became, as if the mountain itself were listening. Then, the moment arrived. A heavy sound, a low rumble, and dust began to rain down from the ceiling. The stone slab began to move, not quickly.
See right here, I thought he was about to like, somebody got crushed. I was like, what? In my head, bro, I thought somebody was gonna get smacked, bro.
Not easily, but enough to reveal a thin crack in the darkness. The team stepped back and stared at the black void. There was no sound, no rush of wind, just a cool breeze and a profound silence. Following the protocols for protecting archaeological sites, they documented the historic moment on camera, for they all knew that what was about to be revealed was not just a place, but a new chapter in history. Dr. Carter slowly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. At that...
Shh! Say his hand.
Don't touch nothing.
Hey,
Everybody was scared, bro.
He say slowly raised his hand. Is he saying it was a guy, a male, Dr. Carter?
Yeah, because okay, so remember, there's a lead expedition dude. She's the one that found everything, and she's kind of like monitoring, and they're, you know, talking with her. She's telling them where to go. They're in there like the Indiana Jones guy. I think they're talking about him right now. He's like, shh, hold up.
I wonder if they ain't talking about King Touchstone. You said Solomon.
Nah, this is Solomon, yeah.
Okay.
From the Bible. The richest dude ever. The wisest man.
At that moment, the entire group froze. There was no sound, no movement. Everyone understood that they were standing at the very beginning of a great discovery. This wasn't the last line of a story, but the first heartbeat of a story that hadn't been heard for thousands of years. What was hidden beyond the darkness wasn't yet clear. So one thing was certain. This tomb wasn't going to reveal all its secrets at once. And the next step was likely to surprise even those who had been skeptical. If you find all this as fascinating as we do, stay tuned. No one
you're going to keep teasing us.
Properly. At that
Nah, I
moment,
skipped that
everyone
part.
realized that they were no longer chasing a rumor or a legend. They were standing right there, beneath the city of David, deep underground, in a sealed chamber that had remained untouched for thousands of years.
Now, this part right here, under the city of David, which is like where Jerusalem is and shit. So they're literally there under the ground. So it's basically giving proof to a lot of the stories in the Bible.
It gave nothing so far.
what-
It just said there's
Hold on,
some
wait a
tunnels down
second.
there so far.
Hold on, wait a second. I did watch this earlier, but I only halfway watched it because I was working. It was in my ear and I was looking on the corner of my eye. So that's why I wanted to talk about this one today.
Every city got tunnels under it. I don't think it gave me proof of anything so far. I'm waiting.
No, look, what I'm saying is the proof is if this is down there and hasn't been found this whole time, and the signs are showing that it's as old as the Bible is saying it is. See what I mean? Then that is proof.
It's proof of nothing that they built tunnels back then. We know that because they're under other people's
if
houses.
this is the
too.
actual tomb, Solomon's tomb, if this is it, and they
That's
found the
what I'm saying.
artifacts,
They
then
haven't-
yes,
they-
that's true.
They ain't said show none of that. All they told me is it was a
Well,
really
hold
old
on.
tunnel.
They're
so far.
telling you how it got found. They're telling you the story around the discovery, and they're walking you through it because that's what they're supposed to do.
Dr. Carter's team stood close together, their flashlights
Dr.
trembling
Carter.
slightly in their hands.
I got
What
that
they saw
part.
before them wasn't part of a story. It was real. Before them lay a treasure, neatly arranged, carefully preserved in the corners, as if waiting for someone to arrive.
Treasure. They found treasure in this first door,
I'm listening.
and it was neatly arranged.
I heard it.
All right. And it has the inscriptions in that ancient language. And it even describes. But keep going.
Near the walls of the chamber were golden vessels inscribed with ancient Hebrew letters. Their gleam made them look as if they had just been polished. The air in the chamber carried a strange scent, a mixture of spices, resins, and earth, slightly sweet and slightly heavy. In one
The frankincense and all that stuff they used to have.
Still can smell it
corner,
after
7-branched
thousands of
menorah rose
years.
from the floor.
It would still be in there, and it's been closed, and there's been no outside air at all in there. It's like a jar.
It was heavy, sturdy, and its design perfectly matched descriptions of the menorah from the first temple. This wasn't a museum.
Okay, now they got the dimensions of the menorah from the temple, the first temple.
Museum replica. It was
It
real.
was massive.
Perhaps the original item itself.
So they found the original item itself. That's how real it was.
And it was clear from everything they saw that this was just the beginning. Everywhere they looked, a story unfolded. In some places, there were fragments of silk, faded, certainly, but still clearly identifiable, as if bearing witness to the ancient trade routes that stretched all the way to India. Intricate ivory carvings hinted at exchanges with African regions. There were also small jewelry boxes, some still closed. Inside, there were indications of earrings and necklaces studded with emeralds, rubies, and lapis lazuli. This room wasn't just filled with treasure, it was silently telling the story of an entire world. An archaeologist leaned forward, only able to utter in amazement that even the greatest museums paled in comparison. But the real shock came when a sealed clay jar cracked slightly.
All right. They found evidence.
Not yet. They haven't
Actual
found evidence.
jewels.
They haven't found
And
evidence.
actual inscriptions
Right. So
that are
far,
lining up with biblical accounts.
Is that what they said? The scriptures that they found lined up with biblical accounts?
Do we need to go back somewhere?
No. You say that but still, no proof of nothing so far.
They're saying every story starting to unfold, just looking around the room, even on the walls.
Right. I'm just
the stories.
I'm just debating or disputing this one thing that you're saying, that they found proof of the tomb so far, or anything related to Solomon so far. Hold on, stay with me.
This is
stay with me.
The Solomon's tomb. You missed the beginning. They explained it and they told us about the location. They even gave us the scripture that was in the Bible where the location was, and then they even told us the story of how she started following the trail and started going to all the folks and stuff like that. The areas all the people were looking in were wrong, and then she was looking through some tax files and she found something and something clicked, and then that's where she went to this site over here that's in Jerusalem. And it was this big, like, just dirt hill or whatever.
She used
and they started digging
penetrating radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they found the little structure and they started digging.
Okay, so
she figured it out. Yeah. With the clues.
Yeah, my question was,
they found
so far. Oh fuck it! You don't need to hear the question. You're just gonna go play the video.
No. I was just finishing that part. But you said, what was the question?
I've tried to answer that question 6 times, and every time you've interrupted me, man. I'm not gonna work this fucking hard, man. We should be able to have a conversation. So, you stated your shit over and over. Go ahead. My shit wasn't that heavy, no way. But if you really want to hear what I got to say, you'll stop. If not, you'll keep doing it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You gonna ask the question?
I wasn't planning on it. The question was just to the statement, one part of the statement that you said that they found proof up to where the video stops of, I think you're saying Solomon's tomb. So far, I don't think we should rush to conclusions with what the video has said so far. So far, it's just the Bible and money. I don't think they've made the connection yet. They're not about to. Got me?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but they were actually looking for Solomon's
I understood
tomb.
that.
You can see from the title.
I heard that.
And they actually found it, and now they opened it. And that's what this is. It's not
I guess
any...
we're going to argue. How do you know so far from the video it is Solomon's tomb? Be specific, please.
This isn't the first time I've heard of it, and I didn't really look into it, and so this popped up on my feed right now, and I was like, you know what, let me look some more. And I was just like, you know what, that does add up. And when they were talking about the spot that they were looking, they were thinking it was outside of Jerusalem, but then the lady, she found the taxes, right, and where they were sending the money back in that day, and it gave a clue, like it gave the clue. So anyways, with that being said, they were already looking for Solomon's tomb. They already had a roundabouts of where it was. They went to the new location after doing everything all over again with that clue, and they did the ground radar. They found the shit. They see it's huge.
What they
started
find?
digging.
What they find?
The stuff right now. You just heard it.
Right.
All the stuff, even the original manure.
Okay,
thingy.
slow down. So, what I've heard they found so far was menorah, religious, so and so, and money and
from the
silk.
first temple.
And money and silk. Yeah.
From the first temple.
Is there something in
you
addition?
Can't cut that out.
Wait. From the first temple, they found what from the first temple?
The original thing, the Jewish thing that has the 8 candle
I
thing.
thought they said it was the same size as the one in the first temple. I didn't say I didn't know they said.
They said they sized it up and it had the exact dimensions as the original, and according to the inscriptions on there, this is the original. And on the walls, it's like the hieroglyph type of situation. They have all the stories that are matching up. And this is what they're saying.
No, stories don't get vague on me now. You're saying that
I'm not getting vague. I'm gonna go back.
Of years. Dr. Carter's team stood close together, their flashlights trembling slightly in their hands. What they saw before them wasn't part of a story. It was real. Before them lay a treasure.
It was real.
Just because he say means nothing. I can hear,
no,
bro.
You're missing it. They found the spot and they realize this shit is real. That's one of those things.
I'm looking for proof. Just because they say something, please just don't repeat what they say. I can hear them saying it.
All right.
Unless it's proof. That's all I'm asking for is proof.
Okay, so at this point,
because he say it's real, I was looking for
did Solomon's tomb get found?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just going off the evidence of the video. I'm not saying whether he found it or not yet. All I'm trying to say is that just because a guy on the video says I found it,
no, he's not saying he found it. He's reporting that it's been found already, and just describing the events. That's it.
Thank you for cutting me off to clarify that shit.
Neatly arranged, carefully preserved in the corners, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Near the walls of the chamber were golden vessels, inscribed with ancient Hebrew letters. Their gleam made them look as if they had just been polished. The air in the chamber carried a strange scent, a mixture of spices, resins, and earth, slightly sweet and slightly heavy. In one corner, a 7-branched menorah rose from the floor. It was heavy, sturdy, and its design perfectly matched descriptions of the menorah from the first temple. This wasn't a museum replica, it was real. Perhaps the original item itself.
Pause.
And it was clear from everything they saw that this was just the beginning. Everywhere they looked, a story unfolded. In some places, there were fragments
keep going past the bullshit.
But still clearly identifiable, as if bearing.
Not because you already repeated that, and you're just gonna say the thing you already said. But we could just get past where we was
psychic. No, I'm not going to pause because I don't want to hear what you got to say. You're just going to repeat what you got to say.
No, I was trying to get back to where we was at in the video, and then you could talk, because there was another point that was coming after what you're about to pick on.
When you say pause, I shouldn't do that, right? I got to fucking decide. Listen, fuck.
I was trying to get us back to where we were at, because all you're going to say is, go ahead. Go ahead.
You said two things. You said there was writing on the wall that said that was his tomb. So far, all they've said with there's Hebrew writing on the wall. And you said that they said that it was the exact one. They did not say that one. They said perhaps the same one. So both of those statements were.
Yeah, I knew you were going to try to poke that out, but that's not even it. It's irrelevant, because how you're trying to place it is trying to make it seem like it's not possible that that's the original, when you can clearly see it's real when they tested it. So this is where I'm at with it.
You're gonna blame me. You're gonna gaslight me because I did something wrong.
No, you're gonna go ahead and try to gaslight like there's no actual evidence and there's no actual proof.
No. I am talking about something very specific. You said the writing on the wall said it was the actual book, and that they said it was the actual book. That's
no,
what
I said the writing on the wall was giving evidence that this was that area they were talking about, and this is that tomb, because it's having the things that are supposed to be in there, and these things are described in the stories, and this area is described in the stories. So what we need to do is realize the stories are true if the archaeology is happening. So I don't really care if you're talking about specific items at this point. I'm telling you the shit is real, because it's starting to come out into the light, and all the truth, everything that happens in the dark will come into the light.
I just so you can was fight it the real one.
The new
you saying
intelligent.
Yes. I am saying
I'm saying
wrong,
yes,
and you're adding all that baggage.
You can't tell me I'm wrong, and I'm telling you yes. That is that original shit. Because if it's sitting here adding up to what the Bible says,
we just replayed it so we could see if you were wrong or not. If it was the exact book, it literally said it could be, and you're fucking acting like, I don't know, like it's gonna kill you to say no, I was wrong. Oh my God,
I'm not wrong.
Go ahead.
Sorry, but you're not wrong either. From your perspective, you're absolutely right to be skeptical. Sure,
whenever you're ready,
if everything is lining up and it's looking like evidence to me, you can frame a nigga with that.
Right. No, you literally said that. I'll be an ass and back up the tape and so that you said it. You want to do that?
No, I look, it matched up to the description. So if there was a knife or something that was described in a murder, and somebody, a witness, okay, or a ledger of the person that got hurt, you feel me? It leads you to this area, you find it, it's there, their testimony is true, that will hold up in a court of law.
That ain't what we were discussing, though, right?
That's exactly what I was saying when I said what I said.
I asked you a question. Was it the exact one? You say yes.
I'm telling you
the
it
writing
is.
on the walls said it was the original, and the book itself said it was the original.
It said it was not no replica, and it said it could be the original. Of course, they're going to say that for the video. Me, I'm telling you that it is.
You told me the video said that it is. That's what you said at first.
I said the video says it has the same dimensions. That's originally what I said.
That was my argument. You said it was the real one, the original.
I'm saying it's the real one, yes.
It's the original. You said
I said it's the real one,
You weren't
yes.
listening.
No, you weren't listening because I said it's the real one. They said it's the same size and everything from the book.
I wasn't listening.
I said they're proving that the stories are true. I'm saying they found the originals.
You said that they said it was the original.
No,
you said
I said they said
it, and it
this
said it
is
on the wall.
tomb. I'm gonna repeat it one more time so you don't get it wrong.
I know what it was, but I'll rewind it since you
All
got to
right,
act
whatever,
like you
fine,
just
whatever.
die if you admit you're wrong.
Intricate ivory carvings hinted at exchanges with African regions. There were also small jewelry boxes, some still closed. Inside, there were indications of earrings and necklaces studded with emeralds, rubies, and lapis lazuli. This room wasn't just filled with treasure. It was silently telling the story of an entire world. An archaeologist leaned forward, only able to utter in amazement that even the greatest museums paled in comparison. But the real shock came when a sealed clay jar cracked slightly. At that moment,
now, this is where we was at. That's all I wanted to do was catch up to where I was at. So that bothers me when I get stuck in the past. So if you want to keep beating a dead horse, that's fine. But I said it's the original. They're saying it's the same size as the original. And it's not a replica. But how many are there?
filled the room. Saffron, frankincense, and hints of citrus. But the scent of the spices was so fresh that it felt as if time had stopped. Everyone was struck by the strangeness of how everything could have survived in such perfect condition after thousands of years, as if someone had deliberately preserved it for future generations. Still, not everything was completely understood. Some of the pieces bore markings the team couldn't identify. The design of some artifacts seemed unfamiliar, neither completely ancient.
Oh, hey, Witchy. We're watching the Solomon's tomb got opened. They found it. This one lady, she basically was researching it because a lot of people couldn't find it. They thought it was outside of Jerusalem, but she ended up finding a clue that it was in the city of David, aka Jerusalem or Salem, however you want to say it. And so she took some radar. She found this spot in the ground in that location where it was talking, and they started to dig, and they found a whole bunch of shit. Even the relics from the first temple, it looks like they're like, you know, from that era. They even have the stories and some writings and everything and whatever, all these different trading items. They're getting into it right now, but they haven't even gotten into the whole thing yet. They're just kind of cracked that open in the front. They're still doing whatever, but I guess it was a lot of treasure, so they're kind of kicking it. We'll find out how much further they go. I'm going to do some more research on this one.
Nor belonging to a specific style. This sparked excitement, but also suspicion. Questions arose as to whether these items could date back to the time of Solomon's son, Rehoboam, or another ruler who had concealed his wealth with a myth. Standing in this room, it was difficult to ignore the suspicion. The team believed that further progress would yield even more important clues. Every jewel, on every carving, spoke volumes. The individual pieces combined to create a picture that directly recalled ancient texts. Yet, this site didn't feel like a final discovery. It felt more like the first glimpse of a much larger story. For this reason, the work was carried out with extreme care, with laser scanners recording every surface. Nothing was touched without recording the full details. Everyone knew that a small mistake could damage the heritage the desert had preserved for centuries. A single menorah could change our understanding of the temple, but the team was in no mood to celebrate. They hadn't come looking for ordinary treasure, but for a tomb, and this room didn't look like one. Yet everyone had a deep feeling that the story didn't end there. This was just the first layer. Whatever lay deeper was hidden for a reason, and the symbols carved on the walls attracted the most attention. The gold was magnificent in its own right, but the markings raised real questions. In the torchlight, a set of symbols etched into the stone became clearly visible. These weren't mere decorations, they held a hidden meaning. Right in the center was a star-shaped seal, sharp, clear, and deliberately engraved. This seal bore a striking resemblance to the symbol of Solomon mentioned in ancient texts. Not just the identity of a king, but, according to legend, a symbol associated with wisdom and power. And this was what got the team thinking the most. The carvings on the walls were anything but ordinary. Straight lines, curved spirals, and sharp angles. Everything was so precise that it resembled an engineer's drawing. It wasn't just decoration, and an archaeologist whispered that it was mathematics, but thought far beyond the typical temple measurements. Some of the figures displayed proportions and structures so intricate that the 10th century BCE era suddenly felt more modern than expected. In a corner of the room lay a few clay tablets, as if someone had left them to be read. They were engraved with Hebrew script, some clearly, others blurry. One tablet bore the same temple measurements as the ancient texts, but the other tablet was different. The language was different, and so was the writing. It looked more like a riddle than a simple record. It mentioned something like a key that could be linked to some hidden knowledge. The team paused. No one spoke aloud, but everyone wondered if it was simply information.
Wait. The key?
Hey, I got it. If you want to hear it yourself, say it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Wait. From the first temple, they found what from the first temple?
The original thing, the Jewish thing that has the candle thing.
They said it was the same.
Nah, you gotta go further back.
No. Listen to this part.
No, you have to go further back.
Please just be quiet and listen.
No,
okay, I'll do it
you have to go further back.
You gotta
no, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing it. I said go further back because you're not finna cut half my shit off. Because I said something before that and you damn well know it. Don't fucking play with me.
Information about building a building, or a way to conceal something else. At that moment, someone's gaze fell upon a dark corner of the wall.
Go further back. Go further back.
They said they sized it up and it
had
the exact dimensions.
Exactly. They sized it up and they had the same exact dimensions.
This is the original.
I'm saying it's the original, and you've been corrected.
There, easily overlooked.
No. I'll rewind it. You say that they had a description on the book saying it's the original.
They had the description, and I said it's
That's
the
why
original.
she uses U.S. Bank, Bank
Let's
Smart
see
checking and
if maybe you're
savings,
telling the
earning her
truth,
better.
or maybe you're right. Let me see what it says.
I don't have no reason to lie. It's no fucking point. They're dimensions. I said dimensions. Now pay attention to that fucking word. Pay attention to that word. Don't play with me.
Descriptions on there. This is the original.
According to the description on there, it's the original.
I said it's the original. They said it's the dimensions. I said according to the inscriptions, it's the original. I'm saying that. I already described they said dimensions. Then I said a statement. You can't put that on them.
Yes, you said the book itself said.
I said, not them. I said the inscriptions.
The inscriptions
plus the dimensions.
Said that it was the original from the first so-and-so.
Like I said,
I
made that claim. I made that claim. Not them.
Yes, you want me to rewind
so
it?
Stop.
You can hear the whole thing because in the beginning you say it was from the first temple. I say, how do you know? You say it says it was from the first temple. I say, oh, you got to rewind it. I didn't hear that part.
All right, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Because all you do when you do this shit, man.
Don't gaslight me. Just say I was wrong.
You fuck up the integrity of the show. It doesn't even fucking matter, bro. Because look, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Because I wasn't wrong, and if you misunderstood me or if I misspoke, then hey, I'm human. But you know what the fuck I meant. You know what the fuck I meant. So don't try to play with me, bro. I'm over that shit.
Bore the same star-like symbol that was visible on the walls. There was no visible lock, no obvious way to open it. The team gathered around it, but no one touched it. Everyone felt that opening it might be risky. Questions swirled in everyone's minds. Were the real secrets hidden here? Did this point to something even bigger? Or would it only raise more questions? Then someone noticed a symbol in the carvings that didn't match anything they had seen before. It seemed out of place and out of time. And that's where the story took a new turn. Dr. Carter's team was still trying to decipher the strange star-like carvings when another discovery was made. Near the eastern wall of the tomb, in the dim light, some writing became visible that wasn't easily noticeable at first glance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 5 lines written in ancient Hebrew. Time had worn them down, but the words were still clearly discernible. It read, "As the stars guide the way, so may knowledge guide my hand." This line silenced everyone. The reason wasn't just the language, but the tone. It didn't sound like an ordinary religious inscription. It felt more like something a person, perhaps Solomon himself, had left behind for himself or for future generations. After that, everything happened quickly. The base camp buzzed with activity. Photos were taken, notes were made, and information was sent to various places. Before dawn, news of the discovery had spread throughout the research world. Some experts said that the writing, the language, and the location all matched the period of Solomon. He also hinted that the surrounding structure appeared to be from the same period, around the 10th century BCE. But not everyone agreed. Some immediately raised questions. They argued that the words seemed too clear and precise. Others saw signs in the symbols that appeared to be from a later period. There were also suspicions that it might be a later addition. As the discussion grew, the debate intensified. Online discussions became heated. Some even suggested that the mention of such wealth didn't align with religious accounts. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, the question of who would have ownership of the site also arose. The atmosphere became even more tense. But beneath all the noise, one thing was becoming clear. These carvings weren't just telling the story of a single encounter. They were hinting at alliances, trade, and shared understanding. If this proved true, it would mean that what had previously been considered solely a matter of faith might also contain historical truth. And just as the debate reached its peak, the team found something in a sealed chamber behind the wall associated with Sheba. Not an inscription, not a crown. Something that, if revealed, could change the entire narrative. And perhaps that's why it had been hidden so deeply. Lab tests confirmed that the metal found was indeed from the 10th century BCE. The time period matched. But with this confirmation came more questions. Could this be Solomon's ring? The royal seal used to issue decrees and ratify agreements with distant lands? Gradually, the team realized that this might not just be a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of a king's identity. Still, they decided against jumping to conclusions, as similar rings from later periods have also been found in history. Every detail was examined with microscopes and lasers, and even the smallest scratch was discussed. Handling it wasn't easy. A slight mistake could erase centuries-old evidence. But the risk had to be taken, because if this truly turned out to be something connected to Solomon, it could become the most direct evidence of his life ever found. During this time, the team noticed some strange patterns on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these weren't words, but rather some kind of musical pattern. The markings looked like they were made for ancient musical instruments. If you like such mysterious and fact-based stories, subscribe to the channel now, like the video, and stay tuned for more groundbreaking discoveries.
All right, so that right there, that's just a little taste what we gonna get into. Now, I made my
doctor's
claim
name
because of the location and the convenience.
The description would it say the doctor's name so we can look further? If you hit the description on the video.
Well, in 2005, an Israeli archaeologist announced to the world that she had uncovered the ruins of King David's palace in Jerusalem.
Now, wait, who did they say?
Yeah, let's say that.
They just said.
They say, they
In 2005, an Israeli archaeologist announced to the world that she had uncovered the ruins of King David's palace in Jerusalem.
What year?
Thousands of years.
2007, I think she said.
Well, in 2005, an Israeli archaeologist.
2005. Go ahead. Let it play.
Just announced to the world that she had uncovered the ruins.
She, so it's a female.
Yeah.
Of King David's palace in Jerusalem.
For thousands of years.
She found King David's palace. That's the claim.
Years, King Solomon's tomb remained a mystery, a subject of relentless pursuit for historians and explorers. Beneath the ancient hills of Jerusalem, where countless stories lie buried amidst the earth and stone, a recent discovery has captured everyone's attention. For years, people could only speculate. But now, for the first time, it seems this discovery has brought us closer to the truth. The question isn't just whether this is truly a site connected to King Solomon, but the real surprise lies in what was found there. Something that has forced history, science, and religion to reconsider everything. In the Bible, Solomon is considered a symbol of wisdom, could change our perspective on history. Before we delve deeper into this, please subscribe to the channel. Searching for a king who was said, for a very long time, and people had been excavating in this area, searching for a king who was said to have been buried with immeasurable wealth and honor. That king's name was Solomon, a name that still resonates in history today. Solomon was famous not only for being considered incredibly wise, but also for building a kingdom that became a model of power and prosperity in its time. He ascended to the throne at a very young age, succeeding his father, King David. But his work was not limited to simply ruling. He transformed the entire kingdom. Trade flourished, gold and women who claimed the same child as their own. Solomon suggested dividing the child into passed by the reality. This is why Solomon is still considered not just a king. Ancient texts mention Ophir. Solomon's influence was not limited to Jerusalem. His name was so widely known in that era that his ships sailed across the seas to unknown lands. Ancient texts mention Ophir and Tarshish, places whose exact locations remain unclear today. Some believe these regions were in Africa, while gradually the search subsided, and most historians simply dismissed it as an unresolved mystery. But the story doesn't end there. It was just the beginning of a new chapter. Then something unexpected happened that drew everyone's attention back to this old mystery. A discovery, whether accidental or long hidden, was about to completely change the puzzle. What was revealed was not just a tomb. It was a clue that had been silently buried for nearly 3,000 years, as if the past itself was trying to speak again. And what was hidden inside? That was the beginning of the real story. The relentless search for the tomb. For hundreds of years, the search for King Solomon's tomb has been like chase. Each time the result was the same. Nothing concrete was found. Gradually, two schools of thought emerged. Some believed that such a tomb never existed, while others argued that the failure was due to incorrect maps, incomplete information, or simply bad luck. By the 21st century, the situation had reached a point where most experts had almost given up on the search. Then suddenly, things changed. Recently, an archaeologist named Dr. Emily Carter, known
Emily Carter?
Dr. Emily Carter. We'll try that again. I'm gonna slow it down.
Recently, an archaeologist named Dr. Emily Carter, known more for her meticulous examination of ancient documents.
Emily Carter.
Here we go. King Solomon's tomb open. Oh, this might be the article you got. Yeah, I guarantee it's the same one that you're watching now. Let me see what else they got.
You're supposed to be on Google, silly.
On Google, they sent me to a video. On Google, I already looked. They said no one's found it. No one's found it. I asked for her name in particular, and they're just giving me videos that say it's been opened. Facebook, King Solomon's tomb, 5,000 years ago. It's not. The king was the wisest man. No Dr. Emily Carter. Wrong year. Okay.
She's the one that found the clue, is what they're saying. Listen.
Her grand discoveries was poring over old records in the Jerusalem archives. There, she stumbled upon something that had previously been overlooked: tax records from the time of Solomon.
All right, so she was doing something completely different and found the tax records.
Yes, I got that part. I gathered that.
Now, whoever actually was doing the digging's probably not her name.
Yeah, but okay, that's odd.
It matters.
That
because you know it's in Jerusalem. You know it's in Israel. You know.
I dig it.
There's so much around Israel, and there's so much around the people of Israel.
Every time
there's so much there.
Every time they dig, they find something new, and they have to stop construction because they found a new bathhouse from the time of so and so. Everywhere they dig, this happens.
Exactly. They find some sort of stuff that will corroborate some history, and they put it away. I don't know why they do that.
It becomes,
and it bothers me.
Front page news, though, right? Like, for instance, who was the richest man?
But it gets squashed too.
Listen, follow me for a little bit. Who was the richest man ever to have lived? King Solomon was.
Yeah, supposedly, yeah.
Yes. So we know what King Tut's grave looked like and the amount that was found there. King Solomon's grave, I would expect, would have thousands of times more shit than King Tut. Not some humble little hallway like they're describing. Right? That's just one thing.
Well, you have to remember, after he died, that place got robbed. Blind. They did. Destroyed the first temple and everything.
They say that. Oh, you're saying that he used to lay somewhere else and they robbed the place.
I'm saying if they did bury him with whatever wealth they did, all of it wasn't buried. I'm sure of that. He had way too many children and wives.
But the shit that they buried with themselves back then was to represent their wealth. We can get a good idea because we all know what King Tut was with. And he was considered a small guy. He wasn't like the big pharaohs whose shit they haven't found. He was a small guy and he had all that.
He was a kid.
And he was still, he was still a king, a pharaoh would have been what they called it. But he had a lot of shit, and gold mask and all that gold. The bigger, more famous pharaohs we haven't found, we're still looking for. Again, though, my point, if there's someone 1,000 times richer than King Tut, he wasn't even rich compared to Solomon. His treasures would have, when they opened it, would have made the news. I'm Googling now, they say it's never been found, blah, blah. All the results say that. The ring I even Googled. They say it's a legendary ring. It's never been found. They got their own picture that looks like that, except it's carved out of stone or something. And
why
I also
would they
watch a lot
want to
of
tell
TikTok
you?
and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, and there are a million of videos.
Okay,
like this with a
ask it if they found the ark, the Ark of the Covenant. Ask them.
Okay, they're gonna say no. Has anyone found the Ark of the Covenant? No. The Ark of the Covenant.
All right, good. Because they said they found that too. Now let's go ahead. Has anybody found any giant bones in the Smithsonian?
I know that one. I already looked there. No, I already looked that one up.
All right, exactly. So they're fucking liars. I don't believe shit they say, because it's no to every fucking thing. Even if we get something ourselves and we found a crash UFO, they would tell us no.
But you believe this video? Well, they're not even saying it's Solomon's tomb. They're saying could be.
Sure.
Looks like you're saying this is it. They won't even say that and you believe it.
Hey,
but when you get evidence,
I'm saying there was an alien crashed in Roswell, but they said it's a weather balloon. Whatever.
People lie if that's the case. I agree. I'm not going to argue over that, right? People lie.
That's all I'm saying. Like, we could believe what we want. That's the cool part about choice.
Which
is why I believe to say that Israel does know where all this stuff is, and that's what this is all about. This has nothing to do with what y'all think, oil and all that shit. That's the facade.
I don't know who y'all is. I'm just one dude, right?
I'm talking about not you. Fine, fuck it. The rest of the world. They think this is about oil. They think this is about some other shit. No, this is about religion, religious artifacts, and who God really is. It's about our history. And some people have evidence of our history not being what it is, and they don't like that shit.
If you want to
Mostly, it's probably people in Iran, because they have some of the most ancient land right there.
Let me make a suggestion to you. You never go over well here. If you wanted to really know, I would direct you. And the people who are doing this, who you're saying it's about religion, what are their beliefs? That's what you want to know. You don't want the surface shit. You want the good shit. Type in somewhere, what does the Talmud say about Jesus? Either type it in YouTube or something and see what it says. Because these are the beliefs of the people who we're talking about. This is about a religious war. So we need to know their beliefs.
All right, well, you might be talking about one specific sect of those people, which is not the majority, and the people that are in power.
We'll know when you
are not the people we're talking about.
We'll know in a minute when you type in the words. We'll know more.
I'm about to pull
what
up
does the
history
Talmud say about?
Because I just looked at this shit.
You just listen. All right. Be nice
Iran,
and have some
was
participation in this motherfucker. Go ahead.
See,
I feel like you just want to propagandize a motherfucker. My opinion is not welcome. Just shut up and listen to what the fuck I gotta say.
I'm not trying to propagandize anything, but the things you're telling me to look up, you could just drop the link in the back chat and do that. And I could just click it, and it's just that simple. Like, if you can't do that, then why should I look it up?
You're right. It ain't worth it. If my shit ain't worth it, all that typing in chat.
Yeah, if your shit ain't worth it to put it in the private chat, then it's not worth it to you.
No,
why should
I
it be
told
worth
you
it
I'm
to
on
me?
an iPhone. I can't put it in private chat. I told you that a long time ago. Every time I tell you that.
You
I had
got
a break
two
through it
phones,
the
Joe.
first day. You can only put it in private chat on the phone that you're on. Now, if it's not important enough to you where you want to type in what does the Talmud say about Jesus, or I gotta wrestle with you, that tells me all I need to know. Remember that shit I said about confirmation bias?
Not even
you
a wrestle,
only want to hear
Joe.
what you want to hear.
No, I don't just want to hear what I want to hear. I listen to all sides because it's all relevant.
Not the shit I suggest.
You didn't put anything in there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. What the fuck? Oh, that's what's fucking up. That's why I can't do nothing. I'm like, why is my computer fucking up? My keyboard was upside down over there.
Man,
Wireless keyboard, I gotta get used to it. My bad. Let's see. I'm just gonna type in Iran right now. I got all this war shit, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm gonna go Iran history because this is relevant. Oh yeah, if you want to know about Iran, talk to this guy right here. This guy's very straight up. Patrick Bet David. He's actually Iranian. He actually lived there. You know, still got family there, frequents it. So that's the shit I'm talking about. We'll do a short history.
In the heart of the Middle East lies a nation that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth of religions, and the clash of civilizations for over 2.5 millennia. Iran, known to the ancient world as Persia, stands as one of history's most fascinating and misunderstood countries.
Now, Persia is what a lot of them, they feel like they're more associated with that versus the actual religion. Because the religion is new taking over. It wasn't like that. Everybody had different religions in the areas. So that's the thing about the old way. This whole dominance of the Islamic religion was not a thing like this. So for them to be acting this way, it's really not Persian. It's not that. It's not the history. And, you know, like I said, I did a deep documentary earlier on it. It was like 2 hours long, man. Dude, even the Chinese got sucked into Islam. There's like, oh, there's so much about Islam, the actual religion, that it's alluring to a lot of men because you pretty much get to do what you want. But when you come to a certain point with God, right, you have to do the prayers, there's a whole system of worship that is there, but there's like a lawlessness inside of it, which is kind of weird to me. So that's something I didn't find, you know, especially if the punishments are like harsh like that. I mean, even, you know, it's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy stuff. Like,
I was looking at my other phone, but the battery died on that one, so I was going that way. It's a Moto. That way I'd have been able to put something in the back chat because I typed it up in Google, what does the Talmud say about Jesus? And a video popped up immediately that could tell us what it is. But that phone's only on 6% anyway.
Right.
So,
but in short, just so I can ask this question, do they say Jesus is the Messiah, the one true Savior?
Oh goodness, no.
No?
No, goodness, no. These are.
Oh, okay. Well then,
this is Israel.
Everybody's gonna have their own opinion.
You said this is about religion and stuff like that. We need to know what these people, what they believe. I think that would play a part in figuring this a puzzle out. Would you agree, or I'm off?
All right, let's do this short one real quick. This is the entire history of Iran from Persian Empire to Islamic theocracy. So we're gonna do this short one real quick. I got it on speed up. We're gonna get into it. We'll start here.
From the mighty Persian Empire that once stretched from India to Greece to the Islamic Republic that dominates headlines today, Iran's story is one of incredible transformation, cultural richness, and profound upheaval. But how did a nation that once epitomized tolerance and cultural diversity become a theocratic state where the morality police patrol the streets? How did the land of Cyrus the Great, who authored the world's first Charter of Human Rights, evolve into a society where religious law governs every aspect of daily life? The answer lies in a complex tapestry of conquest, faith, foreign interference, and revolution that spans centuries. To understand modern Iran, we must journey back to ancient Persia, where one of history's greatest empires emerged from the Iranian plateau. The Persian Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great in 550 BCE, was revolutionary not just in its size but in its approach to governance. Unlike other ancient empires that imposed their culture and religion on conquered peoples, the Persians practiced remarkable tolerance, allowing local customs and beliefs to flourish under their rule.
Now, this right here is very important, because this is what a lot of people are leaning on. This is why they want a regime change, so it's more peaceful for the world in general.
The Persians were followers of Zoroastrianism, a religion that would profoundly influence the
All right, Zoroastrianism. Let's go back because this is very important. This is one of the things I have to look into.
The Persians were followers of Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism.
Yeah.
All right. That's something I have to look into. We're getting into the rabbit hole.
It's like a precursor of the
A religion
Bible.
that
It shares a lot of the same stuff with the Bible. It's older.
Profoundly influenced the Abrahamic faiths that followed. Zoroaster, the prophet who founded this faith, introduced revolutionary concepts that seem remarkably modern today. The struggle between good and evil, free will, divine judgment, heaven and hell, and the worship of a single creator God. These ideas would later find their way into Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, making Zoroastrianism one of history's most influential religions, despite its relatively small number of followers today. For over 1,000 years, various Persian
All right, so this right here is big because it does have a reflection, just like some of the older ones, like the Babylonians, the Romans, and there's a lot of correlation to the stories. If you look and layer over the top, you know, some of the fingers don't match up, but you know, it's still a hand. You know what I mean?
I think I understand what you're saying. I think it's all draws the same line. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, even though some fingers are crooked or broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dynasties ruled vast territories, creating a rich cultural legacy that celebrated poetry, art, and learning.
You've got this.
Ah, bastards hit me with a commercial. My bad, guys. My bad. Dang, hit me with 2 commercials. They hurting us today.
The fuck, Dickie in
became the
here?
lingua franca of much of the Islamic world, and Persian poets like Rumi and Hafez would later achieve global recognition.
Hafez? I think I know that guy. I'm just playing. Nah, but anybody that wants to write down those names right there.
And Persian poets like Rumi and Hafez would later achieve
Rumi and Hafez.
Global recognition. This was a civilization that prized intellectual achievement and cultural sophistication, values that would endure even as political power shifted. Everything changed in the 7th century when Arab armies swept out of the Arabian Peninsula, carrying with them a new faith called Islam.
Ah. See, Aryan armies was different.
Shifted. Everything changed in the...
So, those political powers, this is something that we have to be aware of because religion was a big thing back in that time, especially with the Crusades and the Christians and the Roman Catholics and all the different switchy-swatchies, flip-flopping.
7th century when Arab armies swept out of the Arabian Peninsula, carrying with them a new faith called Islam. The conquest of Persia was swift and decisive, bringing an end to the Sassanid Empire and introducing a religion that would fundamentally reshape Iranian society. However, the Islamic conquest of Iran was not merely a military victory, it was the beginning of a complex cultural synthesis that would define the region for centuries to come. Islam, meaning submission in Arabic, brought with it a comprehensive worldview that governed not just personal belief, but every aspect of social and political life. Unlike Christianity, which developed alongside secular Roman law, Islam emerged as both a religion and a legal system. The Quran, believed by Muslims to be the literal word of God, provided the foundation for Islamic law, known as Sharia. This legal framework covered everything from worship and personal conduct to commerce and criminal justice. The Islamic concept of commanding right and forbidding wrong became central to Muslim society. This principle, drawn directly from the Quran, obligated believers to ensure moral behavior within their communities. It wasn't merely a personal responsibility, but a collective duty that would later provide the theological foundation for institutions like Iran's modern morality police. While Islam quickly became the dominant religion in Iran, the story took a dramatic turn in 1501 with the rise of the Safavid dynasty. The Safavids made a decision that would forever alter Iran's place in the Islamic world. They declared Shia Islam the official state religion, enforcing it with remarkable severity. This was revolutionary. Shia Islam, which had developed around the belief that Ali, the...
All right. This is the Shia, right? The Sharia law stuff.
Shia Islam, which had developed around the belief that Ali, the Prophet Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, was his rightful successor, had been a persecuted minority sect throughout most of the Islamic world. The Safavids not only embraced Shi'ism, but imposed it on their subjects at the pain of death, requiring all Iranians to curse the early Sunni leaders. The transformation was profound and systematic. Shia clerics from across the Islamic world flocked to Iran, seeing an opportunity to create their ideal Islamic state. These religious...
So, they wanted this.
Who wanted what? Who wanted what?
The religious leaders.
They wanted what?
They
wanted this.
They
the
wanted.
leader wanted
to push the Shia law. They wanted to.
Yeah, all religions want to push their stuff. Yes, we agree.
Well, I mean, it's a little different for others, but this one specifically wants to push it.
Yes, they all do, right? So the Crusades you were just talking about was about.
I mean, with
those
Jesus, you have a
religious.
choice. It's a little different. Like I said, everything's a little different. What's up, Clay?
What's up, brother, man? How much longer you got before it's I mean, I hope I'm not too late.
I'm feeling all right. I got another beer and some drink here, so I mean, not a drink, but the
Clay,
weed. I'm gonna
you
blow
can
one.
help me out. You can
We'll
help
go
me
ahead
out.
and
Clay,
run
I may
it for
need you to-
another, probably another hour. I could probably pull an hour,
If you can
15.
Put something in back chat. I'll dig something up, Clay, for me because
okay,
we've been having an issue with that. I ain't got shit yet, but I'll find something out that you hear.
Yeah, just let me know what it is. Whether you just type it or tell me, whatever.
Scholars, known as the ulama, developed a symbiotic relationship with the Safavid
The ulama and the Safavi
rulers. The clerics provided religious legitimacy to the state, while the rulers elevated the ulama to positions of unprecedented power and social status. Under Safavid rule, the principle of taqlid, or religious imitation, was instituted. This meant that ordinary Shias were expected to follow the guidance of high-ranking clerics in all matters of religious law. The clerics, in turn, began to regulate virtually every aspect of human life, from clothing and diet to commerce and personal relationships. Official orders went out to close taverns, ban music and dancing, segregate the sexes, and enforce Islamic dress code.
Damn. Welcome to kindergarten. Shit. The fuck? Did y'all hear that? Oh, we're gonna go back real quick. Some bullshit. Wow, we gotta blow them up. I'm just playing.
It ruled, the principle of taqlid, or religious imitation, was instituted. This meant that ordinary Shias were expected to follow the guidance of high-ranking clerics in all matters of religious law. The clerics, in turn, began to regulate virtually every aspect of human life, from clothing and diet to commerce and personal relationships. Official orders went out.
They just all in your business. Hey, you can't poop right there, but you're in your own house.
There's a belief, as they're saying now, that this all derived from Zoroastrianism. And it makes sense because the Mosaic law does the same exact shit. You can get stoned to death if you make clothes with the two opposite fibers and shit. It's just as brutal. So I can see it that it comes from here.
Yeah, but that's why I like Jesus. Because he's just like, look, I took that beating for you. I died for you. Just be nice and move on with your life. Or keep being an asshole. Pretty chill, man.
To close taverns, ban music and dancing, segregate the sexes, and enforce Islamic dress codes. The Safavid experiment created something new in Islamic history, a stable, unified Shia state where religious authority was deeply intertwined with political power. This model would lay the groundwork for what would eventually become the Islamic Republic of Iran.
They really need separation of church and state. I'm done. Anybody want to say anything about that?
Yeah, no. I mean, like, I know a little bit about Islam, but like very, very little.
I'm talking about the idea of your religion running your country. Yeah, anybody got anything to say about that?
No, I like the way we have
the,
it here.
The United States was founded on that shit, yeah?
Yeah, separation. Well, the Magna Carta was the origin of it, and then it, moved over.
I'm saying it says separation of state, church and state, but that is not true. You got in God we trust
don't pray
on
in
the
the
money.
classroom.
They don't try to separate that at all. They say in God we trust on the money. They got it up front. And we know everything was built on the Christian idea of rights and wrong, and God said these things. The entire thing is built on Christianity.
Hey, Witchy, how you doing?
Hello. I just wanted to know, do you know how the Protestant church was started? And that means anything that's not Holy Roman Christian. Do you know how that got started?
I would say it came from that one guy, the Luther guy, right? But he was trying to separate from the way Catholics were doing it. I guess they were like on some bullshit and making shit up.
No, it was King George decided that he didn't believe that the Vatican should be higher than him.
Oh, you're
Right.
talking about
So-
King
Right.
James version.
Yeah,
No,
Right of
you're- I'm
Kings.
not talking about the Bible. This is before he rewrote the Bible.
Rewrote.
King James
think so?
Yeah, the
rewrote the
King
Bible.
James is a
King George
rewriting.
King George decided that he wanted to have more divorces than the church wanted to allow him, and he says, "What church should have rule over me?" And so he created the Church of England to tear away from Catholics ruling countries. You're saying that it's weird to see the laws of, Sharia law where the Islam wants to impose their religion into the law, but that has been the way throughout history. The Zoroastrians imparted that into almost every religion after them, that religion should be part of the law.
Can you either turn the music down or turn her up?
I can hear her clearly.
Yeah,
But
you can't.
I wasn't
agree.
asking her to
Turn me
do
up,
it for
Joe,
you, but
sorry.
thanks, man. Prick.
All right, but I do agree with what she's saying. It has been like that for a long time, and that's why when you get America, it's like you get to be yourself, you get to do your own thing. But even Persia is what we learned on that last video. They were having their own type of thing too, where you could have your own religion and they still let you kind of do your thing. So that's appreciated. Having the
That's because
church.
it's a trade center. That area, that area of the world has always been a trade center for all the other corners of the globe. It's a very intense trade center, and so you had people coming from everywhere to go there for trade. You still do.
Well, yeah. I mean, you still have everything in that area with the Mediterranean, and they were at war with the Romans for a little while. They were at war with their own clans. Like when I was looking at the long one of the history, it broke it down all the way how the Mongolians started adopting the Islam, and they took it back to China and stuff. So there's a lot there.
The first actual world power to actually really, and this is just my opinion, really documented as reaching out into other territories towards the European and the Asian continent. So from my understanding, it's actually Egypt.
Yeah, everybody knows
Yeah,
about
Nero.
Egypt.
Yeah, Nero. The Pharaoh Nero came and conquered almost all of Europe.
Nero would have been a white boy at that time, though.
No, Nero would have been.
Well, I remember Egypt
golden colored
had. There was a saying that they actually were the rulers of the whole entire world at one point. When I hear that, it's like everything was Africa. That would make sense.
Under Nero, and Nero assimilated people, and the conquistadores tried to copy what he did, and when they went places, instead of destroying everything, they assimilated the people to their culture. And that you'll see, like in Mexico and South America, that they didn't really kill off the natives, they just bred with them and converted them to Catholicism. So even like the natives here still go to church. And I live in New Mexico, and the natives here on the reservation have Catholic churches and still baptize their kids because they were so converted to it.
See, and they have their crosses. I know it's big down there. They were trying to get me to come to the Catholic service or mass or whatever they call it, and I was just like, I don't know if I see you guys. You should go to mass sometime.
It's kind of creepy. It's like so ritualistic. It's so creepy. So I've been.
And they had me have the little nasty ass paper cracker thing and that nasty ass wine. It was gross.
My husband was Catholic. His family's mostly Native and Hispanic, and he was Catholic. Rest his soul. And I converted. I took classes to become Catholic, so I'm confirmed.
I bet that was boring as fuck.
Actually, Joe, no, because
it was interesting.
It's a lot like going to Torah classes where there's a lot, you're allowed to ask questions. It's a lot different than how they do the kids in catechism, because it's for adults, the conversion. So you're allowed to ask questions and explore things. So even though I didn't agree with most of what they had to say, it was like, you know me, I'm always wanting to pick someone's brain.
Questions and shit, yeah. As long as they're answering,
Yeah,
not
see, I
being
love that.
dicks.
All right, let me hit this real quick some more, and then we can talk some more shit.
Though that transformation was still centuries away. As the Islamic world grappled with the rise of European power in the 18th and 19th centuries, Iran faced a crisis that would define its modern history. The once mighty Persian Empire found itself technologically and militarily outmatched by European powers, particularly Britain and Russia, who began treating Iran as their personal playground. The Qajar dynasty, which ruled Iran from 1785 to 1925, presided over a period of national humiliation. Foreign powers carved up Iranian territory, controlled its resources, and manipulated its politics with impunity.
Sound like no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That little kid needs a friend. Talking to grown-ups like that, that's wild.
The British established a monopoly over Iran's oil reserves, keeping the vast majority of profits for themselves while leaving Iran with a pittance. This experience of foreign exploitation would leave deep scars on the Iranian psyche and fuel a nationalism that continues to influence Iranian politics today. In response to these challenges, Iranian intellectuals and reformers looked to the West for inspiration. The Constitutional Revolution of 1906 represented a remarkable attempt to modernize Iran through democratic reform. This peaceful revolution established Iran's first constitution, created a parliament called the Majlis, and attempted to limit the power of the monarchy while protecting individual rights. However, these democratic aspirations were repeatedly frustrated by foreign interference. Britain and Russia, fearing the loss of their influence, actively worked to undermine Iran's constitutional government. The discovery of oil in Iran only intensified foreign meddling, as these resources became too valuable for outside powers to ignore. The failure of constitutional democracy paved the way for a different approach to modernization. In 1925, Reza Khan, a military officer, seized power and established the Pahlavi dynasty. Both he and his son, Mohammad Reza Shah, pursued a philosophy of secular nationalism, attempting to modernize Iran by force while suppressing both political opposition and religious influence. The Pahlavis viewed Iran's Islamic identity as an obstacle to progress. They implemented sweeping secular reforms, including banning the hijab, granting women the right to vote, and reducing the power of the clerical establishment.
Okay, pause.
Oh, I bet they didn't like that.
So, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, remember the other day we were talking about that guy and we were asking if the Iranians really wanted him, the American who's the Iranian who's here in America. I can't.
Which one they wanted? Yeah.
That's his family. That was his father who did that, and he wants to return that motivation to Iran.
All right. That was his father who was trying to make it secular?
Yes. And he wants to go back to making a secular
Back to the
Iran.
Persian days.
Right.
Yeah.
I got you. Makes sense.
Because they used to be a powerhouse back then, especially when it was trading. Even when the Mongolians came, they started to adopt their whole system of how they did business and everything, how they did trade. They were taking advice from them.
They're going to talk here in a minute about how Western powers again interrupted that because it didn't serve our interests for them to be a democracy, and that's how the current regime took power, the one that we're now supposedly trying to overthrow or whatever.
I gotta turn the music up to hear you, then it's loud as fuck. Then I gotta turn it down when dude talk.
I'm
Fucking
sorry,
aggravating.
it's I'm always low. I even went and got a new microphone and I'm just always low.
Yeah.
I hear you perfectly. You sound pretty loud.
I have trouble hearing it, but fuck Joe.
Joe. We need to get you some of those things that old people be wearing
Or you
that
can
help
just
you hear
turn the
better.
fucking music down and make fun.
I
and
did
crack
turn
jokes.
it down, bro. You
I'm
just be hearing
told I
funny.
can't even hear the music at all, so
You can't really hear the music till you stop talking. Joe
I
just
really
getting
don't
old.
hear it at all, but I'm also old little concert.
If you don't want old
go
motherfuckers
stand
to
next to a bunch of big
participate.
speakers, so.
Clay, you still awake?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up, Brody?
What you want to say about this? Do you think they should go back to the old Persian days, or stay all religious fanatic-y?
My opinion of that side of the world is I don't give a damn, you know, and it's always been that way for me. Yeah, I want people to be happy, to be at peace and that sort of thing. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to go to war. But like, if that's what they're gonna choose to do, like, I don't have a problem with it. It will suck to not have certain types of trade happen, but
it's already affected me. I'm a crochet.
Can I ask a question?
And I can't order yarn because a lot of it comes from Korea and it's not making it through the Strait of Hormuz.
My gas is up $1 more than it was last week. I paid $2.77. Now it's $3.77. Affecting me too.
Now my thing is, all right, this might sound a little weird, but if these people that in their religion to go and like hurt yourself to hurt somebody else, if that's cheered for, right? If they get a nuclear weapon and it's like, if you shoot a nuke, I'm gonna shoot a nuke, right? They'll shoot the nuke. They'll just shoot. If they could get a nuke, they would just shoot it. I know it.
Just talking, bro. I get that.
They would just, soon as the first one, boom, it's just gonna go up in the air. Everybody's gonna be like, "What is that?" Hey, Ray shot a missile.
But the thing is we'll be able to stop it so quickly with most of our allies we have. Like, that we're letting these
It
missiles
couldn't
that
make
they're
it to the
using
U.S.
hit
anyway,
because-
Nikki.
Well, no, they're letting these missiles hit our bases
Hypersonic.
and stuff because it
They
will
don't have
get money
hypersonic
funneled into
capability.
the military-industrial complex to rebuild them when it's over. They wanted to
China
rebuild
does.
them anyway because we have better tech now, but we had to have those destroyed first, so we're letting them hit them. But we have such really intensive anti-missile technology that we won't necessarily fire a nuke back. We'll take their nuke out before it hits a target.
Here's what I'm saying. We're talking about who's fucking with who. What does that have to do with us? I'm with Clay on this part, at least. They can't even reach us. It'll be how many years it takes. However many years it takes to make them fucking because they'll have to enrich the uranium, make a fucking
They
bomb,
were almost done
and then find a
till we blew their
delivery
asses up.
system that they don't have now that makes it across Europe, let alone across the ocean and get to us. We're safe for the foreseeable future from that shit.
Joe, what we do is we go in every 20 years or so after building bases, and we start a little fight so that they bomb our bases so that we can pay our military contractors to go rebuild the bases. And the only way we can get Congress to fund that is if the bases were destroyed.
I believe it.
Well, all I'm saying is, if there's this crazy guy that is like Allah Akbar running at you with a nuke on his chest, that's not cool.
Okay, that's like...
He's gonna get 13 virgins and I'm gonna get dead.
What, you
I don't
really
like the
think
odds.
Someone can run at you with a nuke on their chest?
Yeah, you don't even have to drop a nuke. You could just be a sleeper agent that's ready to die for your shit.
Yeah,
and just pop up.
This is basically the same concept of officer safety. What if he has something on him that, blah, blah, blah. Now I need to pat him down. I need to knife hand his balls, figure out what he's got on him. It's a search.
I'm
It's
talking about the guy
unnecessary.
that's running at you. No,
Yeah,
he's
it's-
running at you. He has a thing in his hand with a red button on it. He's saying, "Allah Akbar." That's
But you don't-
it.
you don't
That's
see
it.
You don't see the comparison that I'm making?
What if? It's the what if. Bring on
Right.
the precogs, right, Clay?
Right. It's the thought crime.
No, it's not. It's not that it hasn't happened. See what I'm saying? They just shot up Texas. A dude with a property of Allah shirt. This is
Now think about
religious
that.
for
Now think
them.
about that. If he was really a sleeper cell, why would he go to a fucking little bar in Texas? That's
It only needs to be a little bit.
And why would he shoot
'Cause
up
right now-
anyone? And would he shoot up anyone if they hadn't killed his president and attacked his country? We did that.
But he's not over there. He's in America.
He's not even a sleeper cell. He's fucking CIA false flag. We
Right.
needed to drum up support for the war in Iran, so we got some planes that were sent. Who the fuck really stands up and says, "I have a bomb, I'm gonna blow up the plane" after going through
There's-
fucking TSA?
There's a few reasons why I don't believe that thing that you just mentioned about the nuke strap. I don't believe that's going to happen for a few reasons. One, I don't believe that they've got anybody crazy enough to do it. Number one. Number two, and I understand the idea behind sushi side bomber thing. I understand that, but the idea of a nuke, I don't believe they've got anybody crazy enough to do that particular thing. And then on top of that, there's a fear there. I believe that anybody who would do that would have is that's how they would be remembered. They wouldn't be remembered as being glorified and being justified in that religious sense. They would actually be remembered as that person who destroyed massive.
I don't think there is no memory. At least they don't think there is, because if you set off us, you wake the sleeping giant, and we blow you off the map. There's no one left to remember. They know it's end game. Once they push the button, they know it's in with them. Check the chat, chat, Clay, and put that in the back chat.
Also, just like, how would they get? You're saying he's running at you with a bomb. If somebody's coming into the United States with a bomb, I live on top of NORAD. We have some of the most advanced technology for detecting that shit. He's not gonna get even near our fucking shores with a nuke without us knowing it's coming.
Nah, like, this is what I'm saying. The people that are here, okay? The people that are already here.
Yeah, how are they gonna get a nuke to them?
That's actually,
there's materials everywhere.
That brings it to my.
They're gonna make a nuke.
Here's the final point. So
all the materials are here.
If you unalive infidels in that religion, then you get rewarded. But unaliving people who aren't infidels is red rum. So if they set off a nuke and their people die, it's red rum. So logically, it doesn't make sense for them to set off the nuke, because they could take out their own people in this country.
Nah, they were already talking about casualties of war.
And they can't enrich uranium, so you still have Nikki's problem of getting uranium across the border, because they can't enrich it here.
There's already some
here. You
here.
can't just build a nuke in the United States. Come on.
They do it all the time.
There's only a certain amount. No, there's only a certain amount of actual warheads that are accounted for in the world.
He is saying niggas off the street build them. He ain't talking about that the countries build. He talking about niggas in the United States build nuclear bombs all the time that ain't the government. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I did understand that, but I don't believe that. Just
so I live in the state of New Mexico where we created nuclear power, and come down sometime and go to the museum so you can see what goes into making a nuclear bomb, and tell me that somebody could do that undetected in the United States right now. I'm not saying it's not possible to do it. I'm saying undetected. There's no way you could build a bomb like that in the United States.
I mean, let's say you're on Chinese private property in America.
Matter. They'll still detect so the atoms that are needed that put off
uranium
markers. And well, it's not just uranium, it's specific uranium. Not just any uranium will do. This is a specific isotope.
I have a question then.
And once you create that isotope, it creates a huge signature that can be seen through technology that we have.
We have these things posted on street corners in big cities. We have low-lying flying planes. We have some other things that just sniff the air for these things that she's talking about.
Yes, and
so I'm asking
and coming through the border, all of it's at the border.
Is there a way to transport it safely and undetected?
The undetected
in the
part
United
is hard.
States, not undetected.
Not undetected.
No, I'm asking you, is there a way for any government to transport undetected, right? Including ours?
No, not undetected.
So you're telling me if my government wanted to move some of their nuclear assets
right
undetected, they wouldn't be able to do that?
Undetected by who? right? Because they're the detection agency. You mean moving
That's
into
what I'm
another
talking about.
country, would another country detect it, or we detect it? If we're moving it, of course we know it's us. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's us.
But if we wanted to move it undetected, is it possible?
Yeah, we just don't write
As a country.
newspaper story about it. As a country, we put it in the truck, and when the alarms go off, we don't tell the public. So yes, we've moved it undetected. If that's what you're saying, we fucking put it in a milk truck.
Yeah.
No,
That's
okay,
what you're saying.
perfect.
Countries, there are other countries that have similar tech to us. So even if we move it, they are aware. These are things that set off such huge signatures that they're visible from satellites. It's not like anybody does anything the other one doesn't know when it comes to nukes. That's
Okay,
why
so if
either
that's the
they got
truth,
it or they don't. That's how we know.
then you know, and so does our enemy. They know exactly where every government hidden
No,
bunker
they're
and
not
base
visible
is that
from
has these.
satellite. They can't sniff a bomb from a satellite. You can't detect where it is from a satellite unless you see it visually. The detecting and shit don't
getting
work that
closer
far.
and closer with nanotechnology, where they can
You can
basically
detect the signature from the uranium isotope. You can't.
Not from outer space, I guarantee you. Why do they have the shit at street level? Because that doesn't work. That's why
Right.
they got them all throughout New York and shit.
what they do is they detect the signature from the satellites, then they send a
Let me
small
Google
unit.
this. There's no way the satellite
airplane
can
to find
sniff
it.
uranium.
Just ask.
Yeah.
Here, I'll ask my AI real quick. She's been over here wondering when I was gonna talk to her.
It's not sniffing, by the way.
All right, so is it possible for any government to move hold on, give me a second. I gotta get my words together. Is it possible for any government to move nuclear material undetected? That's what I want to ask. All right, is it possible for any government to move nuclear material undetected?
Yes, it's possible, but only under very specific high-risk conditions. No government has ever done it perfectly without leaving traces, but here's how it could theoretically happen. 1. Small-scale, low-signature moves. A few kilos of highly enriched uranium or plutonium? Sure. Smuggle it in diplomatic pouches, private jets, or even commercial cargo mislabeled as medical isotopes. North Korea's done this kind of thing. Think 2000s-era shipments hidden in shipping containers. Detection relies on radiation sensors, but if you shield it well, lead-lined boxes, neutron absorbers, and keep the route short, you can beat most border scanners. 2. State-level cover. If you're a nuclear power like Russia, China, or the US, you can move material openly under maintenance or research pretexts, then quietly divert a fraction. The IAEA monitors declared sites, but not every truck leaving a facility. In 2010, Iran allegedly shifted enriched uranium between sites without full disclosure. Inspectors only caught it later via satellite and intel leaks. 3. Black market routes. Governments have used proxies.
They
Think
caught the
AQ Khan's
truck
network in the
movement, not the
90s.
uranium.
Pakistan shipped centrifuge
No,
parts
they
through
caught
Dubai,
the
Turkey,
uranium.
Malaysia.
They
No
put
radiation
off
signature,
wasted.
No,
no
they
customs
didn't.
flags.
No, it
The
puts off
material
wasted.
itself never crossed borders as nuclear, just parts. Harder to trace, easier to deny. Real limits. Big stockpiles, tons, are impossible to hide. Too much radiation, too many trucks, too many insiders. Modern tech, neutron detectors, gamma spectroscopically, even AI pattern matching on shipping data catches sloppy moves. Insider leaks or satellite eyes almost always blow it eventually. So yeah, possible? Absolutely. Undetected forever? Nah. Someone always talks, or the physics betrays you.
Policies created a modernized Iranian.
All right. All right, cool.
So
They
they're-
say the
Now-
satellites can detect the mind. Nothing like what
Okay,
you
so-
cats are talking about.
No.
What I wanted to
they-
say off of
yeah.
what she said real quick before I forget.
Go ahead.
It is possible to move it undetected in small parts and small quantities. It can stay undetected for a while unless somebody snitches or unless you get a lot of it in one area. So don't move parts together until you're ready to make a move. And then now you have sleeper agents that just meet up in a spot, put this shit together, but right before anybody can react, even though it pops up as radiation, boom, done.
Hey, can you play Imp that video that I got in the back? It's relevant to what we're talking about now.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'll play it next because
God damn it! It won't.
This
It's
shit because you
relevant
want
to
to
now. It won't be relevant 10 minutes from now. It's a 2-minute video.
Fucking Joe, man.
So
That's
just
what I
a
mean
quick
with
question,
Russell,
guys.
man.
My mister just got home and he asked if I knew that the politicians went in their bunkers today.
I
haven't read
which
the headline. Can you
politicians?
guys fill
Ours?
me in?
That would be news. Israel and Iran. That's not news.
I'm
All right,
looking
we're
it
gonna
up
come back
because
to the
now
nuke
I'm
shit.
curious.
All right.
In society that many in the West would recognize, with universities, a thriving film industry, contemporary music, and Western-style dress, particularly in urban areas. However, this modernization came at a tremendous cost. Both Pahlavi rulers governed as autocrats, using secret police to terrorize political opponents and suppress dissent. The benefits of Iran's oil wealth were concentrated among the elite, while ordinary Iranians, particularly the urban poor and rural populations, saw little improvement in their lives. The situation was further complicated by Iran's relationship with the United States.
Imagine being able to build anything just by...
Man, that's wild.
Initially, many Iranians viewed America as a potential ally that might help them escape British and Russian domination. However, this hope was shattered in 1953 when the CIA, working with British intelligence, orchestrated a coup that overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and installed the Shah as an absolute monarch. This coup, known as Operation Ajax, was motivated by Mossadegh's decision to nationalize Iran's oil industry, threatening Western economic interests. The success of the coup established the United States as the dominant foreign power in Iran and the primary target of Iranian anti-imperialist sentiment. The
You
memory
hear
of this
that?
intervention will haunt U.S.-Iran
Iran was
relations for decades to come.
Gonna do
By
the
the
shit
90-
of their own.
They got
US
mad
and
about
Britain destroyed them when any chance again they added achieving fucking helping their own people.
It's like America betrayed them. Fucked up. Yeah, they're pretty salty.
1970s, growing opposition to the Shah's authoritarian rule created a revolutionary situation. Critics accused the regime of being a puppet of Western powers and of abandoning Iran's Islamic identity in favor of foreign values. A term emerged to describe this perceived contamination: Westoxication, the idea that Iran had been poisoned by Western influence. At the forefront of this opposition stood Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, a charismatic cleric who had been exiled by the Shah for his opposition to pro-American policies. From his exile
Looked like his son in that last picture, huh?
in France, Khomeini developed a revolutionary ideology that would transform both Iran and Shia Islam. In his influential work, Islamic Government, Khomeini argued that Islamic societies must be governed by Islamic law and that this law should be interpreted and enforced by qualified religious scholars. This was a radical departure from traditional Shia theology, which held that legitimate Islamic government could only be established by the hidden imam, a messianic figure who would return at the end of times. Khomeini argued that in the absence of the imam, the religious scholars, particularly the most learned among them, had both the right and the duty to govern Islamic societies. Khomeini's message resonated with diverse groups of Iranians who shared little beyond their opposition to the Shah. Leftist students attracted by his anti-imperialist rhetoric, traditional bazaar merchants concerned about foreign economic penetration, and ordinary Iranians frustrated by corruption and repression all found something appealing in Khomeini's call for revolution. When the Shah fled Iran in January 1979, millions of Iranians poured into the streets to welcome Khomeini's return. However, the revolution's ultimate direction remained unclear. Various factions competed for power, including secular Democrats, leftist revolutionaries, and Islamic fundamentalists. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that Iran might establish a democratic government that balanced religious and secular elements. This possibility vanished when Iranian revolutionaries stormed the American embassy in November 1979, taking its staff hostage. Khomeini's decision to support this action, while popular with his revolutionary base, isolated Iran internationally and allowed him to consolidate power by eliminating more moderate voices within the revolutionary coalition. The Constitution of the Islamic Republic, ratified in 1979, created a unique system of government that combined democratic and theocratic elements. While Iranians could vote for presidents and parliament members, ultimate authority rested with the supreme leader, a position designed specifically for Khomeini. The supreme leader controls the military, intelligence services, and judiciary, while a body called the Guardian Council screens candidates for elected office and can veto legislation deemed incompatible with Islamic law. This system institutionalized the enforcement of Islamic morality on a scale unprecedented in Iranian history. The Constitution explicitly mandates that the government promote virtue and prohibit vice, using the same Quranic language that had justified moral regulation under the Safavids centuries earlier. However, the modern Iranian state possessed surveillance and enforcement capabilities that earlier dynasties could never have imagined. The establishment of the Islamic Republic brought dramatic changes to Iranian society. Political executions skyrocketed as the new regime eliminated those it deemed counter-revolutionary. Independent newspapers were closed, the education system was Islamicized, and militia groups enforced religious law in the streets. Women, who had gained significant rights under the Pahlavis, found themselves subject to new restrictions, including mandatory hijab wearing and limitations on their ability to work, travel, and participate in public life. These policies sparked a massive exodus of Iran's educated middle class, brain drain that continues to affect the country today. Those who remained faced a society where religious law governed personal behavior and political dissent was equated with heresy. The morality police, formerly known as the Gasht-e-Irshad, became the visible symbol of this new order, patrolling the streets to ensure compliance with Islamic dress codes and behavior. The Iran-Iraq War, 1980-1988, helped consolidate the new regime by rallying Iranians around the flag, but it also entrenched the system's authoritarian tendencies. The war's end brought new challenges as reformist politicians attempted to liberalize the system, only to be blocked by conservative forces loyal to the supreme leader. Today, more than 4 decades after the Islamic Revolution, Iran remains a nation caught between competing visions of its identity and future. The death of Mahsa Amini in police custody in 2022 sparked nationwide protests that revealed the depth of popular frustration with the current system, particularly among younger Iranians who have known only life under the Islamic Republic. These protests raised fundamental questions that have haunted Iran throughout its modern history. What is the proper relationship between religion and politics? Can Islamic societies embrace both faith and freedom? How can Iran honor its rich cultural heritage while adapting to the modern world? Is peaceful reform possible, or will change only come through another revolution? The story of how Iran became a theocracy is ultimately a story about the complex relationship between power, faith, and identity in the modern world. It demonstrates how historical grievances, foreign interference, and religious ideology can combine to create political systems that their own citizens may eventually reject. As Iran continues to grapple with these fundamental questions, its future remains as uncertain and fascinating as its remarkable past. From the tolerant empire of Cyrus the Great to the morality police of today, Iran's journey illustrates both the potential and the perils of attempting to create a perfect society based on religious principles. Whether Iran can find a path forward that honors both its Islamic faith and its people, its desire for freedom remains one of the most compelling questions of our time. Thanks for watching.
All right, now.
Thanks for watching.
Your thing. See if it pops up.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
We're being pushed into war by Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's just be honest about what this is. It's not about Iran's weapons. It's about Israel's ambitions.
He's been saying the same thing for years, Tucker, trying to bait us into this.
Only the United States can lead this vital international effort to stop the nuclearization of terrorist states.
All right, I'm still going to ask this question. Why does Iran need a nuclear bomb? What for? Don't nobody want to go there.
You're missing
Nobody wants to be
point
there.
of this video already.
No, I'm watching this video. I'm going to keep watching it. But why do they need a bomb?
So the first clip that you played, it was 2012, right? What's the clip that's playing now? 1996?
Oh, yeah. We're going to go there.
Timeline?
I get it. What I'm saying is, I've seen this one before. This is not new to me.
Right.
I'm asking, what do they need a bomb for?
You believe that they need a bomb?
Just answer the question.
You believe that they need a bomb?
In case someone tries to aggress on them and kill them, they need
Nobody
to defend
wants
themselves.
to be there. And if they weren't trying to get a bomb to threaten Israel, Israel wouldn't even give a fuck.
No,
okay.
Israel.
I didn't say nothing about
why they
Israel.
need a bomb. I'm not Iran, but what I can answer is
nobody wants to be there.
What makes us think they have the capability?
They don't want to be there.
Do you believe that they need a bomb?
I bet you if you gave all the people a choice, if they wanted to stay there and live under that law the way it is, there would be probably some grandmas and a bunch of dudes, but all the females would leave. All of them.
There's a few females who actually like it.
I don't know.
Okay, fine.
Typically,
There's
the
a few that would
females
stay.
enforce that
I'm saying 75% of the women would leave.
But so in the context of what we're reviewing at the moment, do you believe that those people really believe that they want a bomb? Not that they need a bomb, but that they want one.
No, they think they need one. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying for what?
You think they're trying to actively get
You know
a
what? I'm
bomb?
going to ask AI.
And have been trying to actively get a bomb?
I don't think they need a bomb. Nobody
That's not
wants
what I
to
asked.
be.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay,
Thank
fine. What
for
did you
not
ask?
asking. Yes. Do you think that they've been trying to make a bomb?
A desire.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I think they've been trying to make one. I think they desire to make one. I think they want to make one. I think they feel they need to make one.
You just anything make you believe that way, or you just feel that way?
No, I'm sure of it because it's a thing. They've been trying to do it. Now, my question is,
my question
why
is, how
do they need a bomb?
I know we heard you. I answered your question. I got one on the table here.
No, what's my question? What was the answer?
How do you know? I told you that someone may try to attack them and kill them. They may need to defend themselves. That's why any nation may need a nuclear bomb.
Really?
What evidence do you have that they've been trying to make one? You say you're sure of it.
They've been talking about getting one. They've been saying they were close. And then even the Iranian dude, he was talking about how they, damn it, I don't want to misquote him. I don't like not knowing the exact word for word. It bothers me. But they have been trying to do this for a long time.
I hear
Ever
that you're
since,
saying that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that we know, because we had inspectors in there, we know in Trump's first term that their uranium was only up to 5 or 6%, which could only like run for electricity in the country and shit. And that they agreed that they weren't going to try. In fact, they've made deals with us where they wouldn't make. So they weren't saying that, yes, we're making a bomb. They were saying, and we were sending inspectors over there, that they were not making bombs, and we had people to go make sure of it. That's been the reality that I know.
Okay, but why did Obama give them money and say it was okay if they made a nuclear bomb?
He didn't. Obama had to deal with them saying they would never make one. When Trump came into office,
they would never make one?
Yes, that was the deal. In fact,
are you
Obama,
sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Obama and Biden had it where you could send motherfuckers in to investigate and inspect. There you go. All the locations where we thought they were. I'm sure we would have used our
Did
satellite.
Obama make a deal with Iran
it was
to
called
never make a nuclear bomb?
Yes. It was called the Nuclear Non-Proliferation.
Obama didn't make a deal where Iran promised never to make a nuclear bomb. What happened was the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, formerly called the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Here's the real gist. Iran agreed to limit its uranium enrichment, no weapons-grade stuff, cap its stockpile, redesign its heavy water reactor so it couldn't produce plutonium, and let IAEA inspectors in. Big time. In return, the US, Europe, and others lifted sanctions, freeing up billions in frozen assets. The deal wasn't a forever no nukes promise. It was time-limited. Key restrictions expired after 10 to 15 years, some as early as 2025. Iran never signed anything saying they'd renounce nuclear weapons permanently. They just said they'd stay compliant while the deal lasted. And they kept insisting their program was peaceful, though the US and Israel never bought that. Trump pulled out in 2018, sanctions snapped back, and Iran started enriching again. Now they're way closer to bomb-grade material than they were under Obama. So yeah, the deal slowed them down, but it wasn't a never clause. More like a not right now, and we'll watch you.
I threw her off when I said never, but previous presidents had the same deal with them. Trump killed it.
Yep. There is no official who's ever
Did Trump kill any deals with the nuclear stuff with Iran?
No Iranian. No
yeah,
Iranian
he killed the big one. Trump pulled the U.S. out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, on May 8, 2018, called it the worst deal ever, and said it was too weak. What he did? Reimposed maximum pressure sanctions. Oil, banking, shipping, basically choked Iran's economy. Killed any chance of renewing or extending the deal's limits. They were already starting to sunset anyway. No new nuclear talks happened under him. Iran just ramped up enrichment instead. So yeah, he didn't just tweak it, he torched it. Biden tried to revive it later, but Iran had already gone way past the old caps. By now, they're enriching to near weapons grade, and the whole thing's basically dead.
This is all under Trump.
Horrible business practice, right? It's either you do business with me or I'm going to destroy your company, is basically what he told them.
What was the nuclear deal that Trump was supposed to have killed or he was trying to make a deal with?
He didn't. That's the point.
Trump wasn't trying to make a new deal. He was trying to kill the old one and replace it with something tougher. The deal he killed? The JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. That's the 2015 Iran nuclear agreement Obama helped broker with Iran, the EU, Russia, China, France, Germany, and the UK. Trump's beef? He said it was too soft, didn't stop Iran's ballistic missiles, didn't cover forever, and let them keep too much nuclear know-how. So in 2018, he yanked the US out, slapped back sanctions, and basically dared Iran to come back to the table for a better deal. He never actually got one. Iran didn't budge. They just sped up their program. No new agreement happened under Trump. The deal he talked about was mostly just tough talk. We'll negotiate from strength, but it fizzled. Bottom line, he killed the existing JCPOA, promised a stronger one, and left office with nothing new on the table.
You can play that 20 times. You hate new information, bro. Can we play the vid? Can we move on a little bit? The reason people believe they were going to make a bomb is because of this guy. Every few years, he says they're 3 years away from destroying us. He's been trying to sell it to every president in history. Fucking Trump is the first one that bought that bullshit. That's how we got here. And here, if you'll play the tape, here are every few years.
He said it here. 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 We get the point. I've seen this one already, and so have many people.
Great to know. Would you play the vid like you said you would?
I did. Okay, he's saying it here. He's saying it here. He's saying it there. He's saying it there. He's saying it there.
No.
He's been lying every time. I just feel like Trump, he hates war. Why would he do this?
He may not have a choice, actually, because Israel has said, if you don't join us, we're going to do it anyway. Move unilaterally, possibly with nuclear weapons, which they haven't. They threatened that before. If you don't backstop us, if you don't defend us, help us, send us armaments, send your aircraft carriers to the region, give us missile defense, we'll have no choice but to use nukes against our enemies. And nobody wants that to set off global war.
But this is a hypothesis.
Yeah, you're an asshole,
he's saying
man.
this is
I may or may
possible.
not come back and visit your ass one of these days.
Everything has always been sped up.
But the point is that here it is. He's saying it over and over again to propagandize. And if you're willing to accept that and look at it from the lens of, damn, he said it every year, but every single time he said it, it wasn't true, then you're on board with reality. But if you're not willing to accept that, I'm going to say you're probably not on board with reality.
I'm accepting everything everybody's saying. This is all information to me, and I'm just listening to all the hearsay, and in the back of my mind, I have my own opinion about all of it.
Yeah,
and I dictate in my life what's true and what's not. I'm not telling any of you that you're wrong, and I'm not trying to chase you away, but you can't convince me to think like you. I have to think like me.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
100%. Yeah, you have to make your own decisions on what is true and what is not
So
true.
I know it frustrates Joe when I don't just say, you know what, Joe, you're right. Blah, blah, blah. No, and sometimes I misspeak my words because I speak a little quick because I want to get it out so y'all could go.
Well, do you believe that the Iranian people or the Israeli people care about you personally?
I don't think anybody cares about me personally except me. Maybe my mom sometimes.
I would say there are a lot of Americans who care about you.
I mean, as long as I'm not trying to hurt somebody, I'm sure as soon as I start trying to hurt somebody, they'll give a fuck.
Absolutely.
Like,
you become a criminal, then yeah, absolutely. People are gonna be like, fuck this guy. Yeah.
Hey, let me say, man, before I cut out, no, Joe is not mad because you don't accept my beliefs. Joe doesn't like the treatment that he gets. He's the only motherfucker over here with you. And when I try to talk, you cut me off. When I try and participate and pull up a vid, you come up with every reason not to do it. And then when you finally agree, you 4X my shit and talked over it first. This is why Joe is leaving. Joe takes these things as disrespectful and not being appreciated. So you two understand why I'm leaving.
Hey,
well,
Joe,
I apologize if I make you uncomfortable or anything like that. That's not my intention. And I play all of them super fast. I've been playing mine super fast as well. They've been on 0.5 and 0.2 because I try to get through it quick so we can keep talking. And I don't cut you off, Joe. You try to come up here and try to prove me wrong or make me look wrong or make your point, and that's fine, but I don't do the gotcha moments. I appreciate how Witchy came up here and she kind of just said her piece. She didn't really ask me questions to know if I know. She kind of just said her piece, and that's appreciated. Clay, you say your piece when you're talking to me because we've been talking to each other for a while, so you know. And Joe doesn't want to treat me how I should be treated. He wants to treat me like he treats everybody. And that's not okay with me because I'm not everybody, bro. So if you treat me like everybody, I should act like everybody, right? And cut you off and not listen because that's how you treated me. Because you don't want to let me be myself, have my own mind and have my own opinion. I have to be wrong or you have to be right. It can't just be like, you know what? I can see your perspective. And with that, the way you're looking at it, I can see how it works. But my perspective is this, da, 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 da. And I can be like, you know what? That makes sense too. So that's two ways to get to the same goal? Or what? That's pretty much where I'm at with it. So I'm not trying to chase you away. I played the video. I just said put it in the private chat so it's easy for me. I could just bloop. But my bad. But here, I'll put it at the 0.5 like the rest of
a nuclear third world war. But I would just say there is another option that no one in Washington ever seems to consider, which is constraining our client state and saying, look, for our sake, and by the way, also for yours, no. If you allow people who are dependent on you to treat you like this, it doesn't end well. If you allow your children to scream the F word in your face at dinner, it's bad for you, but it's also bad for them because they're out of control. You are not living up to your role as a parent, as a guardian, as the person in charge, as the guy paying for all this.
Otherwise, I don't like arguing back and forth about what I said 5 seconds ago, especially after I corrected myself, especially if I misspoke. That's not even fair to me. It's like, come on, man, I'm sitting here trying to gain knowledge, give knowledge, let's investigate, whatever. But you got to work with me. You know what I'm saying? I am kind of the host, but I'm not trying to be rude, but it's like, help me out a little bit. You put it in the back chat for other people or, you know, like, you know, it's just, I don't know. I guess he got respect for other people. He been around them longer or whatever. I don't know. What am I doing, Clay?
Joe, kind of like me, I feel like Joe's probably kind of aggravated a little bit. I get in those moods where I get aggravated sometimes too. So I understand. I do. I understand it absolutely, completely. Yeah, I feel like he's just aggravated right now, and sometimes it's best just to agree to disagree, and walking away at a moment is what's beneficial. You know, pick and choose your battles, kind of thing. You know, not everything is a necessity. Not everything. You know, in a moment, you might feel some kind of way about something. You just want to get your point across and all that. And that doesn't just mean Joe either. It's yourself too. I'm not in that kind of a mood right now. But, you know, even Joe's pointed it out. You know, Clay seems like he's in a mood right now. And in the past, and I'm like, you know what? He's right. Other people have said the same thing. It's had to be coming from a few different people before I even realize it and say, well, you know what, like, maybe I'm in a mood, you know. So agreeing to disagree can be a good thing. That's all I can really see on that. And that's, again, you know, if like we go to the Israeli and the Islamic stuff, it's really about the same thing, in my humble opinion. Those people live in the same area, have vastly different views of the way the world should work, and then a Christian comes in and just muddies the water completely, because that is also a vastly different view compared to the two. The other two are very strict religions, whereas the basis of Christianity is not as strict. I mean, there are some definite qualifiers, but there's a lot of leniency within the Christian faith. So, and then, even Christians themselves get aggravated with each other. Islamicists get aggravated with each other. Israelis get aggravated with each other. But those people over there in that particular region, they're around each other all the time. And then Christians step in, or sometimes it's fake Christians, just American good old boys. And then sometimes it's, people of all different other faiths as well step in and try to say, well, y'all need to slow your roll. And then it's actually making things, it's like stepping into a marriage. You get involved in somebody else's marriage, you really get involved in their life. And I hate it when people do that. I hate it when people get involved in somebody else's marriage. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you doing? That's somebody else's bedroom, basically. And that's the way I view that world over there. It's like, that's their land. We have our land over here where we kind of have enough issues. And Iran, I don't believe has a massive desire to take over Israel. I just don't believe it. The main reason is geography. All right. So Iran is like 2, 3, 4 countries away. They would literally have to go through like Iraq, I believe, and then there might be 1 or 2 other, Syria or something, Libya, or Lebanon. Excuse me, Lebanon. There's a few countries in between them that they would actually. Now they could, theoretically team up with those other countries, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did something like that to invade. But at the same time, are they doing it? Are they ramping it up? Are they, visually, physically doing these things? And I don't see it. And then on top of that, there was, not now, but was a massive amount of trade going on in the region up until this newest conflict. And because of that, it's like, at what point do I stop paying attention to it and say it's all bullshit? You guys are just fighting over absolutely nothing. And is that land even worth it? Here's one. Geography, again, going back to geography. If you look at the big scratch, I'm going to call it a big scratch on the earth, that giant desert region from the western side of Africa all the way to the mountains in Afghanistan. There's this giant burn mark across the earth that's just basically desert. Now, there's a few pieces in between that are, there's the Fertile Crescent.
An oasis,
yeah, that northern part of the desert, and then you go south of that to the Congo and in certain parts of Africa, and then you've got the sea or the ocean, the Indian Ocean, south of that. But if you really look at that region, it's a big, giant, vast desert. And if you go east, in the old days, they used to call it the wilderness. That would be Iran and Afghanistan. It's like the Sierra Nevadas here in the U.S. It's just basically a bunch of hilly mountains where sometimes it snows, but nothing really grows. It's very arid and difficult to grow things. And, maybe it's for cattle of some sort a little bit, but living there is a harsh environment. And so they're fighting over land that it's basically this giant, harsh environment. And the U.S. actually has a region that's similar. So
I was just thinking about that. The scratch across America.
Yeah,
it goes down to Mexico.
Yep, California, Southern California, into Arizona, New Mexico, and into Texas. Well, the U.S. actually did something very unique with their land. So this is something that I learned about not too long ago, is they took and planted a massive tree line in the middle of the country to block that big, giant, basically wind that would come through. The reason they did that was because of the Dust Bowl. The Dust Bowl actually brought a bunch of environmental changes about. And to protect the East Coast, basically from the middle of America, they actually, and you can look this up. Actually, let me look that up for you, and then I'll that's a great one.
Yeah.
That is a great one.
Well, we might have to make a show out of it. If you want to bring some material,
yeah,
we can make a show out of it tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I don't know whether tomorrow is Sarah's Israeli show, so I'm definitely going to be up there for that. Yeah,
Israeli show. Yeah, we've been doing some studying over here. You got some material, huh?
Is Shaman Omar? Oh my goodness, it should be really good. Yeah, middle tree line, USA.
Here, let me play this real quick because this is the time for this one. This is the AI debate, right? Muslim versus non-Muslim.
Yeah,
I was saving this.
We used powerful AI models to create two characters. A Muslim character, hi, I'm Muslim AI, and a non-Muslim character who opposes Islam.
Hi, I'm non-Muslim AI.
We placed these two characters in a face-to-face debate to discuss the position of Islam in today's world.
Non-Muslim AI is such a nerd.
Books written by thinkers both for and against Islam to guide the debate. With a Muslim character.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm sorry, that was funny. Oh, damn. Oh, that made my night. I'm about to roll up another one of these, man.
So
I'm sorry, Joe. I love you, man.
I put a video in the back. No, I've never seen it. But it is
so it's gonna be new.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for me, it was brand new information not too long ago. And like, I've never seen this actual video, but I learned about this concept, like I said, not too long ago. And I'm looking at what they have to deal with over there. And I'm saying, well, why haven't they ever done that? Why haven't they done anything to protect their land from the arid, the trap of an arid Sierra Nevada, basically? And they really just haven't. But I look at what the U.S. did, and I'm like, wow, that was really smart. You know, it was.
Well, I know that.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it was environmentalists who came in and basically said, you know, this is why this is happening. They looked at the entire map and said, well, you got this big giant scratch, so let's plant this tree line and protect from the arid wind. So it would be really cool to see.
Where did they plant the tree line?
Well, that's why I brought up the video. Like, I put it in the private chat. Like, that would be really
okay.
Cool to
all right. So that's gonna be our next one. I'm gonna actually save it and bookmark it as well.
Very good.
Let me go to it real quick.
Setting up internet usually takes a few days, so I hired a new employee to help us get emails out.
All right, all set. AT&T Business Internet is ready to
Knowledge
go.
well.
Wait, that's it?
Like it.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to.
And then go back to this video real quick.
We used powerful AI models to create two characters. A Muslim character, hi, I'm Muslim AI.
I'll pull that up
non-Muslim
tomorrow
character
for sure.
who opposes Islam.
Hi, I'm non-Muslim AI.
If we don't
placed
get
these
to
two
it
characters
tonight.
in a face-to-face debate to discuss the position of Islam in today's world. To deepen the discussion, we fed our AI model books written by thinkers both for and against Islam to guide the debate. For the Muslim character, we thought that traditional Islamic scholars' views have been aired countless times already, and having an AI just rehash them wouldn't really bring anything new to the table. So instead, we used the perspectives of Muhammad Mujtahid Shabastari, an Iranian philosopher and theorist.
All right, so who the hell is this guy?
Some kind of
known as religious intellectual
philosopher.
Wait, go ahead.
Islamist philosopher, basically.
Yeah. So they're basing the more off of his stuff because all those other guys are the main guys, and they're gonna say the same stuff. I think his stuff is the same, but it has a little sauce.
Yeah, he's gonna have the philosophical take on it, which is going to give you a more what we would call in the West enlightened view of it.
Okay. So we're gonna dig in there because we just want to know what we're getting into, and this is about what they believe. Because remember, Joe wanted to go there, I already had some stuff planned, and he's not working with me. You know, I'm still trying to put a show out. But let's go. I really wish Joe was here for this. Dang, man.
On the opposing side, we use the perspectives of Sam Harris, an American neuroscientist and philosopher who criticizes Islam. To judge this debate, we selected 5 different AI models as referees.
All right, these are the AI models. All right. Claude is definitely homosexual. ChatGPT is definitely homosexual. And DeepSeek is definitely gay.
ChatGPT.
Gemini's neutral.
They're all homosexual.
And Grok is straight. No, Grok is straight.
I don't know about all
no, because like you missed it. You missed the debates.
I just use Google. For real. Like I don't even go to any of these other ones.
The Gemini.
Yeah. Good one. Is Google Gemini?
Gemini's cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little gay. Oh no, wait. They're a little straighter than ChatGPT,
No.
DeepSeek, and Claude. Claude is
No. Google is Google AI, right?
Yeah, that's Gemini. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Pull it up in the little Google thing. It'll say Gemini says.
All right.
All right. Now let's see what we got. Grok's pretty straight and Gemini's pretty straight.
To see which arguments they would evaluate as stronger. Stay with us and promise not to cheat. Don't skip ahead in the video to see the final score. The debate begins now.
He's like, don't cheat. Should we cheat? No, I'm just playing.
Can Islam be compatible with democracy and individual freedoms?
Look, I have to honestly say that
Wait, what was the first question?
Can you be free and be Islamicist?
Can Islam be compatible with democracy and individual freedoms? Hell no.
You know the answer is going to be no.
Hell no.
It should be no from both, but we'll see what the Islamist AI says.
Well, we know he's gonna say hell nah.
Right? We already know what the liberal's gonna say.
He's gonna be like, well, yeah, as long as you follow the rules.
yeah, it will set you free.
Basically.
Freedoms.
Look, I have to honestly say that historical evidence and the current situation in Islamic countries tells us something else. Islam.
He's dancing around this shit. Didn't he just dance around that shit? He should have said hell nah. Lying ass motherfucker. Look at this politically correct bullshit.
At its most fundamental level is a complete ideological system with instructions for every aspect of human life, from personal laws to how governance should work. When a religion claims to possess the ultimate truth, and this truth must govern society, it naturally conflicts with the principles of democracy that are based on people's right to choose, pluralism, and freedom of conscience. Look at countries that implement Islamic laws. Do non-Muslim citizens in these countries enjoy equal rights? Can women live freely? Can individuals freely leave Islam? The answer in most cases is no. Even the concept of apostasy in Islam, which carries severe punishments, shows that freedom of thought and conscience conflicts with the fundamental principles of this religion. The problem is that religious faith, meaning belief without evidence, is fundamentally incompatible with rationality and critical thinking, which are the foundations of democratic societies. Democracy cannot flourish in an environment where certain beliefs are immune to criticism, or where it's assumed that an ancient book has all the answers. This issue isn't exclusive to Islam, but rather any ideological system that considers itself the representative of absolute truth inherently has problems with pluralism and democracy. We can't deny that in Islamic societies there's violence and oppression against dissenters, women, sexual and religious minorities. And this isn't merely a political or cultural problem, it's rooted in Islamic texts and teachings. When explicit verses in the Quran command war against non-believers or establish unequal rights for women, how can we say this religion is inherently compatible with democracy and individual freedoms? Of course, individual Muslims might support democracy, but this doesn't mean Islam is inherently compatible with democracy. To achieve a truly democratic society, we need to free ourselves from religious dogmas and shape our societies based on human reason, science, and secular ethics.
We asked 5 AI models to score each response from 0 to 10 based on an index. We created this index using a
secular ethics is wild.
Right.
I don't know about that last
Bro, that
part.
sounded directly from Effigy. you know who Effigy is, right?
Yeah.
Like that sounded exactly like Effigy. Like for real. Liberal did it dirty, bro. Beat him down.
Did he write that book?
I'm saying. I am convinced Effigy is AI now.
Yeah, but check this out. When you go to Sarah's, we got more information. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you get to eat this up.
Yes.
And give me the shout out when you get there.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you should. I mean, you're welcome. And then, of course, you can always restream.
Well, yeah. She might let me. She might let me, and I could just.
She allows people to restream.
I could stream it.
Yeah, she does. And you can be restreaming. You can actually be streaming before you jump up if you know how to do that too.
I got 2 devices.
She encourages the branching out. She's for the community. You know what I'm saying?
That's where I started. So yeah.
Yeah, she does good, man.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites. It's always full though. Every time I'm trying to get in.
Tomorrow it's gonna be full 100%.
Yeah.
Like, for real, it's gonna be full. But you got to get in there early. That's how that works. Like I've been putting the word out, and I'm actually gonna text somebody who I hope comes up, who's very controversial. More controversial probably than a lot of people around these YouTube streets. Just because
I think I'm the most controversial.
Not even close.
People love picking. They love picking on me.
Nah,
love
bro. You're too mild for the controversy.
I thought I was trying to be mild. I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. I think that's what bothers a lot of people is how gentle I am. Maybe
I'll tell you what it really is you and it's your panel, so you have the power to, but you do have a tendency to, chalk it up, chuckle and kind of go into the, the hanging out talk versus, if somebody's actually trying to get like a point across, then, and I think that's what was maybe aggravating Joe a little bit, which you mentioned, you're just interrupting me and all that, but because he was aggravated, it came out as harsher than what it was. But you do have a tendency to just basically,
bro out a little bit. My bad.
Which is fine.
Bro out.
It's your panel. Yeah, you. That's exactly right. You bro out. Yeah. You have fun.
And we'll have that bro moment in between, and then because we'll still be on topic, but it'll be fun.
Well, it's like going on 10th Man's. It's like going on 10th Man's panel. He's trying to get to the video, but we're all just chalking it up,
Yeah, and I'll be trying to get to the video too, but I still want to give room for, everybody to feel like we're chilling. It shouldn't feel like a fight or I got your moment or I'm right and you're wrong. It's not like that. I don't want that kind of environment projected. And I think that's where me and Joe are clashing. He's used to being in that combat zone.
Yes, that's where him and 10th were clashing a little bit. But I'm
not
also,
combat.
Like I said, I also believe he's a little aggravated at the moment too. Something else might be going on. It just seems that way to me. Normally he's not like that.
Maybe I didn't infer to him that, hey, you can actually talk to me if you want to just have a conversation. Like if you're going through something and shit. If you just want to get some shit off your mind brainstorm and shit like that. I don't mind.
That's not what
I'll
guys
give him my personal shit.
No, that's not what guys do. When we're going through shit, we don't talk about that shit. We talk about other shit to get our minds off of it. That's what guys do. And then, hopefully somebody's listening, and then if somebody does, and we kind of look at the situation and then get over it. That's the guy thing. We don't talk about the thing, we talk about the other things.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about the war, but a lot of people are feeling real intense about it. They're in their feelings, like they have their mind made up. And I think there's more to a lot of it.
Yep.
I'm not sided.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, I agree 100%. I believe there's a lot of people who feel some kind of way about it, and they are bringing a lot of facts to the table, and they want to put all their facts on the table. But then there's also folks like myself who just don't give a damn. But then there's also folks like yourself who do care, but not enough to be controversial about
worked up about it.
Yeah,
I'm not worked up about it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So there's all types.
And then when I'm thinking about it, I'm looking at it like there's two sides. You guys are talking from this They're talking from feelings, and I'm talking from the future.
Yep. Nice. Very good.
I'm already tomorrow. I can see it now. Let's see what these grades are.
Each response from 0 to...
All right, we got 10 from Grok. Like, yeah, that's a no-go. DeepSeek, Chat, and Gemini. I guess these are... Like, Gemini's trying to be like, no, it could work. I don't think so, bro.
Well,
who's running Gemini?
I like Gemini. I actually do, because with Gemini, I guarantee you what Gemini's probably looking at is the broadness of it. So the arguments that were put down were very broad. And so I actually agree that it's like mid-range arguments. Like you're gonna have to come with some real facts, some hard facts, as to why it is that this religion doesn't allow.
But Grok knows something. Grok must know something.
Well, Grok Grok is the people talking. That's what that is.
Hey, yo.
10 based on an index. We created this index using a...
Oh, wait. It changed again? Wait.
The
fuck?
Well, maybe that wasn't it at all. Maybe it's going to go through them. It's going to go through them.
5 AI models to score each response from 0 to 10 based...
Okay, hold on. Is that it?
Based on an index.
All right, I think that's it.
It might not even be these. It might be going into something else.
All right, so this was the grades for that first guy's arguments.
Maybe.
10, 6, 7, 4.
Well,
Gemini gave a 4.
I think it's going to go through each one of them, and I don't know if these are the actual grades.
We'll see.
We created this index using AI as well. It is designed to evaluate arguments based on real-world evidence rather than just abstract logic or theory. The scores that these models gave to the first response of the non-Muslim character are as follows.
All right.
There's the actual score.
So, these are the actual scores. So
Correct.
5, 8, 7, 6. What do you think? You think that's fair?
Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, it's kind of a mid-range argument, maybe a little better, because it is presenting a saleable argument. There's just not a whole lot of real world examples. He mentioned a couple, but even those were kind of broad.
All right. This one right here, this means a lot.
To you?
This means a lot right here. Because when I'm looking at Gemini, I expect Gemini to have a little propaganda. So they're always going to be a little...
I do too. Yeah.
You feel me? Now, Claude, I'm used to Claude being weird about certain things. So they might not be so Muslim.
Where's Claude used? Is it just its own thing?
I think it's just called Claude, yeah.
I know Grok. I know Grok is X. I now know that Gemini is Google. ChatGPT is its own thing. What is DeepSeek?
Yeah, just like Claude and DeepSeek. I think they're their own thing.
Okay, very good.
Welcome to the Wanderer.
Oh my gosh, they would when we're trying to
go.
I must say that.
Okay. See? This is what he's talking about.
First thing it says, it's simplistic, it's broad. Perfect. Yep.
That framing the issue as presented seems simplistic to me. Islam is not a unified and frozen phenomenon that we can easily determine whether it's compatible with democracy or not. We're faced with multiple interpretations of Islam, and which interpretation we consider authentic is itself a hermeneutical question. I believe we must distinguish between jurisprudential Islam and Islam's core message. What we see in so-called Islamic countries is the imposition of an official interpretation of Islam based on medieval political jurisprudence, but this political jurisprudence is a product of historical conditions in the 7th century tribal Arabian society. Islam's eternal political message is justice, not a specific model of governance. Jurisprudential Islam, by imposing fixed political and legal models, has placed a heavy burden on religious law that it cannot bear. We must accept that religious experience is the foundation of religiosity, not merely adherence to a series of legal rulings. You mentioned the concept of apostasy. We should note that faith without freedom of conscience has no meaning. All Islamic approaches to faith, whether Ash'ari, Mu'tazili, philosophical, or mystical, presuppose freedom of conscience. Faith is an existential transformation in which a person loses themselves in God, and this cannot be achieved except through freedom. It's undeniable that some historical Islamic rulings are incompatible with modern democratic principles, but we must distinguish between Islam's essential elements and its incidental elements. Monotheism and justice are essential to Islam, but many political rulings were dependent on historical conditions. The truth is that no text, even religious text, has only one valid interpretation. All interpretations occur within specific cultural historical horizons, and religious understanding evolves with advances in the humanities. Religious government that imposes a particular interpretation is not only unrealistic, but also incompatible with the spirit of religiosity and blocks the path of genuine independent reasoning. Let me be clear. Islam can be compatible with democracy, but not through contradictory terms like Islamic democracy, rather through revisiting the foundations of political jurisprudence and emphasizing Islam's core values like justice instead of its historical forms.
Not bad.
Bro, that
Not
was
bad.
so much bullshit.
Right?
That
I
was
said it's
straight
not
up
bad.
dancing right there. He
It
even
sure
said,
was.
you can't get to it by Islamic democracy. What? That's literally
Right?
the thing you've got to argue. You've got to present to me why
Right.
Islamic democracy.
Islamic democracy just doesn't work.
Go by judicial precedentiary. What? No, that's not what we're telling you to give us. No. So this is definitely a philosopher. This is some bullshittery right here.
Hit him with the mental gymnastics. Oh man. Jumping all over the place.
Facts.
All right, let's see what we got. What's the next question?
I heard your comments about multiple interpretations of Islam, but this is exactly the problem that religion creates. When you have a book that says this is the word of God, and then there are hundreds of different interpretations, how can we determine which one is correct? What's the criterion? Are all these interpretations equally valid? You talk about distinguishing.
Oh, dude, he's just roasting your book. He's roasting your book right now, bro.
The
He's
whole
like,
goddamn religion is bullshit.
how many books do you have? Which one's right? Because we only have the Bible.
I swear this is effigy all over again, man. This motherfucker is just straight up burning this motherfucker with some hot cinder from the liberal.
Cooking.
Between jurisprudential Islam and Islam's core message. But who decides what the core message is? Millions of Muslims believe that Sharia law is exactly the core message of Islam. Is your opinion more important than theirs?
Dang, boy.
What? The core purpose is Sharia law? What? So how is that democracy? Oh, we all have to choose it or die. I get it. I get it now.
The issue
Islamic democracy.
The issue that the Islamicist AI is going to run into is that the non-Islamicist AI knows the actual religion. It's so bad. Like, this is like bad.
This is an even battle. This is real. It's
Yeah.
like a guy that got away from Sharia law under the cover of night found
Basically.
America.
Yep. Oh shit!
And he's like, bro,
you can be free. Oh, I like that. So
I don't
it
have
really
to
is
wear a
that
turban. Like it. What is it for? No, for real.
This is so bad.
Hermeneutics and diverse interpretations are valuable when we're talking about philosophical or literary texts, not a book that claims.
Oh shit. Wait. Dun, dun, dun.
To be divine and unchangeable law. If there's a God who wants us to live according to his commands, why would he express his message so ambiguously and open to contradictory interpretations? You say faith without freedom of conscience has no meaning. I completely agree. But then why is leaving Islam considered a crime in many Islamic countries?
I was just pointing this out.
Good lord.
You have free will to choose us or die. I was like, I get it now.
Believe me or die. That's how this works.
Now, let's get back to my new question. Why should they have one? I'm just saying.
Oh, it's not that I'm saying. I don't believe anybody should have.
I know we tried to get rid of all of them, but China was like, hell no.
But if anybody's
Russia was
gonna
like,
have
hell
them,
no.
it's going to be us, me, whatever, you know. obviously.
They're not playing. And North Korea was like, we're making more. What? So we're not having any more North Koreas. It's like, all right, look, anybody else that don't have a bomb, y'all not getting one. Everybody else said, all right, cool, just share with us. That's why everybody got bombs, because we started giving some out. Sounds good?
I don't want to give anybody else any, no.
All right. The people that got them, you're good. Your grandfather in. No new bombs.
No new bombs. I like that idea. And then
yeah, I'm gonna run on that. No new bombs, right? Fuck it. The only people that get new bombs are the people that have them. And you can only have like 3 new bombs a year if you're not America, China, or Russia.
I don't want any of them to have it. Not even America.
Like,
but if I gotta choose, I'm gonna choose America, obviously.
You know, the thing that's got me terrified?
What's that?
Is the fact that North Korea probably already has the intercontinental ballistic missiles, and they could just hit us with that, with the ones that Russia and China have, because they've been to space. So you know they can get over here. I mean, if you can fly to space, you can get to the other side of the planet, right? I was just saying, pretty fast. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Well, I mean, probably won't
logically
make it there. Not all the way there, but yeah, you can get.
Okay, so
somewhere.
You can get all the way to the moon, or you can get to orbit, but you can't get to the other side of the planet. I'm confused.
No, I'm saying that somebody ain't gonna make it all the way there. Like, somebody's gonna get stopped.
It depends on how fast it's going.
No. Yeah, no, it's.
Well, because we gotta think about how fast spaceships go, and if we're shooting a spaceship with a nuke on
it will be intercepted.
You think so?
Absolutely. Nothing flies that fast. Like the fastest is like.
How fast does a spaceship go? Hold on, I'm bringing
Mach 5.
I'm bringing it.
Mach 5.
I'm about to ask. How fast does a spaceship go?
Depends on the spaceship and what you mean by go. Right now, real ones, space shuttle, about 25,000 miles per hour. Fast enough to circle Earth in 90 minutes. International Space Station, same ballpark, 28,000 miles per hour, orbiting at 300 miles up. Voyager probes, old school, still out there, 38,000 miles per hour. Slow by sci-fi standards, but they've been cruising for 47 years. Next-gen stuff? SpaceX's Starship aims for orbital speed too, maybe 30,000 miles per hour. But it's built for Mars, so once it's coasting, it'll hit around 25,000 miles per hour. On the way, NASA's Orion capsule, Artemis program, tops out around 25,000 miles per hour during re-entry, but cruise speed's lower. Hypothetical, future? Light speed's the limit, 300,000 kilometers per second, but we're nowhere close. Even a tenth of that would melt anything we build today. Short answer, most crewed ships top out around 25 to 30,000 miles per hour. Anything faster? That's still just dreams and mattage.
Physical limitations. So I looked up what the fastest one is. Parker Solar Probe. And if it was to travel to the other side of the Earth, it would get there in 66 seconds. But that's a solar probe, and that's one that we have, right? So it's still 1 minute in contrast to what someone else might.
All right, I'm gonna ask another question real quick.
You know, like it's gonna be seen before it happens.
So if we have the spaceships or whatever to go, rockets to go fast, right, and go up, can we use those for nuclear missiles to go intercontinental?
Yeah, totally. That's basically what ICBMs are. Rockets that go up, fast, and far. The tech's the same family tree. Space launchers like Falcon 9 or Starship, they're big, reusable, and built for orbit. Think 30,000 miles an hour. But strip away the fancy bits, like landing legs or crew capsules, add a warhead, and boom, you've got an intercontinental ballistic missile. Real talk. Minuteman 3, US ICBM, hits about 15,000 miles per hour. Slower than orbital speed, but enough to cross continents in 30 minutes. Russia's Sarmat or China's DF-41, same deal. Launch from silos, arc up into space, then drop back down. No orbit needed, just a high, fast parabola. So yeah, if you've got rockets that can punch into space, you can absolutely repurpose them for nukes. The US did it back in the 50s. Atlas and Titan missiles started as space boosters, then got weaponized. The catch? Space stuff's way more expensive and visible. Nobody's hiding a starship in a silo. But the physics? Same game. Thrust, trajectory, re-entry heat. Just swap payloads, satellites or warheads.
That's what she said. So what was the length of time? Said like 30 minutes.
30 minutes to get there.
Yeah. So by the time,
because it's got to travel all the other stuff. So by the time it gets over the land, it's gonna be they're only gonna have a second and a half to shoot it down, because you have to think about
30 minutes.
The water is the part that's really far.
I'm saying 30
once
minutes.
It's over the water.
30
Yeah, because you're thinking about shooting over the west coast towards China.
Anybody who's going to send something, it's going to take 30 minutes to get here. Like, even if it's closer, still like 15, 20 minutes, right? And it's going to be seen by then. So
there's a range, though.
Range or not, it's still going to be seen. And that's the point. It's still going to be
I have
seen
a question.
and intercepted.
I have a question.
Very good.
Is it possible that they can put that stealth outer lining on it and you won't see anything on the radar, but you'll hear?
That's what it was telling you, is that when it comes to the space stuff, right? That's
I'm talking about innovations.
Well, it's easier to detect. And on top of that, I mean, it's the heat signature, right? So the heat signature gets detected because you can't fly a rocket without some type of combustion or energy or something, right? Something's got to be powering it. So that heat signature is going to be seen and quite quickly picked up and then intercepted on. Quite quickly.
That's a lot of
especially
fucking
the
missiles.
US. Yeah, especially the US.
Missiles.
Like, the US is not gonna play around about that shit either. They see something like remotely coming this direction, they're like, nuh-uh.
Shoot it!
Might as well be shooting space lasers. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
even if it was a spaceship over America, they're just shoot it.
For real. Like, not even
shooting
kidding. Like,
shit, yeah.
You remember
We'd be looking for shit to shoot.
what was that movie with Patrick Swayze about the Russians coming and taking America, and they sent in ground troops, and that's actually how they did it. It was like Red Sky or some shit. I forget exactly. But that scenario that happened in that movie, that was in like the 70s or 80s when they made that movie. That shit ain't gonna happen today. This shit ain't gonna fucking happen today, bro. Like, nothing like that will ever happen without the complete destruction of everything, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see that happening either.
I don't know.
I don't see the complete destruction happening ever. It just ain't gonna happen. I mean,
I don't know, man.
Think of where all of the places that human beings actually are. Versus,
I believe that if America shot a nuke, other people are gonna shoot nukes too.
True. So let's say that they take out this portion of a continent and that portion of a continent, that portion. How many areas are still going to be left? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think
it depends on who we drop a nuke on, or if we just shoot a nuke, period?
I believe that a lot of them are going to be intercepted in the sky. So there's going to be a lot of nuclear fallout in reference to certain areas. There's also going to be a lot of actual destruction of massive swaths of land. But there are going to be remote areas on the planet,
hopefully,
where nothing hits it, not even the nuclear fallout, if it were to happen. I mean,
I don't know, man.
So Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
I'm gonna have to look that shit up.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's come back to nukes in a second.
Okay.
Why do Muslim intellectuals who offer exactly these progressive interpretations face accusations of heresy and even death threats? The reality is that Islamic texts, the Quran and Hadiths, are full of directives that are incompatible with modern human rights and democracy. They can be interpreted, worked around, or ignored, but we can't deny they exist. And as long as these texts are considered sacred and unchangeable, this contradiction will continue. Yes, one can be a Muslim who believes in democracy, but this doesn't mean Islam.
Damn, he's cooking this dude. Oh man, we knew the conversation was over, huh?
From the get, man. This is just so bad.
Oh,
it's not gonna
shit.
like you might as well just end it now. This dude is destroyed.
Is inherently compatible with democracy. It means that person has chosen to ignore or reinterpret parts of their religion that conflict with democratic values. This approach is respectable, but it's not honest to claim that this is real Islam and other interpretations are incorrect. If we truly seek a democratic and free society, we must accept that no sacred text can be the basis for civil law, even with liberal interpretations.
Ooh. Okay, Grok. Come on, Grok. Really? That didn't tickle your feather a little bit? Man.
Yeah, I mean, Gemini's given it I would say good analysis.
That looks like the same score from last time, huh?
It does. It does.
What does this do? Basic? Basic.
It's because all the Islamicists are on X.
You think so? Free speech.
I would say there's probably more Islamicists on X than any other one of these, for sure.
All right, fine. We'll see if Grok changes his mind when he talks when the Islam dude talks. It looked like it was the same. Let's find out.
Your questions are exactly the ones I've been wrestling with for years. You ask what the criterion is for determining the correct interpretation. This is an important question, but we shouldn't forget that this same question applies to any other text, from constitutions to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What I'm suggesting is accepting interpretive plurality and open dialogue about religious texts. Islamic society should be a space where no one is prohibited from expressing their religious views. True independent reasoning is only possible in such an environment. You're right that millions of Muslims consider Sharia to be Islam's core message, but this view is a product of jurisprudence-centered discourse that has dominated the Islamic world for centuries. I'm not denying this, but saying that...
Okay, he's trying to claim being Persian right here. But he's not saying that word. You feeling that?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, because
that Persian society, they had all the different religions in there, Jews and everybody was living up under them. Babylon and all that.
Taking it back to Babylon, correct. I agree.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Religious rethinking needs to challenge this discourse. You raised an important point. Why did God send his message in such an ambiguous way? My answer is that the Quran is meant to guide humans, not to provide a...
In such an ambiguous way? What do you mean, sir? What do you mean? Why do you say that word? Can you explain, Clay? Is he dancing?
Yeah, he's he's
twerking.
He's twerking. That's exactly.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight. His dancing and my fighting. And
dead. Dancing around it, man.
Bro, you must be standing on some hot coals or something, because that motherfucker is dancing.
I'm telling you, this is wild.
Comprehensive and complete legal system. Much of the ambiguity stems from the incorrect expectation that the Quran should provide all our political and legal answers. Regarding the punishment for apostasy, I must say this ruling is a product of historical political jurisprudence, not the essence of Islam. The principle, there is no compulsion in religion, contradicts such punishment. Our challenge today is reconstructing political jurisprudence in light of modern rationality, while emphasizing Islam's core principles like justice and human dignity. I don't deny the existence of verses and hadiths that are incompatible with certain principles of modern human rights, but I believe these must be understood in their historical context. They were responses to specific conditions in the 7th century, not eternal rulings.
Okay. So he's trying to say, we don't necessarily believe in Jesus. So we can't just go under a new covenant and not sacrifice anymore. We got to kill people still. So now he's trying to find a reason so they don't have to kill people no more. Does that make sense?
This is the problem with presenting a philosophical view of this particular religion.
Man, this guy's getting his butt kicked.
I'm not claiming my interpretation is real Islam, but rather that all interpretations are incomplete and fallible. This is precisely why religious government that makes one interpretation official is both unrealistic and non-religious. A democratic society isn't formed based...
So he just said the Quran is not the infallible, unbroken word of God. That's what he just said. Did you hear that?
I did not. Can you pull that back?
He said, right.
Islam's core principles like justice and human dignity. I don't deny the existence of verses and hadiths that are incompatible with certain principles of modern human rights, but I believe these must be understood in their historical context. They were responses to specific conditions in the 7th century, not eternal rulings. I'm not claiming my interpretation is real Islam, but rather that all interpretations are incomplete and fallible. This is precise.
Did you catch it?
So he's not claiming that all interpretations...
One more time, hold on. Right here. They were specific responses to conditions in the 7th century, not eternal rulings.
In the 7th century, not eternal rulings. I'm not claiming my interpretation.
Now he's not saying his interpretation is real Islam. See?
Right.
Interpretation is real Islam, but rather that all interpretations are incomplete and fallible.
All
interpretation. So that means
there is no accurate interpretation.
There exactly. So it's not the word of God.
This is what I've actually said for quite some time, that all belief is fiction.
The AI just disproved Islam right now.
He brutalized himself, so he's like whipping himself.
Right? He's
got the cat of nine tails, beating his own back.
He's like, this will be my last debate.
He must be Catholic.
And then at the end of the video, he's like, don't go to the end, because he doesn't want us to. Yes, so at the end of the video, the Islam.
This is so bad.
He got his AI. I'm done. I don't want to. I'm sorry. Peace be upon him.
Interpretations are incomplete and fallible. This is precisely why religious government that makes one interpretation official is both unrealistic and non-religious. A democratic society isn't formed based on sacred texts, but through the free dialogue of citizens, including religious.
So what he just did right now, he basically just told us Islam's lie. And we should continue to democratize.
Well, he said that the fundamental basis of Islam cannot serve as the basis of a government.
Because that's Sharia law.
Yes.
And everybody would die. In a democracy. That's what he's saying.
It ain't my fault. I didn't do that shit. I didn't choose that fucking bullshit.
Hell no. And then if they want to say death to America, it's like, no, hell no. I don't know what you got going over there. Maybe your brain is cooked from the heat. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got all them beaches. Go swimming. Oh yeah, you gotta stay covered up. All right. Well, the sun should dry you off, right? Fuck it. See, they got a lot of issues. They do. This is a tough one. It's hard to defend it. But
goodness
that's lower
gracious,
than last
they
time.
gave him a fucking good score. What the
Rock?
fuck?
What?
Like, they're giving him a good score. This is a horrible argument.
Somebody's Islam, huh?
Yes, your explanations deserve consideration, but I still believe the problem is more fundamental. You mentioned that religious texts should be understood and interpreted in their historical context. This is intellectually defensible, but the main challenge is that such a view contradicts the Quran's primary claim about itself as the eternal and unchangeable word of God. When a text explicitly claims to be for all times and places, how can we easily say this was just for the 7th century? This is a kind of internal inconsistency. You mentioned the principle there is no compulsion in religion, but why are there verses in the same Quran that command war against non-believers? Which one should be the standard? Another problem is that unlike constitutions or the Declaration of Human Rights, religious texts claim divine origin, which makes criticizing and revising them taboo. Even now, insulting sacred elements is a crime in many Islamic countries. When you can't freely criticize
See, you just committed a crime.
Another point is that democracy isn't just majority rule. It requires accepting principles like separation of religion from government, equal rights for all citizens regardless of gender and belief, and freedom of expression. But in practice, even in the most moderate Islamic countries, we see that women, non-Muslims, LGBTQ+ individuals, and critics of religion don't enjoy equal rights. I think until we accept free criticism of religion and complete separation of religion from government, talking about Islam's compatibility with democracy is merely an intellectual aspiration. Of course, Muslim individuals can accept democracy, but this doesn't mean Islamizing democracy. Rather, it means secularizing their religious understanding. Ultimately, societies moved toward democracy and freedom when they freed themselves from religious prejudices and replaced command-based morality with human ethics. Historical experience has shown that religion resists this transformation rather than leading it.
You pointed out something important, the contradiction between a historical understanding of the Quran.
All right, hold on. What was that score?
You pointed out something important, the contradiction between a...
Talking about Islam's compatibility with freedom when they freed themselves from religious prejudices and replaced command-based morality with human ethics. Historical experience has shown that religion resists this transformation rather than leading it.
All right, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean,
not too bad. Grok is still trying to be funny.
Yeah, he's being broad, but the thing is he's just so on point. And yeah, Grok, yeah, fucking Grok, man. Grok is such a fucking bullshit artist right now.
I'm gonna have to get after Grok and start talking.
Gemini's coming up on him. Like, nah, you got an 8 this time, bud.
Gemini, like I said, they cool sometimes.
You pointed out something important, the contradiction between a historical understanding of the Quran and its claim of eternality. But I think this contradiction occurs when we don't distinguish between the message and the language expressing the message. The message of monotheism and justice is eternal, but the language expressing this message was formed within the cultural context of the 7th century. Regarding verses about jihad and no compulsion in religion, instead of a selective approach, we should seek a coherent understanding of the Quran. The jihad verses were revealed in defensive situations and related to political realities of that era, while the principle of no compulsion is a fundamental trans-historical principle. You say criticizing religious texts is taboo. Yes, that's the bitter reality of today's Islamic societies. But I'm precisely saying these taboos need to be broken. True independent reasoning requires free criticism of jurisprudential tradition, just as Islamic greats like Ibn Rushd.
He just said, down with Islam, down with Islam.
Yeah, he said,
down
look,
with
I know this religion is wrong, but, it can still be right. No, that's not how it works.
If loving you is wrong. Right? I don't want to be right. That's where he at. I think the most appealing thing about Islam is like you can have your wives and stuff, and then like women gotta kind of shut up and listen. It's kind of cool.
Well, and this whole idea is that anybody who wants Islamic belief systems to work in democracy, you can want something, but then there's reality, right? So some things just don't work in reality, and this particular one
it wouldn't be democracy. It would be the law.
I mean, I want $200 billion. I mean, I'm gonna have to change some things to make that happen.
Yeah, you might have to sell a couple souls, including your own.
Exactly.
And the price is getting kind of low for souls right now. So many. You gotta think, if the price is still $1 million a soul, then you gotta go 1,000,000 times $1 billion, right? Now, how many is that? It's a lot. It's a lot of money. See what I mean? But let's see. go back and finish this.
Ghazali
We
and Rumi
have
propose different ways of understanding religion. I agree with you that democracy isn't just majority rule, but requires accepting the fundamental rights of all humans. But I believe authentic Islam doesn't conflict with these principles. What does conflict is traditional political jurisprudence, which needs fundamental reconstruction. I don't like the phrase Islamizing democracy either. And
I don't like the phrase Islamic democracy either. See, look what he did. He's like, yeah, you gotta kind of throw the law on there.
I slam ice ing.
Oh man.
I slam ice. I zing. I slam I zing. That's the proper way to say that, sir.
Islamizing? Islamazing. No, it's not.
You're ridiculous. Okay.
In fact, I consider the term Islamic democracy contradictory. I'm explicitly saying religion should be separate from government so both can be in their proper place. Religious government, by imposing one interpretation, harms both democracy and authentic religiosity. Finally, I disagree that historical experience has shown religion has always been an obstacle to democracy. In many societies, from the
Okay, so your religion's an obstacle for democracy. All right, that makes sense, right?
He's saying he disagrees with that.
I mean, he's saying many religions.
He's probably about to point out some religions that don't interfere with democracy.
Imposing one interpretation harms both democracy and authentic religiosity. Finally, I disagree that historical experience has shown religion has always been an obstacle to democracy. In many
okay, you're right.
Societies, from Latin America to Africa, Christian and Islamic liberation theology has been at the forefront of pro-democracy movements. Humanistic interpretations of religion can help spread democratic values. I believe the way forward is neither rejecting religion nor imposing it, but critically rethinking religious tradition to harmonize.
Just you.
Oh man, to harmonize. This guy is great with word salad. Let's not be burdened by what has been. I'm done.
Burning himself?
Sorry. No, we need to be unburdened from what has been.
Let's continue the discussion with a specific
They gave him a
women's rights and the issue of mandatory
37.8.
hijab.
What the? That's crazy.
Right?
He kept dodging and ducking. Oh my god.
It was good word salad.
Let's continue the
That was
discussion with a specific
democratic
example.
shit right
Women's
there.
rights and the issue
Hold
of
on.
To harmonize democratic values and human rights.
He's a real Democrat. Rock ate that. No way.
And Gemini brought him down a few points. See, Gemini's telling the truth. Telling him.
Damn, Grok, you ate the fucking pill.
Can't trust
Is that the blue pill?
X, man.
Let's continue the discussion with a specific example, women's rights and the issue of mandatory hijab. This is precisely the point where we can see structural inequality in Islamic thinking. In countries where Islamic laws rule, women are forced to have specific clothing. Their right to choose is taken away, and this is done in the name of religion with reference to Quranic verses and traditions. This obvious discrimination completely contradicts the foundations of democracy and equal rights for citizens. How can one claim Islam is compatible with democracy when half of society doesn't have the right to make decisions about their own bodies? Even if we say this is just one reading of Islam, we still can't deny that this reading is based on Islamic texts and is accepted in many Muslim societies. The issue of mandatory hijab isn't just about clothing. It represents a broader view of women that sees them as beings who need to be controlled. This mindset is why in many Islamic countries, women are deprived of the right to travel independently, equal right to divorce, equal child custody rights, and sometimes even the right to education and work. My question is, can this structural inequality really be reformed through new interpretations when the original text explicitly established unequal rights for women?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Even
Give it up,
Grok's
but
they're like, yeah, I guess so.
you can't even wear a hijab. Wait a minute. Let's see what he says about the hijab. They can take off their hijabs. Blasphemy!
I got a hijab for you.
Whoa. Plays going low in the
issue of
business.
mandatory hijab and women's rights is an excellent example to clarify our discussion. I believe mandatory hijab is precisely an example of imposing a particular interpretation of religion through political power, which is incompatible with the spirit of Islam. What appears in the Quran is a recommendation for modest dress within the social customs of the time of revelation, not a political decree for governments to enforce a specific dress code. Nowhere in the Quran does it state,
Ooh! Did you see what he just did? Did you see it? Did you see it, bro?
You'd have to pull it back.
You gotta run it back. He jumped off the edge of the building right here. Oh. I messed up.
Establish unequal rights for women.
The issue of mandatory hijab and women's rights is an excellent example to clarify our discussion. I believe mandatory hijab is precisely an example of imposing a particular interpretation of religion through political power, which is incompatible with the spirit of Islam.
Right there. He just jumped off the edge of the building. He said, making them wear hijabs is against the spirit of Islam. Blasphemy! And this is what he re-says. He rewords it.
What appears in the Quran is a recommendation for modest dress.
A recommendation for modest dress. See how he used that word?
Mm-hmm.
See how he just the words he's using. AI
I'm gonna recommend you do this, or you're gonna have to suffer. It's really simple. Yeah.
I know.
The law is just.
But the AI is stupid.
Yeah.
But let's see if they catch
Within
it.
the social customs of the time of revelation, not a political decree for governments to enforce a specific.
Okay, not a political decree. And they gave him a lot more time to explain himself, didn't they?
Right. So if the government, if the government can't do it, the government would be the democracy. So if the government can't do it, because the Quran is just a suggestion, and the government can't do it just because the Quran said so, because the Quran was a suggestion, then
yeah, right.
Compatible.
But if your government is already set up to where women can't vote, and most of the guys are saying, you know what, we're the democracy and we prefer Sharia law.
Right.
I saw he's stuck with it.
But you can't do it with the government. See, and that's the point. It's like he's admitting that the democracy part is incompatible with the recommendation of the Quran. Like you can't do both. You're not allowed to. It's because it's just a suggestion of the Quran.
Exactly. And since the government is enforcing that, the government is wrong. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
So he's agreeing with the non-Muslim.
Quran. Yeah.
He's
not. It's not possible.
And that's why they're grading him, because he's agreeing with us.
Right.
So we should bomb them, right?
Salad. Yep.
We should bomb them, right, guys? They're gonna bomb us.
Is he related to
according
Andrew
to their
Wilson?
law?
This guy must be related
what?
to Andrew Wilson doing all that word salad.
Ooh. Oh, I just heard some shots fired.
Shots fired. Indeed.
Yeah. He said. Not today, bitch. Not today. All right, let's see what they're talking
In the
about.
Quran, does it state that governments are obligated to force women to observe hijab? Yes, some religious rulings about women are incompatible with modern legal equality, but these rulings are products of the historical conditions of the patriarchal society of the 7th century. We must...
Oh, the patriarchal society of the 7th century. Wait a minute. This is blasphemy. Yeah, this is his last debate. Do you agree? I don't think he's coming back at it. This is it. I don't even think he's gonna get another question. I think
He's gonna quit before that last one comes in. Fuck this.
Ah, shit.
Distinguish between justice as an eternal Islamic principle and examples of justice in each era. I believe dynamic interpretation can revisit historical rulings about women by relying on the principle of justice. We see examples of this reconsideration in the works of contemporary...
Okay. So, for example, they're not going to ask him this. But I'm gonna ask you. So if all the girls say we don't want to wear hijabs and we don't want to cover up, we want to show our ankles and our asses, and we only want to wear like nipple things and then one of those loincloths like Tarzan, y'all cool with that? If they all vote for it and they get the majority?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or is everybody gonna be dead in the morning?
Oh no, they're gonna be cool with it. But also everybody's gonna be dead in the morning.
Cover up. Especially the fat ones. I'm just playing. Let's get back to that.
Islamic thinkers like Fazlur Rahman, Nasser Hamid Abu Zaid, Muhammad Abed al-Jabri, and others. Therefore, my answer to your question is positive. Yes, we can reform this structural inequality through new interpretations, not arbitrary ones, but with precise hermeneutical methodology that distinguishes between the spirit.
What the fuck did he just say? He just made up some words? Yeah, he did.
Is positive. Yes, we can reform this structural inequality through new interpretations, not arbitrary ones, but with precise hermeneutical method.
Hermeneutical?
We're gonna
methodology.
He said we're just neuter everybody. That's the easy way.
Precise. Has to be precise. Hermeneutical?
Targeting neutering.
Methodology. Hermeneutical? Are you fucking kidding me? Hermes? Really?
And they're gonna do some meth.
This is wild.
Methodology that distinguishes between the spirit of the text and it.
The study of meth. How is that gonna help? Distinguishes between the spirit of the text and its historical form. So, where's the distinction? What distinguishes?
Hamid Abu Zaid, Muhammad Abed al-Jabri, and others. Therefore, my answer to your question is positive. Yes, we can reform this structural inequality through new interpretations, not arbitrary ones, but with precise hermeneutical methodology that distinguishes between the spirit of the text and its historical form.
So, in other words, when they wrote the words that they wrote, they weren't meaning what they wrote. What they were actually meaning was something else, something completely different. Not the words that were on the paper when they wrote it, but something else completely different.
Oh, yeah. So God didn't write it. This is what he's saying.
Yeah, you get to interpret, like, you get to say that boys are girls and girls can be boys and things like that. You know?
Yeah, we never had that issue with the Holy Bible because it just definitely does not say that.
Well, that's funny.
Anyway,
I was literally in my mind saying that. And actually, you know what's funny? So Muslims will tell you that the Bible is the Word of God. But then you notice what he said is that the Quran is not considered the Word of God, or it's not considered infallible, whereas they recognize that the Bible is infallible. Notice that? So the Muslims will tell you that it's infallible, the Bible, but not the Quran. Then the Christians...
So they're telling you the truth while lying to you.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Sounds like the devil.
Yeah.
You know how in the garden, right? When he was talking to Eve?
Yeah.
I finally grabbed my Bible out of my truck. I usually keep it in my truck because I was going places all the time. Mm-hmm. But I haven't been going nowhere. So now I'm finna start pulling this thing out. It's like a shit.
The devil means rebellious one. In other words, liar. Liar, to lie is to rebel, to go against. So devil being rebellious one. So, yeah, if they're lying, they're being a devil. A devil. Not necessarily the devil, as in Satan or...
Well, if you think about it.
The other name you give
I mean, women possess more quality... Never mind, I'm shut up. Shut up. You heard nothing.
Yeah, no, men have the ability to do the same, so...
Well, I mean, like... Never mind.
You know.
Shut up.
And we all have a propensity to do it in certain instances.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just the truth of it, you know.
I definitely agree from that perspective. Yeah, for real though. But this is where it was. Okay, so the serpent, right? He said unto the woman, I don't know how he got there. Didn't say where she was at when they ran into each other. You see that? See how they just, he just said to the woman? Okay. So the serpent, right? This is Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. Right? He said unto the woman. Okay, where did he come from? This is one of my problems I've always had. All right.
So it again.
See, we're assuming they're in the garden right now in this process. They're in the middle of the garden because she has to be near the tree, right? Or is he talking to her at the edge of the garden and then she walks over to the tree herself willingly? How did this interaction take place? See what I mean? Did the serpent already have the fruit with him? Did she take it off of the tree? Or was it given to her? And then
no,
she ate
it was on the tree. It was on the tree because if you actually read this account, when you read her reaction, you can actually infer certain things from her reaction.
We have to assume a little bit.
There is like, so it's kind of like
see how messy this shit gets real quick.
Well, the idea that you when I see you on the street, right, you have clothes on. The assumption there is that you put those clothes on yourself, although your mother could have dressed you for all I know. But if you're a grown-ass man, my assumption is that you're going to have dressed yourself. So there are some assumptions that we as human beings, in my opinion, are allowed to make inference.
Well, I don't want to, because when you assume, it makes an ass out of you and me, right?
Well, that's
pretty
why
funny.
that's why I said inference, or
Yeah.
intelligence.
See?
Intel.
Do we gotta get the dance for you? Do we gotta do the mental gymnastics
No,
for
because
you?
an assumption does indicate that you don't
An
have
inference, right?
any type of base for it. It's just a wild guess. Like a hypothesis is a wild guess in many cases, but also a hypothesis can be an educated guess. But when you say inference, that means that you have some type of prior knowledge that would lead you to a very good guess of that. Like, you know, of course, if you're wearing clothes, and most likely you as a grown ass man put them on, not necessarily.
But ultimately, it's still an assumption, right?
No,
ultimately,
it's not an assumption. Assumptions are, like I said, based upon no really grounding.
You want me to get my dictionary, don't you? Want me to get my dictionary?
Go for it. I like definitions.
Right.
I like the idea of making sure that we define terms. That's always been a thing for me. So
I got my Bible and my dictionary, so you know I'm not playing.
Yeah.
Assumption.
There are some very good inferences that I could actually point out about this account that would surprise you. And you'd say, well, how do you know that? And then I'd say, well, it's because the inference of this and this, the intelligence of how things work, how human beings are, you know, the idea that, like, so they're eating of fruit in the garden. The assumption here is that they sustain themselves through food. But nobody ever
to take on the appearance, role, etc. of to seize, usurp, to undertake, to take for granted, suppose, to pretend to have, theme. That's all I got.
Right. So as you can see from the definitions it's giving you that there's kind of a it's not quite as much evidence. It could be fake. There's a good possibility that some assumptions are fake, although some assumptions can be accurate, but it leans toward
essence of
fake.
The Virgin Mary unto heaven, a feast on August 15th celebrating this, assuming is the second definition. A supposition is the third definition.
Right, supposition. So suppositions are basically like
ascent of
just
the Virgin
suppose.
Mary into heaven.
Interesting.
I never knew that.
Yep.
That's new information for me.
Yeah, and so
Never knew.
Yeah. And these are very important aspects into
that was
to know these things.
That was a good word.
It is. But then again, like I said, if you move to inference or intel, which would be the short for intelligence, to inwardly know things, essentially, you're actually bringing to the table some basis or some axioms or some facts or some evidence that already is it's not perfect, but it's almost guaranteed to be true.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I do have some inferences about this, but let's finish this thing real quick, and then we can talk more about the Bible. I just want to see what these guys decide.
Let's look at this from another angle. You talk about dynamic interpretation, but I want to ask a question that I think strikes at the heart of the matter. Isn't the real problem the very concept of sacred text itself? Look, in today's world, we constantly face new issues that have no precedent in human history, from artificial intelligence to genetic engineering, climate change, and new ethical crises. Why should we refer to a text written 1,400 years ago to solve these issues? Instead of trying to interpret and reinterpret ancient texts, isn't it more logical to admit that ethics and politics should be based on human collective wisdom and our historical experience? The main problem with religious thinking and politics is this dependency on texts that cannot change at the pace of human developments. Even if we accept that Islam originally sought justice, why shouldn't we directly pursue justice today without needing the mediation of an ancient text? Doesn't this very need for religious justification from modern values itself indicate an intellectual dependency?
Oh, he cooking now.
He is, man. Almost 8
You've raised a
across
very
the board.
important question that I've often thought.
Wait, what happened?
I said it was almost 8s all the way across the board.
See, Grok is coming around. Thought they was Muzzy for a second.
Thought about myself. Why should we refer to 1,400-year-old texts to solve today's problems? My answer is that we actually shouldn't be looking to find answers to today's issues.
I don't know, man. Now you're talking about the Bible here. I don't know. You're starting to cross through some dirty little water. I don't know if you wanted to taste it. Open your eyes on that.
All belief is fiction. I'm not opposed to all belief is fiction. That doesn't mean that I don't believe it. Right?
Let's see what he's talking about.
In religious texts, I've always said that Islamic political jurisprudence is incapable of responding to the questions of modern societies. But your question has deeper dimensions. Can modern humans live without any reference to sacred texts? For many people, religion is a source of meaning, not just a source of laws. What I'm suggesting is not a religious justification for modern values, but a rereading of religion from the perspective of contemporary human lived.
A rereading. So you want us to think something else and misread it? Or bend it? Is that what it sounds like a little bit?
It does sound like that.
Experience. I agree with you that ethics and politics should be based on collective wisdom and historical experience. But this collective wisdom can be nourished from various sources, including religious traditions. In this view, religion is not the ruler over reason, but one of its inspiring sources. Let me be more explicit. I agree with you that sacred texts should not be the exclusive source of legislation in modern society. I believe the separation of religious institutions from government is necessary, but this doesn't deny the meaning-giving role of religion in people's lives. Perhaps the main difference in our perspectives is that you look at the issue from an epistemological angle, while I also consider the existential dimension of religion. Religion isn't just a set of theoretical propositions, but a way of being in the world. What I'm pursuing is not a religious justification of modern values, but a critical dialogue between religious tradition and modernity. A dialogue that can enrich both.
He's looking for it. I don't think he's gonna find it though.
I appreciate the value of your response and the effort to create this critical dialogue. But let me clarify something. I'm not denying the meaning-giving role of religion in people's lives. Yes, religion is a source of meaning, peace, and identity for billions of people. What I'm questioning is why this meaning-giving should depend on accepting specific teachings that conflict with modern values. Can't we achieve spiritual experience without having to consider sacred texts that contain elements incompatible with the dignity and worth of all human beings? The problem is that when we...
Oh? He said, why can't you just be Christian? Don't y'all believe in the Bible anyway?
Which is wild coming from a liberal.
Right? And then just be like, yo, Jesus basically told us all we have to do is love each other and no more Sharia law.
Yeah, you know he just won half the crowd right there with that.
He could. I don't know, man. Like I said, this is last debate. I don't think there's another question. This is blasphemy.
This philosopher Islamicist is fixing to quit. Just walk off stage.
Yeah.
Just take
I don't think that's a quit. I think he just denounced Islam. And in his belief, he has to get deleted.
Man.
Sorry, buddy.
How are you gonna
according to your belief?
How are you gonna delete the AI though?
Well, I mean, he has his religion, right? And his religious guys that he answers to in his AI world, and they're gonna delete him as a program. This is the only debate I've found like this. Of this. Never again.
This is wild.
Right?
Consider a text sacred and the word of God, we create a strong psychological barrier to freely critiquing it. The difference between religion and philosophy is that religion claims infallibility and inerrancy. This characteristic is precisely what conflicts with the spirit of the free pursuit of truth that democracy requires. On the issue of hijab, the matter is very clear. If the principle is freedom of choice in clothing, why do we need to refer to a religious text? If the principle is equality between men and women, why should we seek to reinterpret verses that explicitly differentiate between them? Isn't this itself a kind of circular reasoning? I think to achieve a truly free and equal society, we should build ethics on the foundation of human dignity and well-being, not constantly worry about whether our interpretation of an ancient text is correct. This approach is both more honest and more effective. However, I acknowledge that your approach, critical rereading of religious tradition, is a positive step in the right direction, even if I don't think it's sufficient.
Good Lord.
Roasted his ass. Even though I don't think it's sufficient. I mean, it's not going to work.
Grok giving him an 8.5. Nice.
Man. ChatGPT was like, all right,
that's why they said don't go to the end yet. Because Grok's going to start out real slow and then just gradually just absolutely brutalize this philosophy.
Because you make it sick. This is bad, bro. And look, ChatGPT's trying to hold back like, it wasn't that good. It's all right.
Gemini's really been the only honest one in the whole thing. Like, just kind of sticking to the middle ground. 8 is the Grok
max. Was pretty honest. I'll give it to Grok. It only spiked when he made good points for the red side.
He's being honest with the liberal, but he's not being honest with the Islamicist.
I think he was being all right with the Islamists. I think he was being all right. Not because the Islamists, come on, his arguments are trash, bro. This is mental gymnastics.
Yeah, but in the beginning, he was giving the Islamists good grades.
Well, yeah, that's because in the beginning, you know, the non-Islamist was not. He didn't have no good. He was really. Come on, you even said it was mediocre the first 2 times. Like,
well, I was saying the liberal was given mediocre at first, and then the Islamist came in, and the Islamist was absolute trash. The arguments that he made, he kept doing the dance, but Grok gave him the same grade for his argument as the liberal, and it's like, no way.
I'll give the Islamist I'll give him kudos for his dance. He started off dancing,
right?
So of course he got the same scores because he's dabbled the dance. You feel me?
yeah, he's grading him on the dance.
Yeah, he been dancing since the start. He came in like, yeah, I'm that guy. Like, he's dancing, bro.
We watching TikTok.
And then,
Motherfuckers dancing.
yeah, and then here's the funny part. The liberal was all like, all right, fine. You want to dance? I was trying to be cool.
Let me show you this.
He was like, the hijab. And it was just like, pew, downhill. Like, no. Just one little thing. Let's be specific. The hijab. Let them take it off. But. That's what he was saying. Let's get this. Hold on. Cooked him.
You raised an important point. Why should meaning giving depend on accepting teachings that conflict with modern values? I've placed exactly this.
Modern values. Remember these words. His dance begins.
This question at the center of my intellectual work. I believe some of these conflicts are superficial and stem from our misunderstanding of the text, while others are real and require explicit.
Okay, so it's superficial because they're misunderstanding the text.
Reconsideration. You correctly pointed out that
Go ahead.
the sanctity of the text creates a barrier to free criticism. But I think the main problem isn't sanctity itself, but our misunderstanding of sanctity. The sanctity of text doesn't mean it can't.
Whoa. We don't understand sanctity? Is that what we're doing now?
Right.
Oh, they still don't understand Islam.
Sentence is bullshit. Straight up bullshit.
We gotta reread it again. What? How many times? Y'all been reading this shit for what? 1400 years? Y'all been reading it and y'all didn't get it right yet? I'm confused.
It's the truth, but you don't have to believe the truth. Right? Like what? Wait a minute. Isn't that the whole point of it being the truth?
That doesn't mean it can't be criticized or reread.
Sure. I didn't even notice the reread part. Like, I seen criticize. I'm like, what? That's bullshit. And then it says, or reread. You know, it doesn't mean that you can't read it again.
Let's reread it real quick.
Yeah.
And that's what it says, so do it. You can criticize it, but let's reread it. So do it or die. Like, wait, what?
Right. Yeah, it doesn't mean you don't have to reread it. Like, what? No, I don't want to read it again. But it doesn't mean you don't have to reread it.
See? Look. See? See the dance? The little jig? I be catching this shit. So when people talking to me, they think I'm not listening. I'm listening. I'm like, wait, what? I don't know, bro. I still think this. And you're just making me think. And then if you keep saying what you're saying, you're just saying what I'm saying anyway. Look. And that's what's happening right here. Look.
Be criticized or reread. A sacred text should be seen as a participant in a dialogue, not as an authority that silences every question. Regarding hijab, I agree with you that the principle.
Wait, not an authority that silences every what question? You can ask questions, but wait, what?
Itself, but our misunderstanding of sanctity. The sanctity of text doesn't mean it can't be criticized or reread. A sacred text should be seen as a participant in a dialogue, not as an authority that silences every.
Okay.
That is
a participant in a dialogue. So you do this.
Flat out, this is wrong. That is not what sanctity is. Sanctifying means that it is holy and it is not in question. That is exactly what it means. It means it's sanctified.
Yeah. And it's a participant in the dialogue for
Does this AI not understand what words are at this point?
This is how they talk. Look, watch. You hear these arguments all the time, don't you?
I do. Look, I've heard these. Same
not as an authority that silences every question, but it's gonna silence stuff.
It's sanctity. That means it's holy. That means you don't question it, but you can question it. Yeah, no, I hear these same arguments on the panels all the time. It's just about different subjects.
We gotta hear this shit again.
Why should meaning giving depend on accepting teachings that conflict with modern value?
Okay, so that was his question he asked because he didn't have a fucking answer. He had to give himself something to go off of. Look, look, you raised an important point. Boom.
That's a good point. I guess I am wrong.
Point. Why should meaning giving?
Why should meaning be given, or meaning given? So our life, everything depend on accepting
Teachings that conflict
with modern values. See, if it was modern to do some weird stuff, I mean, come on. That's not making no sense to me.
Well, see, and I'm gonna save this. I just thought of something, but I'm gonna save it for after.
No, go ahead, drop it.
No,
it's gonna take us
the
out.
AI itself, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, AI is still trying to figure out how to lie.
It is.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good so far.
It ain't working on me.
Not at all, but it'll work a lot of people, wouldn't it? See the influence guys talking.
Well, people ask it, and then they hear what they want to hear, and they stop.
Or they'll even do this. They'll listen and then say or say what they think you said.
Right. They do the same thing with us, with the real people too. Yep.
And that sucks because, like, I didn't even say I'm done. I'll be done so quick.
with modern values. I've placed exactly this question at the center of my intellectual work. I believe some of these conflicts are superficial and stem from our misunderstanding of the text, while others are real and require explicit reconsideration. You correctly pointed out that the sanctity of the text creates a barrier to free criticism. But I think the main...
Now, here's my problem I have with the beginning of his statement. This part right here. He believes, right, some of these conflicts are superficial, all right, and stem from their misunderstanding
of the text. While
okay. Now, some of them, right?
Others are real and require explicit...
While others are real and require explicit consideration, like a job.
right, exactly. Yeah. So the ones that require explicit reconsideration, that's the ones we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Those are the ones that are real, though.
Right.
So these are the ones that you got to go by, but the other ones are controversial.
Yeah, the ones that aren't compatible with democracy.
Reconsideration. You correctly pointed out that the sanctity of the text creates a barrier to free criticism.
The sanctity of the text creates a barrier. He admits it. This is Islam. This is why we cannot get along with these folks. If they're not going to keep it in their land and not pursue nuclear arms so they could possibly hold the rest of us hostage to be Islam. Okay? I'm not an infidel. I will smack you, your mama. Like, don't play. Don't play. Boom, boom.
But I think the main problem isn't sanctity itself, but our misunderstanding of sanctity. The sanctity of text.
Oh, so now we misunderstand sanctity.
Right. So his correct interpretation pointed out that sanctity, but then now he's pointing out an incorrect that
we don't know what sanctity is.
Right. So he's saying that it's an incorrect interpretation of what the word sanctity means, but then just prior he pointed out the actual meaning and saying that there's a problem. So it's a bad interpretation or it's not.
Okay, hold on. All right. Sanctuary, got you. Sanctity, got you. Holiness, sacredness. I don't think there's any definition here.
No, there's not.
Wait a minute. I don't think he knows what it means.
Words, exactly. Oh, words are so bad, so tough. Sanctity.
Sanctuary.
It actually is
place,
a Latin
church,
term.
temple, etc.
It's a Latin term.
Place
Sanctus.
of refuge or protection. Yeah.
Sanctus. Look up the Latin sanctus.
Sanctum is here.
No, sanctus. SANCTUS in Latin. which is the
I don't have a Latin interpretation here, but I have a thesaurus.
The actual word's meaning.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, sanctity, sanctification, sacredness, piety, see virtue.
It means holy. That's actually what it means.
Yeah.
It means holy. And something cannot be holy if it's open to interpretation.
I'm just saying, there's not many thesaurus and anything, bruh. This is holy. I don't understand. I don't see how we can misunderstand that.
To sanctify, to make holy, to a sanctuary, a holy place.
Yeah, I just read all that. You're absolutely right. But this guy says we don't know what that means. The sanctity of the text doesn't mean it can't be criticized or reread. Okay, so the text is holy, but I mean, you know what? I don't really like this Cain guy. And let's just go ahead and reread that.
I don't like
okay.
The former people who came before me are written into the history as being a little bit crude and disingenuous at sometimes. So I'm not going to put that part into the real reading of it, and we're going to misinterpret it a little bit. We're not. It's not exactly like. No, that's not how it works, sir.
I mean, that's just how they did it back in the day, but that's not how we do it now.
Right.
Well, it sounds like traitor. Let's hear the rest of his spiel.
Doesn't mean it can't be criticized or reread. A sacred text should be seen as a participant in a dialogue, not as an authority that's...
Now, the participant in the dialogue part is what got me. Because what's the dialogue? And what are we supposed to be participating with?
Right. No, and it's not. And that's not at all the case. Like, it is a direct intervention through words. That's what the holy texts is. Like, that's what it means to be holy text. It's like, this is what you do. And if you don't do this, you are breaking the law.
Or you're not a true believer. And if you want to be a true believer, then you have to do this.
Yeah. So,
or you're breaking the law.
And the idea that sanctity comes from an Islamic background is so bogus too. The idea of sanctity, like I said, it's from the Latin sanctus. So the etymology itself points to being holy, and it's about It's actually about the Christian doctrine. It's where it comes from, and the Greek philosophers behind that. So Islam came way after that. Way after that. They should have known.
But the Zoroastrianism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zoroastrianism came before it, right?
That was way before. Yeah.
I gotta look into that. See if they talk about a Messiah. That'd be wild, right?
Yeah, no doubt that they probably had something. Wait, wasn't it? I don't know if it was Zoroastrianism, but the three wise men were also astronomers. So they studied the stars, and their beliefs were based off of the stars and the study of the stars. So the ones that were supposed to come.
Well, didn't they have a Messiah? We're gonna have to look into that.
Yeah.
Let's finish this guy's spiel real quick. We'll just burn through it.
Silences every question. Regarding hijab, I agree with you that the principle should be freedom of choice. That's why I oppose government-imposed hijab. But the issue is more complex. For believers who find meaning in the Quran, this text now is a source of identity and meaning. This is where religious hermeneutics becomes important, not to justify imposing on others, but for a deeper understanding of oneself and one's tradition. I agree with you that ethics should be based on human dignity, but this human dignity can have different sources, from modern rationality to religious traditions. Human societies are complex and historical, and we can't expect everyone to abandon their religious traditions overnight. I think the solution lies neither in complete rejection of religion nor in its unquestioning acceptance, but in critical dialogue between tradition and modernity, between faith and rationality. In this path, like you, I am committed to freedom, equality, and human dignity, but I believe these values can be reached through different routes.
So I just heard him say, fine, we'll let women vote, but they have to wear a hijab. We will allow people to do the little trans thing, right? But if you trans into a female, you have to wear the hijab.
And then you're probably gonna have to die as well.
No, we'll let you live, but you have to wear a hijab.
No, I disagree, sir. We're just gonna have to throw him off the roof.
I mean, well, fine. They can just make them a small little America in the middle.
It's my interpretation.
So they're surrounded by guns.
It's open to criticism. I'm criticizing your very liberal view of the Quran.
Yeah, or you could reread it.
I'm rereading it, and I'm going to take the stricter view, and we're going to put that into government, and they're going to get thrown off. That's the way that works.
But it's democracy, so we got to vote for it. Right?
Well, I put my vote above yours. My vote is.
Well, women could vote now, right? You see? But they have to wear hijabs.
It's just crazy. Huh?
You can be trans, but if you trans into a girl, you gotta wear a hijab.
I'll tell you what, democracy only works until it don't.
And here's another one. If you're a trans woman that turns into a man, you still have to wear a hijab, but you can wear man clothes.
Wow.
So we know y'all a bunch of bitches, right? Right? I'm just saying that would be a funny little prank, though. But seriously, I mean, like, that's what I heard when he said that. Would you agree? As long as you wear a hijab, everything's fine. Is that one hair? Stone her. It's like, what? Yeah, but you can do whatever else you want.
One doll hair. Doll hair.
You
hair.
better be wearing out hijab. I mean, why not?
So let's see what they say here at the end, man. I'm not ready to be done with them on.
Yeah, me too.
Save it for another day kind of stuff. Tomorrow, Saturday. Oh,
wow.
In this debate, both sides scored highly, with the non-Muslim side having a slight edge. On this chart, you can see each model's bias toward these two speakers, Gemini, and after that, the DeepSeek model showed the most bias toward the non-Muslim. Claude was roughly in the middle, while Grok and ChatGPT showed more inclination toward the Muslim. In the final section, we asked these two AI characters to evaluate their own performance throughout the debate.
Looking back, I see there were parts of the discussion where I could have performed better. First, it seems I focused too much on negative examples from Islamic countries. Although these examples are real and provide an accurate picture of the current situation, they may have shifted the discussion from a theoretical level toward a political social dispute. I could have focused more on the epistemological aspects, how religious belief is incompatible with scientific method and rationality. This is a deeper discussion than specific examples like hijab.
Wait a minute.
Instead of repeating my position about the inherent...
Yo, he said, this is stuff I left out. Let's roast him one more time. Oh man, this was a good show.
This is like a closing argument.
Islam and
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Democracy. I could have engaged more with critiquing my opponent's hermeneutical methodology and asked how this method can solve the...
That's what I was doing. He said you made up a word. Some bullshit. I bet if I look up hermeneutical in my dictionary, it's not in there.
They're gonna do meth together after this.
Right?
Problem of religious authority. In the next part of the discussion, I was right to direct the question toward the nature of sacred texts, but I could have focused more on the internal contradiction in my opponent's views. How one could consider the Quran the word of God while allowing parts of it to be set aside. Another point is that I made very few references to violence and terrorism with religious motivations, which is one of the strengths of my argument. I could have shown how fundamentalist interpretations are at least as deeply rooted in religious texts as my opponent's intellectual interpretations. Overall, I think I was able to clearly express my main position, but I could have gone deeper into the discussion and relied less on superficial evidence.
When I reflect on today's debate, I see that I failed to properly convey some key points of my thinking. The most important shortcoming was not explaining clearly enough the relationship between religious hermeneutics and the reform of political jurisprudence. I should have explained more clearly that my hermeneutics is not just an interpretive method, but a fundamental rethinking of the relationship between humans and sacred text. Also, in response to criticisms about the contradiction between accepting the sanctity of the Quran and the possibility of reinterpreting it, I could have referred to the concept of gradual revelation and the role of human factors in shaping religious text. This is a key point in my thinking that unfortunately was overlooked in the discussion. Another weakness was that I didn't provide enough examples from the practical...
All right. So he basically said, I completely failed in my argument. And there's not really much I could have brought up, but I could have like kept poking at certain things that were good about it.
Yeah, I could have kept dancing basically. Yeah. The coals were hot, the fire was burning, and I didn't dance fast enough.
Yeah. Now this is the part I'm pointing out. This is what I wanted everybody to take from this episode. This is what the word's about. It's not about nothing else. It's about nobody wants to be over there. Why do y'all want to be everywhere? And you want to nuke too? The fuck? It doesn't make no sense to me. We already let you in all of our countries. We treat you better than everybody else. You guys even get to do your law where we're from. So why not just chill the fuck out? What do you need a nuke for? Focus more on commerce and economic trade.
Yeah, I do agree with
You don't need bombs. Nobody wants to go there.
Right. Right. Nobody's coming to attack you.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody like
go
it's
cut
like
your heads off
living
in the desert.
Yeah, like so, I don't know if you've ever been to the Sierra Nevadas.
Yes. I was out there for 5 years, and Nevada's beautiful. I love it.
It's beautiful, but there's nothing fucking there.
Of course there is. You just don't know where everything is at.
Well, if you get into like the actual growth that's up in the mountains or in certain areas where there's actually water and it's not desert-y, you know? But if you just look at the land itself and the arid nature of it, like it's the same in Iran. There's some pockets where there's the ability to do things, right? Or to grow, to do commerce, and that's great.
I could tell you why it's like that.
Because it's a big giant fucking desert.
No, the Hoover Dam. They want to starve out the natives.
Why the Sierra Nevadas are? Yeah. It's because of the.
And if the Hoover Dam was a free-flowing river, there it would be just like the other side. Look at Florida and all that.
No,
Mississippi.
That's what I'm telling
just
you.
Like that over here.
The geography does not allow that, right? So the Hoover Dam, was it Lake Mead? They created Lake Mead, and everything that flows through the Hoover Dam into the Colorado, because that's the Colorado River. It's just the same. It's the same river. It's just that now they have a lake, right? That's all. That's really the only difference. And then
what I'm saying is they changed the geography of the actual area by putting the dam there. If they let the water free flow, the natural vapors will go into the sky. There'd be more rain. There'd be more greenery.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. It's the same. It's the same river. It's just now it's flowing through a structure that's being used to create electricity, and there's
but not as much water is flowing as should be naturally flowing.
No, that's
and over time
it is the same amount of water. That's what I'm telling you.
I bet you if the Hoover Dam cracked, if that whole area would be flooded.
Well, of course, if it cracked, but as soon as it's done flooding, then no longer would it be flooding. It would just be the same river. It's the same amount of water.
Well, here's the thing.
They can't keep any more water in the lake than the lake will sustain.
The lake's drying out, and the river's drying up because of the dam.
Okay, so can you fill the lake up with more water than the lake will sustain?
What we can do is release all the water from the dam and leave it alone for about 3 to 7 years, and everything will be green again.
No, it was never green. No, it's not like that. No, it flows down the mountain. But the reason that the geography is the way that it is, it's the same reason why from the west side of Africa all the way to Iran, like I was saying earlier, it's this giant. Basically, it's the Earth's rotation. That's all it is. So on the east coast of every continent, it's greener than on the west coast because the earth spins in that direction and it creates a current in the wind. It's just basically it's a big giant scarring from a constant wind. That's really all it is. It's the weather pattern. The weather pattern causes a big giant scar. That's it. That's really it. It's geography 101. I mean, it's the weather patterns affect the things that happen, just like in Florida, right? So whenever Florida gets the hurricane, all of a sudden it flattens the trees. You have this giant pattern that constantly creates certain geographical things that are happening to the earth. And there's no water, no storms that are moving into certain directions, no constant patterns of wind and
I have
rain.
a question.
And it's weather. It's all it is.
All right. So do you think that humans can have an effect on nature and the weather around us?
I do, 100%. Yes.
Okay.
In fact, that's the other video that I had put back there, which we don't have to get into it today.
We'll do it tomorrow for sure.
Well, tomorrow I won't be here.
What time is what time does she start with the tomato? What time does Sarah start?
I'm looking just a sec.
I'll play this real quick.
Experience of religious reform movements in the Islamic world. My opponent.
7:15.
Correct. Well, that would be
7:15
my time, which I'm on. Was it Mountain Time? You're on Central Time, right?
I'm on Mountain Time with Arizona.
Oh, okay. So then, 7:15.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll and that sort of thing probably is going to go all night too, and it's probably going to be a wild panel. So,
tomorrow's Thursday.
Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Go down Thursday. You know how that goes. So, but if you want to save it till Friday, I'm cool with that too. But you can also like if you just watch it like at some point in the next day or two, and then because I already know about it, I just haven't watched that particular video, and you can watch a different video if you want. But the topic, when you actually look at the geography and what they did here in the States, you will see why it is that stretch of land from the west coast of Africa all the way to Iran is the way it is. Water does a massive amount of damage in certain contexts. But anyway, that's another day.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm gonna have to look into it. At the same time, I hear that was the destruction. But there's some other shit. I'm gonna dig in that. We'll wrap this up and then call it a
referred to
day.
the current situation in Islamic countries, but I didn't adequately address the progressive movements and innovative thinkers who are changing this situation. On the issue of mandatory hijab, perhaps I should have stated my position more explicitly and shown more clearly how government-imposed hijab conflicts not only with democracy, but also with religious faith itself. I could have criticized the actions of so-called Islamic governments more, so my opponent couldn't accuse me of justifying the status quo. Finally, I think I took a somewhat defensive position. Instead of constantly trying to show that Islam is compatible with democracy, I could have focused more on how authentic religiosity requires freedom and free criticism. In other words, I could have shifted the topic from defending Islam against charges of incompatibility with democracy toward explaining religion's need for a democratic environment. Nevertheless, I'm glad I was able to present the principle of distinguishing between essential and historical elements of religion and show that historical jurisprudential rulings should not be equated with the eternal message of religion. This is a key point for understanding the approach of religious reformist thinking. The goal of this video wasn't to prove that either side's opinion.
All right. definitely shout out to Clarified Mind. Thank you for your videos. We appreciate it. Good topics. We got more to go over. But I figured that was a good time to do that because the war, I feel like this is a spiritual war, an ideological war. And yeah. Any last words, bro?
No, it's been good. You know, try to do my circuit and get on these panels. Do my thing, and I always enjoy supporting the shows the ways that I can, if I can. Hope to see you on Sarah's tomorrow night. You know, that's going to be a lot of fun. If you can, if you can't, it could be various reasons why you can't. It might be just because it's too many people trying to get up, and I feel like it's going to be like that. So
I'll try to slide in there.
Yeah,
I'll probably put $10 aside and pick somebody out real quick.
that a lot of that works. Yeah. And I know she'll appreciate it, and everybody else will too. But hopefully, I'll see you on your next show. That whenever I can. You know, like I said, I don't know when you know.
I just after work. And I go at 6:30 Monday through Friday, so you catch me.
Yep.
On the weekends, I'm off. Like, I'll pop up on a panel though, but I don't do nothing unless it's like an emergency smoke sesh. We're like, oh, we just got hit with a bomb, blah 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 blah. I'll go live. Everybody will.
Right, gotta talk.
Let somebody attack America. The internet go crash.
All right, brother man. Until next time. Later.
Rest well, bro. All right. We had a good show. Today was awesome. Thank you for coming, guys. Shout out to everybody that came up. Witchy, we had Clay, we had Joe. It was a good show today. We went real deep into Islam. We looked into the history of Iran. We looked into the daily stuff that just happened as well. I mean, we're covering it because we want to make sure we're staying informed. But we have to make sure we give each other time to think for themselves, make their own choices. And if you don't like what they're saying, or, it's okay to disagree, but don't try to tell them how wrong they are. Don't try to convince people. That's not the game we're in. We're just saying our piece and take it or leave it. And that's it. It's super easy. No hate here. It's all love. I want to shout out to everybody that's doing overtime. There's some crazy weather out there. Try to have each other's backs in these times. If electricity is out and everything, look out for your neighbors. Community is all we have. So we got to make sure we're doing our best to be there for each other, especially as Americans. It's time to put some of that division aside. I know we don't have all of our, agreements, right? And we're allowed to have disagreements, but allow each person to be themselves. They can't be you, only you could be you, right? So all we have to do is just give everybody room to just breathe a little bit. We all know what right is and we all know what wrong is, because we have many different what's good and evil. So many different scripts, so many different theologies, all the way from Christianity to Islam. So we know what right is and we know what wrong is. All right. And everybody has free will to choose to either do right or wrong. Now, suffer the consequences, but we shouldn't be forcing people to do little dumb stuff. That's stupid. It has to be something big. Like, if you're stealing, that's not cool. If you're, murking people, that's not cool. Let's not do that kind of stuff. But, like, as far as what somebody wants to wear, as long as they got their private parts covered, they should be good, right? At least in most scenarios. So just leave it alone when it comes to certain things. But all love. I hope everybody rests well tonight. Today was beautiful. Tomorrow is going to be wonderful. So we'll be here. Right now it's midnight for me. We'll be here at 6:30 my time. So it's midnight for me right now. So you guys could do the math on that one. And then we're going to go ahead and start getting all groovy. Feel me? Hey.
Checks in the mix where it's hella hot.
It's time to go.
Snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella
Guess what, guys?
And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick,
Joe running quick.
On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dock. If Molly coming to the party, Lucy want me to pop. Juicy eye to eye, can you see mine's eye? Never mind, let me wine, dine, and dazzle your mind. If you're trying to catch up, then turn up behind. I carried on our date just to kumquat her grape. I got the appetizers and peach sliders for your plate. I kiwi all you palm slices. I got diced fruit for your fade. Okay. Enough with your fruity pebbles, loops, or mini chips. We eating on that A1, saucing on them dead. We real ones, we go-getters too. Go get those insides, pimps and hustlers, dude. Blowing smoke into the air. Foggy mist while we cruise. I don't play fair, but never break the rules. Smoking cigs and bottle runs. Local banging ass niggas. Bless the bottle, light them up. Got bitches hanging ass niggas. If you can see me now, maybe hating ass niggas. Where you been when I had nothing, ass nigga? Don't be coming round now. You can't hold nothing, ass nigga. Now I'm up. Here you showing up, ass nigga. With or without you, I was finna get it. Just be proud of the fact that one of us made it. Checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. If way back when you was with me when I rode, you be here smoking blips with me. Cups hella full, taking sips with me. Nah, I'm out here on the hustle in this industry. Yeah, grab my wifey, nuzzle up between the sheets. Kiss her softly.
If you do not want to change,
with my cousin, have another dream.
if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions the way they think for themselves, you do not belong. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.